Shane
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, Lindsay Harris.
Yeah. Can you throw that to me, the link?
It's in
Yeah,
the
I'll
side
DM you.
chat. It's in the side chat there.
Nice. Yes, DJ.
Oh, and it's not just about a 24-hour sun, by the way, I forgot. It's just what he was saying is how can it be dark for 24 hours in one spot and sunny for 24 hours in another? So he was also talking about the North Pole too being dark at the same time, which again there he was saying that it only makes sense on a globe model.
Yeah, that's what they say. They say that it is exclusive to a globe. You can't have that phenomena on any other thing other than a globe. We are telling
But
you.
it's hard for anyone to prove otherwise, because how can you? We don't know. I mean, even you guys were just saying before, you don't actually know what it looks like. So
Yeah.
How,
But it
how can I?
happens. For us, it's an observation on a flat Earth. How have that happened on a flat Earth? That's just in the question that needs hypothesis, observation already done. There is many hypotheses there.
But like I said, we don't need models to establish that the Earth's not a curving, spinning surface. Globers are just trying to trick people into thinking the sky proves the ground.
Consequences aren't insignificant.
Assumptions also can make an ass out of you and I.
The consequences are not insignificant.
I'm a bit split on this one. I don't know, because again, what people are implying is not that it proves. I mean, it's not that the objects in the sky necessarily prove what's on the ground, but it can make certain observations which, again, are compatible with the globe model. And since we don't have any other models, you can't really say anything. This is what this guy is saying in chat to Hal 9000 or whatever. That's his main point. Oh, I can prove all these things that are compatible with a globe model, but you don't have an explanation for your model. I mean, you don't even have a model. But he's saying...
We just told you there's 5 or 6 models, and DJ posted a model with one of Shane's models earlier. There are several other models that we could share, but these guys are just ignoring it.
Many people have been over these models and described how they don't really work in completeness.
Mate, the globe model doesn't work. The globe model doesn't work in completeness, so I don't know what you're expecting.
Where does it fail, do you think?
Everywhere. Yeah, you can't even consistently explain refraction. Never mind gravity. Never mind the lack of mass, 3-body problem. You've got big problems.
But it's acknowledged in the quote unquote model that these problems do exist and that they are somewhat unsolved. But what we have so far is quite precise in what we need within our reference frame as humans. So it doesn't claim to be the be all and end all, but it does claim that these are unsolved problems thus far. The model is not something that you take from. The model is built up of the observations. The model is not the reference point. The reference point is reality. The model just sort of consolidates that so that it's useful for people then that for some reason need some of this information to do whatever they're doing with it.
So when we actually go out and test the model in reality, it fails on every step, right? The main thing being curvature over distance. It fails every test.
So this is the thing. So
exactly.
The model doesn't define those things. The model is just an observation of those things.
But you said the model should be defined on reality.
If you can prove that there is a flaw in the model consistently.
Yeah, there is no 8-inch per square mile curvature rate.
Okay, if you can prove that consistently, you can add to the model to update this to show whether it's wrong, and there's probably a Nobel Peace Prize in it or Nobel Prize in it for you, because the model's not saying that that's what it is. The model's just saying if we observe reality,
they don't give you Nobel Peace Prize. Dude, they don't give you a Nobel Peace Prize for debunking the globe.
Yes.
Anyone can do that.
No, but it's not.
Just requires belief. Listen, the globe is just a belief. There is no curvature. There is no motion. It doesn't even scientifically make sense. Space next to a vacuum. So there's no. The globe has already been debunked.
Incredulity is not evidence.
You don't. What evidence do you have then, apart from looking at the sky, which was the globe was backwards engineered from the what we see? So apart from looking. Yeah, so apart from looking at the sky, what evidence of a curving spinning surface do we have?
The sun disappears behind it.
The sun disappears behind what? The curve?
The ground.
Oh, really?
Yes.
So what's the horizon?
It's just where the sky meets the ground in your perspective.
Okay, in your perspective. So where does the sun go?
It carries on around.
Goes beyond your perspective, yeah?
No, not beyond my perspective. It gets obscured by the thing that I'm stood on, the Earth.
Oh, so what? So is that the horizon, the Earth curve, or is it just the arbitrary place where your perspective reaches? Which one is it?
That's all it describes. The arbitrary place where the sky meets the ground.
What he's asking is it optical or is it physical, essentially?
It's a bit of both. So the physical thing is in the way, and your perspective is basically you can see off past the horizon, but the physical thing is in the way. And so the horizon is not a limit to your view. No. The two things can be true at the same time. It's not a limit to what you can see, okay? Because you can see past it. But the thing is, it is blocking what is behind it because the sun is now behind. It's dropped below that level. That the physical thing gets in the way.
That curvature that... Do you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes.
go on.
So is that...
I want to respond.
Sorry. That curvature that you're talking about,
I didn't mention curvature.
Yes, it said some physical thing. Is that physical thing moving all the time? Because sometimes it can hide the boat bottom up in a certain distance. The other day, no, that horizon will just be farther than that boat in the same distance. So is that physical thing moving back and forth?
No, part of this is just sort of the limit of your sight in that when things are really far away, their angular size is very small, and your eyesight is not able to discern it.
No. It's I'm not talking about the how you see the thing, so the illusion, the optical effect. I'm talking about the specific thing that you were talking about, the physical thing. Is that physical thing moving back and forth? Sometimes it hides the boat. Sometimes it won't. The boat will have to go farther distance, miles and miles, to just be obstructed bottom up. So is that physical thing moving back and forth? Or is it just optical, no physical thing? Perspective and atmospheric conditions.
So it's both. It's a consequence of both things happening, your eyesight and it being there.
Why? It can't happen if it is just the consequence of two things. a horizon which is the limit of your vision and
It's not the limit of your vision.
atmospheric
It's
effect.
no,
For
it's
example,
not the
can't
limit of
we
your
do
vision.
that on a flat plane? Can't we test that on a flat floor? Will we
If
have
there
an
was
obstruction
such a thing.
on a flat floor with that horizon, which is the limit of your vision dependent to your height and the atmospheric condition?
So it's not a hard limit, as in it's a distance that your limit will stop seeing towards. Like you can see basically off to infinity. But what the horizon is just a point where, because of the quote unquote curvature of the Earth, because of how it goes down, the horizon is a description of the extremity of the Earth where it meets the sky from where you're standing. So it's
Are
not
you-
that it's not
are
that
you-
you can only see that far, it's that you can't see any more ground because the ground is sort of falling off.
Are you
from that
trying
point.
to tell me that that horizon is only exclusive to a curving surface? I can't repeat that or
No,
reproduce
not exactly.
that on a
No,
flat
no, no,
surface.
no, no.
Nice.
It's not.
So,
It's not
so
exclusive.
it means that the horizon is not just physical thing, meaning just an edge of a curving surface like
you're
a hill.
misunderstanding. You're misunderstanding.
Explain.
So the horizon isn't the physical thing. The horizon is the concept of where the physical thing drops off to the point that you can't see any more of the physical thing, and the
Okay.
sky appears to meet it. The
So
horizon is not the physical thing. The physical thing is just what the horizon is alluding to. It's conceptual.
It means that I can't have a horizon on a surface that is not curving and dropping down, like you just said.
No, it doesn't.
I can have that. Or no?
Yeah, like the
I want to
horizon.
show
Yeah,
you an example. You need to tell me, I can have that or no?
yeah, the horizon is just what would you call it? It's conceptual. It's abstract. It's not a place, and it's not a physical thing. But it describes the consequence of the physical thing that it
Completely
references.
understandable if you say that it is the consequence of a physical thing, meaning that I can't have a horizon when I don't have a curvature, because the horizon
No,
is
that
the
doesn't.
consequence of that physical curve.
No.
Okay.
There's
Let's do
more
it
to
again.
it. That you're oversimplifying.
What is a horizon if it is not a consequence of a curving surface? Then
It's the extremity of the thing that you're stood on. If it's big enough, I guess. I don't know how small it's something stopped becoming a horizon, but the size and shape doesn't particularly matter. So the horizon on an infinitely flat plane would just be the point where things are just so small because they're so far away that the sky appears to meet.
now,
So it still
flat
applies.
plane, on a flat plane, the horizon would be really the horizon that is the limit of your vision, where the sky
No.
appears to meet the
Okay,
ground.
just to
But
clarify,
on a
when you
curving
say
surface, don't you agree that it won't be that exact explanation? The horizon will be a physical obstruction. Like,
what do you
for
mean by
example,
limit of
when
your
you
vision?
have, I am trying to
Please
explain it now.
clarify these
I'm
points.
trying to
No, but
explain it and give you the
I know, but you're
both
just
the
galloping
paradigm.
at the minute.
No, I'm
Like,
not gish galloping.
what
So,
do you
for
mean by the
example,
limit of your vision? Oh, for
so
fuck's sake.
yeah, the natural limit of your vision due to that perspective, where that flat plane will meet the other plane. For example, a train track. When you put it vertically, it will do that exact thing. it will meet at a certain point, so that plane which is above will meet the plane which is in the bottom and the center, and create a line which is a horizontal line, because you have an opaque plane on the bottom and a transparent sky. So when they meet in that line, which is the limit of the natural limit of your vision, how far you can
What do
see
you
because
mean?
of that
What-
curvature. I'm sorry, because of that perspective, how far
Okay,
you
cool.
can see because of perspective. Like this, for example, in this plane, and here the explanation of the limit of vision, how that ramping floor and it goes up, and the sky can go down, like the ceiling of a hallway, a long hallway. The ceiling will go down, floor will go up. They will meet at the center. The wall in the left and the wall in the right also meet at the center, creating a limit where you can see. It doesn't mean that they stop there, but your eyes can't see further.
Your
That's
eyes
the
can
problem.
see further. You're just unable to discern what is further because it is so small. It's not that your eyesight is stopping. It's not there's a limit to the distance. It's that there's a limit to what is perceivable, what is discernible.
In the two images above, that is sent 50 minutes after the hour, that's a light. It's not that you can't discern the light. It's not that the angular size of that light is so small. No. But that line created by the limit of your vision, which is an opaque plane, like in this diagram, I'm trying to post a diagram showing that, that opaque plane will not permit the light to just traverse that distance. It will create a line that everything that goes, that have that same elevation as that floor, everything that go beyond that line will not be visible to that person, to the observer. Like in this, here the GIF with the diagram, how things can be obscured from bottom up by that line, which is not a curvature, just a flat floor. When you draw it, even you try to draw a flat plane, exactly the same thing that will happen. So it's not exclusive to a ball. Thing with the ball, for a hill.
No, I didn't say it was. I didn't say it was exclusive to a ball.
Not specific.
No, there is no ball. The horizon is nothing to do with Earth curve. It is literally to do with perspective.
Yeah.
Only. We
On-
still haven't
Oh.
found the geometric horizon.
There is none. Like how what does that mean? Like it's relative only to the observer.
Because
It
on a
just
ball,
describes a point relative to the observer. That's it.
on a curving surface, you can't have a horizon. Just try to understand
What does that mean? Of
On a
course you
curving
can.
surface,
How,
you don't
Of
have
course you
horizon.
can.
You can have an obstruction, a physical obstruction, like when the globers are talking to us, when they say, "Oh, how do you explain boats being obscured bottom up by the curvature?" It is a curvature. It will be a curvature. It's not a horizon. The horizon is not a physical obstruction. The horizon is the natural limit of your vision, how far
I
your
didn't-
eyes can see because of that
You
perspective.
keep
When you see the
conflating.
sky meet the ground on the top of a range of mountains in distance, that's not the horizon. That's a physical limitation. That's an obstruction. That's a mountain, the
Yes,
top of
but the
mountain.
same thing is happening as at the top of a mountain. It's just that we have described that the horizon is sort of the ideal of the surface, essentially.
But the surface,
But
if
the top of a mountain could still be, you could still call it
if the
horizon,
surface
but
is a
it's not
curvature, is a
referencing the
curving
same thing.
No. It's if the surface is a curving surface, you don't have a horizon on it.
Why not? Why
Oh,
not?
you
Describe
can't
why not.
call a hill. You can't
Why
call
not? No, you don't just get to
the hill
say that.
doesn't
Like,
have a horizon.
why? Why
I'm
not?
telling you why. I'm telling you
You're
why.
not. You're just
You
giving
can't
me.
just keep. I'm telling you why. You can't just keep repeating why, waiting for an answer, not letting me get that answer. Because when you are on the surface of a hill, you never call that a horizon. It's really a hill, a
No, because it
curvature.
has a universal understanding that it's the ideal, like the plane of the surface of the Earth, rather than the things that are on the Earth.
Correct.
That's
The
it.
plane
No,
of
but
the surface of the Earth, not the curvature of the Earth. If you
that's
have a plane,
arbitrary. It's
if you have a
arbitrary,
plane,
though. It's
but if you
that's
have a
not
plane,
evidence.
it would be exactly what you said. The plane of the surface not be an obstruction. It won't be an obstruction. It would just be naturally limitation of due to your eyes, how far you can see because of that perspective. The
Okay,
plane
okay, just
surface, but
real
when
quick
you
on this.
turn that plane of surface into a curving surface like a hill, it won't be a horizon. It will be an obstruction that is obscuring the top of the building or the object behind that hill.
It just so happens that, like, the point at which the Earth curves off is sort of a similar distance to the point that our perspective is unable to discern
Oh, that's
small
convenient.
objects. No, but it's
Never
arbitrary.
wondered
This is what
why.
I'm saying. It's not. It's because it's arbitrary. Like, it's got nothing to do.
Because
It's
it's
not
because the
evidence
globe's backwards engineered. You literally can find the
exactly.
radius
So
of the
we
Earth
have these
in the Rayleigh
terms.
criterion. The Rayleigh criterion has the same math. I'm sorry, you'll find the same numbers. The whole globe's backwards engineered by perspective.
And you
From
forget that you
perspective.
claim that the globe is
That's not true.
globally spheroid, meaning that that radius is not same. So you don't have an
You can
ideal
find
surface to have a horizon on.
yeah.
If you have an
You can
ideal
find the
surface,
radius.
yeah. If you
Yeah,
have
you
an
can find the radius in the Rayleigh criterion, bro. Check that out. Sorry, Necros. I just wanted to finish that point. Go ahead.
if you have an ideal sphere where the radius is the same around that sphere, yeah, you can call the horizon a horizon on a curving ball because the radius will be the same. You can, it won't be correct, still incorrect because the horizon is not an obstruction. It's not a physical obstruction. You can't call an obstruction in distance horizon because you just see the ground meeting the sky. If the ground meets the sky on top of a building, it's not a horizon. The building is an obstruction. The curvature is an obstruction. A hill is an obstruction. It's not a horizon.
So there's two there's different ways of describing horizon. I forget what the exact terms are, but when we say horizon colloquially, we generally just mean the horizon as determined by the Earth. But there is also the horizon of the tangent of your perspective. And if you take any long range photos from high up distances, the Earth horizon will never meet the true horizon, I think it's called, because it's not a flat plane, because it falls off with distance. And so you're doing two things at once, where you're trying to say that, oh, because it's called horizon, therefore it's solid evidence.
Blah,
But
bitty,
at the
blah,
same
blah.
time, you're not acknowledging that we're not using horizon as a scientifically accurate thing. It just describes an arbitrary concept that's useful for people to all understand, because we don't care about the specifics. General people, they're not talking about the mathematics of the Earth when we're saying, look at the sun setting over the horizon. Like, no one's saying, oh, but exactly how far is the horizon? Nobody gives a shit. It's just an arbitrary colloquial word. There is a true horizon, and you can work it out if you want to, but they're different things, and most people understand that, and they're all right
Do
with
you
that.
know what is the true horizon? So
The true horizon would
in
be
celestial
where
navigation,
all
in the
points meet.
no, In celestial navigation and a globe, when they try to do celestial navigation, because they can't do it on a curving surface, they
Why not?
imagine flat. I'm just telling you. I will explain why not after. They try to make up an imaginary plane. So, for example, if the observer is 100 meters above sea level, and he used a sextant to measure the angle to the sun or a star, so he will pick the horizon and to the sextant. So that's a flat baseline from the observer to the horizon, and he will pick the angle to the star. But still, it's not complete. He will just have to do the dip correction because the observer is at 100 meters above sea level, and that horizon is not the horizon in reality. Even if you see it at eye level, it's not the same elevation as you, but it is sea level. It's zero elevation above sea level. So when you do the dip correction, you take out your height and you put the observer same elevation as the horizon, and you pick the angle from that line. Another flat horizontal line. So for the globe, they can't take out the height of the observer and put the observer at the surface because their surface is curved, and they will have to use that curving line that won't help them to pick an angle to the star. So what they do is they elevate the horizon, which is the horizon that you see with the sextant. They create a new one which is 100 meters above sea level at the same elevation at the observer, and they call it true horizon.
Why do they do that? Because if it was flat, that wouldn't be
If they are
necessary.
stupid, they can't.
But
They
it
can't.
works.
They
But
can't
it
pick up.
works.
They
So it's
can't
not
because they can't
stupid.
pick up a because they can't pick up an elevation angle from a curving line. They create a flat imaginary line
Okay,
from the
why?
observer to
Okay,
the
but
true horizon that
work.
are 100
Why do
meters
they need
above sea
to?
level.
Why do they need to create this flat imaginary line? Because if it was flat, it would just be at that imaginary line.
Yeah, that's why when you do the correct celestial navigation, you don't create another horizon because there is one single thing called horizon. Horizon. There is no true horizon. I can show you now. I can put a diagram. Five
Why?
horizons. Five horizons.
Yes,
So
of
but there is
course.
just one horizon. The horizon
But
is is where the sky meets the ground. The sky meets the ground in one single place. In one single place. It don't have multiple horizons. No, they make up something not real, like in those in this one, for example, like in this one also. Wait, I had it. Yeah, here. Those ones you make up shit because you can't just take out the elevation of the observer and put it on a curving surface and pick up the angle from that curving surface. It won't happen. You can't have angles from a curving line. So
of
what
course
we
you
do
can.
is just
Of
take out
course
the
you can.
height.
No, you don't. You don't angle from a curving line. You angle from a tangent at any point on the line.
You don't do that.
Of course you do. Like, why?
Create a tangent.
You're not explaining why that doesn't work. Nobody takes angles like in that way. You take an angle from a point, okay, and your point becomes the tangent. It doesn't matter whether it's on top of a ball or not. You want it from your tangent, your vertical line. Like that doesn't prove the shape of the surface in any way. Nobody is taking like
Vertical line in those diagrams. What vertical line are you talking about? Where you
the
pick your
point
tangent.
of
What the
the
tangent is
observer
when you do
between.
celestial navigation.
I don't actually know much about celestial navigation, but
Okay.
I'm describing that it doesn't matter whether your surface is curved or not, because you take your angle either from the point that your zenith, if you want to call it, or whatever is. So and you can create a tangent from that point, and generally you'd use level, and
You
level
don't.
would be
But in reality, you don't.
What do you mean?
You don't pick a tangent. You just take the horizontal lines that you just observed, one from your eyes to the horizon. If the horizon is not visible, you will use a bubble 6 and create another flat horizontal line using the bubble level line, and another line from your eyes to the star. What point? The intersection of two lines, two straight lines.
I don't know what you're talking about right now.
Just the observation that you do to the horizon, or the measurement that you pick from a horizon, elevation angle. An elevation angle is how high the star is above the horizon. This is an elevation angle. How high is the mountain above sea level? Then from sea level, you put a level line and pick an elevation angle to the top of that mountain, using the baseline, the horizontal one, the level one, and the line from the line of sight, from the observer to the top of the mountain, from the tool to the top of the mountain. Two straight lines. You don't change or create a tangent at all at any moment. And the horizon is there is just one single thing. Horizon,
but it's not.
Is where the sun is where the sky meets the ground. That's not due to an obstruction. It can't be because of an obstruction. Because it's not. Because it won't be called a horizon. It will be called.
What would it be called?
The name of the obstruction. If you see the ground meeting the sky at the top of a range of mountains in distance, that's mountains. If you if you see the sky meet the ground on the top of a hill, that's a hill.
Mm-hmm.
If you see the sky meet the ground on top of a curvature, that's curvature. When you see the boat going in distance and being obstructed by a curvature, that's curvature, obstructed by something physical. A horizon wouldn't be that. It would be something.
So why does the true horizon match up?
Just due to optics. Only optics. You just want to add something physical, but it doesn't work. And so it's just optics.
When he says true horizon, what's he on about? Is he talking about geometric horizon? What's the true horizon? Do you mean the geometric horizon?
The true horizon would be the level line straight out from the view of the perspective of the viewer.
Oh, the horizon, yeah.
The true horizon.
So where's this geometric? How can you claim that the there's effects or you said earlier consequences? Where are the consequences of the geometric horizon?
So the geometric horizon doesn't match up with the true horizon.
Yeah, so we don't ever experience the consequences of the geometric horizon, do we?
Of course we do. What we see in reality is the quote-unquote geometric horizon. Which
in reality, we see the apparent horizon.
Okay, call it apparent if you like. Yeah, apparent works better actually because it takes into consideration the atmospheric effects.
Exactly. So when do we get to see the geometric horizon? Do we ever get to see the geometric horizon?
Probably not. But why does that matter?
So how do we know it exists?
Well, because the geometric one needs to be there for it to be distorted to become the apparent one. That's easy. Of course, something needs to be there to be distorted. Yes.
No, the horizon, we've already established what the horizon is. It has nothing to do with a geometric curve. We know the horizon is on a flat surface. yeah, would be the apparent point where the sky and the ground meet on a flat surface. So, at what point do we need to assume
the
that
shape of the
curvature?
surface doesn't matter. The shape of the surface doesn't matter.
Yeah. So why do we believe, or why do you believe that there is curvature due to the
Because
horizon?
consequence, not due to the horizon. The horizon just describes a point. Like it's not due to it. It just
No, but how is this Earth curve connected to the horizon? Horizon's got nothing to do with Earth curve.
You're overcomplicating this concept here. So the horizon is not. It doesn't speak to anything about the precise measurements of the thing that it's the horizon of. It's just a conceptual, arbitrary thing that it's useful to understand, but it's not a precise thing.
Okay.
And so
nothing to do with Earth curve.
No, but it is a consequence of it. It doesn't dictate it. Well, because the horizon is this point where the sky meets the ground, and
Correct.
the sun goes down behind the ground.
No, wait. What's that about? How do you know that? How do you know there's a physical blockage?
Because I'm standing on something physical, and the thing that is physical, I've been to where the sun sets, and there was a sunset there as well.
Okay.
And so
do you know
thing
how
I was
things do you know why things disappear on a horizon due to the horizon, not due to Earth curve? We're talking about the horizon, yeah?
No, nothing disappears due to the horizon. The horizon just describes a point at which
this is where
it's not due
you're getting
to
confused. We've already spent 20 minutes establishing with you. We've already established for 20 minutes that the horizon is not where the Earth curves, right? So now...
No.
Yeah.
Dude, there's three different things we established, and they are all true at the same time. Okay, there's the true horizon, there's the geometric horizon, and there's the apparent horizon. Okay?
No, there's only two. There's geometric and apparent.
Oh, why is there no? But there is also a true horizon. If you want to consider it mathematically, there is also a true one. There is the apparent one.
What's the true horizon?
The true horizon would be from the tangent of the perspective out to infinity.
What?
The perspective of the observer out to infinity. The tangent of the perspective of the observer out to infinity is where the true horizon is.
So you're just talking about without atmospheric effects?
No, I'm just talking about in general. It's got nothing to do with anything. It's just a concept that describes if your eyes, no matter where they are, were looking out to infinity, the tangent of your eyes looking to a line that's level, looking out to a tangent level line, out to infinity, that is where the true horizon would be.
Oh my God. So the horizon will be a vertical line?
What the fuck are you on about?
Because you're telling me that it is a tangent line from the observer to infinity. That's vertical. That's a vertical one.
No, it's straight out horizontally. If your eyes were looking out, if there was a laser coming out of your eyes.
Why does it have to be horizontally? Why is it not allowed to be vertical? Why is it necessarily horizontal?
That's a vertical line. A laser from the observer distance, it's a vertical line.
Okay, fine.
You're saying that this horizon line is between the observer. Hang on, Necros, I know you're itching. You're saying that this horizon line could be at any distance, right? Because you're saying the true horizon is the tangent line to infinity, right?
Yeah.
So if it was the case that you were looking up, that tangent line would be looking up above your head. So then there should be a horizon line up.
No, that's not what I'm saying. No, you're just being an idiot now.
Because at some point,
you could classify
up, right? If you're looking up below your eyeballs, that's below your line of sight, above your
What do you mean you
eyeballs is
can
above your
load
line of
your?
sight. You're looking
Okay.
up now, and there should be this horizon line appearing
No,
because
that's not what I'm
it's
saying,
going to
dude. No.
below your field of
Oh,
view, and
right, just
above your field of view should be merging together at the center.
that's not. So horizon sort of within it describes that there is there is another reference point. Okay, so if you're looking up, this is just a looking up horizon, and you'd have to define your angles and whatnot. But because of how intrinsic or inherent level is, regardless of surface, the shape of whatever it is we're on, it's taken as a given, the levelness, the thing that we are on. So if you want a horizon that's up in the sky for some reason, you're now dictating that there's an extra point, there's an extra thing that you're adding more arbitrarily. It's already arbitrary, but now arbitrarily you're adding this extra thing for I don't know what reason, to make a stupid point right now, I guess, but
No, you're saying that there's 3 kinds of horizons, and I've only ever witnessed
No. I'm not saying there are 3 kinds. Okay, what I'm saying is that there are different ways of describing it because of how precise we might want to be. Okay, so when we say the geometric horizon, that might be different to the true horizon, and the apparent horizon would also be different to either of them, depending on the thing that you're trying to gauge the horizon of. Okay, so they all exist at the same time, dependent on conditions, etc., etc.
And what
They're
is
not.
horizon?
What is what?
What is the horizon?
I keeps cutting out when you're saying the word. The what horizon?
What is the horizon?
Oh,
If
the
you just have
horizon.
those 3
Colloquially, yeah.
if
So
you just
the
have those-
horizon,
I'm
depending
sorry.
on the conversation you're having, the horizon is
Mhm.
just relative to whoever you're having the conversation with. If you're talking to your kids at the beach, it's just the apparent horizon. If you're talking to a mathematician or a physicist regarding large bodies in space, and you want to discern between, if you want to work out whether it's a big ball or something or a big flat plane, then if it's a flat plane, your true horizon would match your apparent horizon and geometric horizon. Maybe not the apparent. The apparent might get swayed by a spheric.
You didn't actually answer the question.
So are you telling me that the horizon
He
is
didn't answer the
things
question.
at the same time?
No, the horizon is
Yes, what
colloquial.
you
It's
have said
arbitrary
yes,
to the situation,
No,
relative.
you're
to the
trying to give it multiple meanings, bro. It's very,
No,
very
I'm not.
sneaky.
No, it has multiple meanings depending on who you are talking to. So a physicist is if somebody wants to know a precise sort of mathematical understanding of something, all right.
Will I
And
find that in
oh
the
my goodness,
dictionary when I will research the word the horizon? Will it
what
tell
are you?
me that it has 3 different meanings, which is apparent horizon 2 points? It means that and that and that. Will I find that in the dictionary?
That's what you're doing right now is gift galloping.
No,
So
Where did you get
talking
the
about
3
the horizon.
horizons from?
it's telling that you're unable to grasp this basic concept. All right, it
Yeah,
depends who you're talking to.
I'm truly unable to grasp that the horizon means 3 things at the same time.
I didn't say that. If you listen to what's being said, okay, the concept starts to make sense.
Mhm.
That more than one thing can be true at the same time. All right. The horizon is arbitrary relative to the situation you're in. The true horizon is going to be a mathematical horizon relative to the plane of the perspective of the observer out to infinity. The geometric horizon is going to be relative to the shape that the observer is on, and where that shape, the extremity that the observer can see of the shape due to it falling off or something like that, is going to be relative to that. So if it was a cube, for example, if you're on a cube, your horizon would change depending on how long this cube was on each side. All right, and so it would fall off before it met the horizon, and so your horizon at the end of a cube would be.
Do you know the
If I
importance of logic?
If I am near the edge of
Yes.
the cube, if I am near the edge of the cube and I'm looking at the corner of the cube where those two straight lines meet,
The
that's
edge.
a horizon for you, not
Yeah.
the edge, not an edge, a horizon. So for you now, the horizon have another meaning. Edge.
Okay, no. Okay, no. Are you like okay? So the edge of the cube. Yes, I'm saying the edge of the cube because no matter what, the cube does have an edge, and so this
now
edge
we
becomes
have a fourth horizon.
part of the concept of the horizon that you're describing.
No. Wait.
Oh, you're just
Now
really dumb.
We have a fourth.
I'm sorry.
Horizon,
this is not a difficult concept.
Don't run away.
We have a fourth one.
I'm trying to get to the bottom of it here. We should be able to use logic to be able. Your explanation of the horizon isn't logical. Yeah.
But
do you know what modus tollens is?
You haven't been able to articulate what I'm trying to describe for the horizon. You keep adding your own points, which keeps swaying it miles off to what is actually being described. You're making it very literal. No, you don't. You because you're not able to articulate back to me what I'm trying to articulate back to me what you think I'm saying.
So
you're trying to say the horizon is three different things in one. Yes, it's the apparent place where the sky meets, but it is also a geometric location, and it is also an astronomical location, all at the same time.
No, nothing about a location. No, the location is arbitrary. It just it's got nothing to do with the precise location.
Yeah, but listen. If you want this to make sense, it needs to follow logic. Do you know what a modus tollens is?
Yes.
Yeah. If P then Q, right?
It's nonsense. It's sophistry.
What do you mean? Modus tollens is logic, mate. It's not sophistry.
But it doesn't always work, and we can chat for hours about epistemology and all that shit. But we're not going to get anywhere for it.
So logic isn't important.
It is important. It is important. Okay, but it doesn't necessarily correlate to the reality in every sense. There's far more nuance.
Doesn't correlate to reality in the globe, but if you're just assuming the globe is reality, then that's how you can make some comments like that. But in reality,
has nothing to do with
logic,
this concept at the moment.
Nature is logical.
You're confusing the situation. No, you're conflating stuff and adding nonsense to try and win an argument here.
Go on, correct me then.
Describe a basic concept, okay? So stop me where you think that something is untrue, all right? So the true horizon would be a mathematical tangent, the plane from a tangent of the perspective out to infinity. That would be the true horizon.
Imagination.
Wait.
Yes, it was a concept. Yes, it's imaginary. Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
That's
cool.
the problem.
Can you model it?
Of course he can model it. He just said it's based on math and imagination. Of course he can model it.
Okay.
It's a theoretical horizon. Okay, the true horizon is theoretical from a tangent 90 degrees from the level, the perspective of the observer. Okay.
I was thinking by drawing a horizon in infinity, or how a horizon will look at infinity when you try to model it. You try to.
Okay, so you're conflating two things here. For some reason, you need pictures to do this, but it's just completely conceptual, theoretical. Okay, the true horizon is just based on a 90-degree perpendicular to the level plumb bob of the perspective of the observer out to infinity. Then you have the geometric horizon, and that is dependent on the shape of the thing that you are on. So the geometric horizon would be an idealized mathematical mathematical distance dependent on the observer again. So it's dependent on the observer and the thing that they are on. And so the apparent horizon then comes in when the thing that you are on has other effects that are happening. So the atmosphere, for example, causes a slight difference. The distance would cause a slight difference in maybe the time that the light takes to reach your eyes, for example. So the apparent horizon would be based from the geometric horizon, but because of the infinitely fluctuable variables created by the atmosphere, you're not going to be able to determine, that the apparent horizon is exactly this from the geometric horizon. And so the important part is just that depends what you want to gauge. If you're a physicist, you might need an idealized geometric horizon, and you'd need to know its difference from the true horizon, but the apparent horizon is irrelevant.
But the horizon that we agreed upon on a flat plane, if we have a big enough flat surface, what we call that?
So the horizon on a flat plane would be very close to the true horizon, and the geometric horizon would also be very close to the true horizon. But currently, the geometric horizon is very far from the true horizon, even with fluctuations of the apparent horizon.
Now, why are you calling it a true horizon?
Because that's just mathematically correct, I guess. I don't know.
Well, it's arbitrary, right? Because it's going to be based on math and the observer's imagination.
Well, it does have so if you base it on reality, you are stood on something that is very consistent. So you take that as by default, as a given. Okay, so that part, the thing that you can't necessarily change is the reference point, the ground that you are stood on. And so if you take that and you take a level plumb bob and you take a perpendicular line from that out to infinity, that would be where your true horizon would be. So it's relative. The horizon is relative.
Sounds like you're assuming a ball.
Name, or is this a name somebody else came up with?
Say again?
Is this your horizon that you came up with, or did you just
general physics
find this somewhere? Because I want to know why it's called true horizon.
I've heard this before, so...
No, it's not a heard before. I'm asking you a simple question, man. Where did this come from? Because I would say that if I go out into reality and I look off into the distance and I see a horizon, that's obviously the true horizon because I'm looking at it. You standing next to me can see it also. This is not a
linguistic semantics. This is nonsense.
I'm saying this is what I would call a true horizon. And you're going to...
Fine. Let's change our terms so that you're happy. Let's change. Fine. Let's change our terms so you're happy. It was arbitrary. Okay. So the mathematically perfect. Okay. So by true horizon, I meant mathematically perfect. I know what you're saying.
You're just pause for a damn minute on your own accord.
But that's irrelevant because we can redefine these things so that you understand them. Okay. Yes. Let's do it so that you understand what is being said. All right. Let's change everything for you.
Not changing a damn thing.
Bro, you're the one who's changing the shit.
Hold on. I'm simply just saying this is why I would call it a true horizon, because that's the thing that I look out and I see in the distance. Me and anybody standing next to me will see the horizon. That should be the true horizon. And if you're going to sit here and say that this mathematical thing, I get my plumb bob and I get my perpendicular and then out to infinity, that's the horizon. That I wouldn't call it now. True horizon.
Yeah, okay. I think I've got it now. What we all observe, that's the horizon without assumptions. But then your horizon is a horizon with assumptions. So it's more of a guess.
No, it's just describing reality. So fine, we'll call the true horizon what you see with your eyes. Fine, we'll do that.
Without assumptions, though. Without assumptions, you have the same horizon as us. We all have the same horizon.
Yes, fine. But what's the difference?
Well, that should be the true horizon.
Okay, fine. But can you?
The true horizon is apparent.
The atmosphere can change the way that things at distances, especially, appear. Right?
Yes, and it would truly be the case that the horizon would change in distance based on whatever variables you actually want to dig into.
It's all starting to make sense again. Thank you.
So, fine, the true horizon is what you see, but no two of us would have the same true horizon, because if our eyesight's are slightly different, if we have different if someone of us wears glasses or whatever, like this also might affect what we're seeing. And so this is why we can't just classify the true horizon in such a way, because no two people are going to see the exact same thing.
That's right.
If you take it down to a mathematically precise measurement.
Well, that's it. It's an apparent location based on several factors.
But
Yeah, that is the true horizon.
Okay, cool. But our eyesight doesn't change the shape of the surface.
It's just personal grid of vision.
Okay, yes. Okay, but there's still there's more parts. There's more
Hold
parts.
on, bro. How did I start this discussion with you? I asked you, what is the horizon? And I asked you to try and help you realize the horizon doesn't dictate the shape of anything. The horizon is an arbitrary place.
Literally, I said that at the beginning,
your horizon is not Earth curve. This is how we started the conversation.
Exactly, yes. Literally, yes. Okay, I never said it was
changed position since the beginning.
No, I said it was. Rewind it back. I said it was consequence. Okay,
no,
the concept describes the consequence of curvature. Okay.
No, it is not consequence of curvatures because we agreed, we and you, that it can occur without that thing. So it means that it's not the consequence of curvature. It can occur on a
literally. Okay, look. Yes, that's not what I'm saying. Yes, that's not what I'm saying. I agree with you. Yes, it's okay.
Just due to perspective and atmospheric conditions alone. So it means it's not due to curvature or the shape of the surface, and the shape of the surface have nothing to do with that. So you don't have to put it in the sentence.
Okay,
you can
okay, fine.
It's due to perspective and atmospheric conditions alone.
But it's not alone. It's not alone because the shape of the thing of the perspective the observer is standing on does matter.
The shape that you are dreaming about, that you
it doesn't matter what the shape is. No, dude, it doesn't matter what the shape is. I haven't defined any shape right now, and we could define a certain shape and use that in each scenario. Okay, but it doesn't matter what the shape is, but the shape does matter. Okay, and so the point is the wider point.
Wait. The horizon will occur in any shape. That we agree upon this. Okay, let's take this. The horizon will occur in any shape. It means that the shape doesn't matter.
Okay, no, okay. Okay.
So it's not
the shape. No. The shape is a variable. No. Okay, the variable is necessary. Okay, but it can be anything, is what I'm saying. So something is required, and that something will be a shape. All right, but what that shape is doesn't matter.
Required only to determine the distance to that horizon. Knowing the shape and how big is that shape and those variables, it will just help you know what is the distance to that horizon. But the horizon is not dependent to the shape, so the shape doesn't matter for the presence or no presence of that horizon. The horizon will be there in any shape. You acknowledge the shape only when you want to talk about the distance to that horizon. For example, we acknowledge the shape of this ball Earth to just debunk the distance to that horizon, telling them, oh, listen, it's not the horizon that you claim to be able to see, and that this distance you claim also. So, meaning that, we can talk about the shape at that moment. You can say that the shape matter, but saying that the horizon is due to shape, you said just it can happen on any shape. So it's not due to shape, it's due to perspective and atmospheric conditions, if you want to add that.
But the shape is a necessary variable.
For the distance, okay, when you're talking about the distance to the horizon, okay. But having a horizon or not having a horizon, the shape doesn't account. You can have the horizon in any shape because it doesn't. It's not important.
Which horizons would you see physically with your eyes out of the three that you've given?
The apparent or true. Well, we're going to rename what I call true to mathematical horizon. So now apparent and true horizon are the same thing. So whatever you want to call it, true horizon, apparent horizon is the thing that you will see. But the thing is, the true/apparent horizon is dependent on many, many variables. One of them is the shape of the thing you are on. Another thing is the atmospheric conditions of the thing.
No, you've claimed that there's a geometric horizon, that there's an apparent horizon, and then there's your mathematical horizon. Which of these
Just a
three are
quick
you
question.
going to see in reality
He was in
outside?
mid-question, dude. Come on, start your question again, dude. That guy.
So just 2 seconds, sorry. No, it doesn't have anything to do with it. But what do I need to do to get permissions to post images? All right. Because I want to post an image of a sunset of the sun just disappearing away into the horizon and getting smaller, like the guy was asking for.
It's done, bro.
Thank you.
Okay.
Carry on. Sorry, my bad.
The mathematical horizon, the geometric horizon, and the apparent horizon. Which of these are you seeing with your eyes?
The apparent.
Why can't you see the geometric horizon?
Because of atmospheric conditions.
Why can't you see the mathematical horizon?
Because it's just a theoretical place.
Okay. How would you determine that your apparent horizon is matching your geometric horizon?
You'd ideally have some measurements of the thing that is what you're referencing the horizon of.
How many measurements do you need to take before you're concluding that you're seeing a geometric horizon?
I mean, I don't know. You just need the shape of the thing. So if it was a cube, you'd need to know the size of the cube. If it was a ball,
I'm not going to accept the cube argument, because then you could say, well, any arbitrary point on this cube, it's the surface that you're standing on is going to be a flat plane. So I'm not going to accept.
Not necessarily.
What we're actually learning in school is that we're living on a sphere, oblate, or whatever shape you want to take, right?
We can go with
let's
if you
use
want.
that.
It's contentious.
At what point do I stop seeing an apparent horizon and start seeing a geometric horizon based on how many measurements I need to take?
So you're as an observer, as a human observer, you're never going to see the geometric horizon.
When do you start concluding that it's possible that you just live on a flat plane?
When the apparent horizon is very close to, given the margin of error of the atmospheric conditions, very close to the true horizon, the mathematical horizon.
Yeah, but you're never seeing a geometric horizon, which the claim is that we're living on a sphere. If you can't see it, and any measurement you take would be an arbitrary measurement to try and deduce the shape of the sphere. No, this is reaching logical conclusion, because I'm tired of this. If we're constantly trying to take a measurement with the apparent horizon to derive the geometric horizon, and we're not able to do it, why are we still trying to conclude that we live on a shape that we can't determine?
Well, because the shape still would fall within a margin of error. And this margin of error is so far from the mathematical horizon that even with the margin of error of the apparent horizon, the geometric horizon just would not be anywhere close to being a flat plane.
How large is the margin of error?
I mean,
is that too arbitrary?
It's going to have something to do with pi. No, so you could take a mathematical difference between the mathematical horizon and the geometric horizon if you take 3959, for example, and you can work out what that would be.
It will give you 264,000 mile for radius. If you add refraction, it will give you 49k radius mile.
It depends on the day. So the refraction is
large. It's large. It's 67
so it's arbitrary.
Okay, but
your margin of error is arbitrary. Your geometric shape horizon is arbitrary. You just have this religious belief, and you're requiring sophistry
this
to
is
make
not
there
insignificant.
be three horizons.
Dude,
well, look,
please.
the apparent
This isn't
horizon is the thing
insignificant.
that I'll actually see. The geometric horizon I won't actually see, because the apparent horizon is always going to change. But
You're
then there's this
jumping to
mathematical horizon that
confirmation bias.
could be here, but that's actually running out to infinity. So this is actually going to help me decide my margin of error size so that I can still have the shape of the sphere that I'm believing in.
No, this is not what I'm saying. This is not what I'm saying, and it does matter. It's not insignificant. Okay, so if you for example imagine a ball and you imagine an infinite plane, all right, the infinite plane is going to have a horizon that is very close to the mathematical horizon. So both the geometric horizon would be where the mathematical horizon is, and the apparent horizon would be very close, very, very close. But what we observe is a horizon that falls off from the mathematical.
Not very close. It
No,
gives you an Earth that is 67 times bigger than the claimed Earth. No, it's not close at all. Yeah, following Occam's razor, you would have to say flat Earth. Because it is there. You don't claim any distance. Shut up. We don't claim any distance, any specific distance to that horizon.
You don't have to.
It's not due
you
to
don't
the
have to.
Oh my God, I'm talking. So you don't claim. We don't claim any distance. You have to claim distance to that. We don't have. I insist on that, and I understand that. I'm telling you, we don't have to claim a distance to the horizon. So whenever you see the horizon, it's just due to your perspective plus the atmospheric conditions. So when we see the horizon being 67 times bigger than the globe claim, yeah, it's close to the flat Earth. It's always close to the flat Earth.
So, dude, yes, okay, sure, but what we see still, okay, if it was a flat plane, all right, it would be very close to the mathematical horizon. If it wasn't,
because your mathematical horizon is from you establishing a horizontal plane going out to infinity. That's a flat surface, right?
Exactly.
And then so now you're just claiming that there's a geometric horizon because you have this idea in your head that the geometric horizon should be there.
Okay, so think about this.
Because you're not seeing the geometric horizon. It's arbitrary, and then your margin of error is also arbitrary.
Yes, but they are not insignificant, all right? And so if you were stood on a really, really, really big ball, all right, would it not be true that there would be an end to what you could see? The ball would fall off, all right, if you were stood on top of the ball. Is this not true?
Yeah. And then, of course, they're telling you the distance to the horizon can be mathematically explained by 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That'll give you the distance to the horizon in miles, because they claim that the radius of this sphere is 3,959 miles.
Yeah, fine.
Yeah.
And then when we look at the horizon to try and deduce whether they've got the math correct, your explanation to keep your geometric horizon is to say that, oh, well, it's arbitrary.
Okay,
it's
but
even
with these apparent fluctuations, the apparent horizon fluctuations, they come nowhere near close to representing a flat plane. So because it falls off, the apparent one is dictated from the geometric, which falls off also. And this, because it falls off, it's so far from the mathematical horizon, and it should not be if it's a flat plane. And so because it's nowhere near,
because it's a flat plane, the horizon should go on for forever, and I should be able to
literally yes. This is how a flat plane would work.
No.
We've been through this, for God's sake.
Every reason you're saying I can hold to the apparent horizon and ignore the geometric horizon is the exact same thing that we would be saying why you can't see forever on a flat plane. The way your eyes are shaped, you brought that up in the conversation before. the way the weather manipulates light traveling through it, you've mentioned that before. That would be the same reason why we say you don't see forever over this
So can we clarify something?
horizon.
Can we clarify something?
Wait, before that.
Just real quick. Can we clarify? Just real quick.
I just want to get to a point that you've already said. I don't want you to forget that point. You said that a horizon on a flat plane would have to be in infinite distance. No, it's
no. I didn't. No, I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I said if it was a flat plane, it would be very close to. Okay, and there's two things here. Actually, you've just determined. So either there is a finite distance, or it is an infinite flat plane. Okay, and if it isn't a flat, if it is an infinite flat plane, then it would be very close to the mathematical horizon. If it's not, we should be able to determine a distance, and it would be another shape that would fall off almost immediately, maybe.
No.
Okay, unless you're imagining this just magical shape that changes as you get to its edges or whatever. But
No,
just another point.
We don't
Do you
need
think?
the edges? We don't use the edges because
I know
for
you
us-
don't, but you would be
for
able
us,
to
but
discern
us,
them.
listen,
You would
for
be
us,
able to discern them using
Can you listen?
these
Can you listen?
mathematics.
Can you listen? For
Go
us,
on.
the horizon is not the edge or an obstruction. It's not the edge of the surface or an obstruction on
Okay,
the surface.
yes.
It's the natural limit of your vision due
Okay,
to
cool.
perspective. So,
So-
listen to just
Just real quick. This natural limit of your vision.
No. It's not real quick. It's not real slow.
It
Just
is.
wait.
This will be
No.
a real quick.
So for
Please,
for
dude.
a horizon,
You
for a
keep saying this
horizon,
limit of your vision. You keep saying limit of your vision.
Just listen.
Ah, for
For
fuck's sake.
horizon, it's due to the perspective. That's what creates the limit to your vision. That, like I sent already above, and I can resend the explanation again. So it's due to the perspective. That flat floor, it will ramp up to the middle of your eye and stop there, create a line where that flat floor and the bottom of your below your feet will meet the sky, which is above your head, or even another roof, which is another flat surface above your head. They will meet at that line at just a specific distance, not very far, not in infinite, because it's the limit of your vision. Imagining an infinite distance horizon, you will just keep ramping up that floor. That floor will keep go up. Every time you will have to draw another line. If you go more farther distance, another line up. That's because the horizon is due to perspective. So it will always go up to infinite up. Not infinite horizontal. There is no horizon that can be infinitely horizontal in just in front of your eyes. That it will be the same line, the same exact line. It won't change. But when you limit that thing, that's without any atmospheric conditions, just perspective. Even in a drawing, when you draw a flat plane, you just draw a line where the sky will meet that that surface. A street also exactly the same thing. So when you draw that line, you draw it in the middle. There is nothing above it, like this picture here. That line won't go up again. Yeah, it will be limited because of the atmospheric conditions. Foggy day, refraction, mirroring, mirage on the surface on the top of the surface. So yeah, it will just create that line, but it will not go up. It can't go down because of the limitation, but now up again.
Yeah, you'll notice that, like, just to add to what Necros was saying, right? Most video games are modeled on a flat map, right? Like Grand Theft Auto and whatnot, right? So if you go to the ocean on any of these games, right, or any flat area of land, right, because it's all on a flat map, you're still going to have a horizon line because, like what Necros was just explaining, right? It's kind of like art in a way, or architecture. If you look up any advanced art, just let me finish. Well, just let me finish quickly, right? So my wife has a master's degree in art. My dad's an architect. We've got the guy who's a professor of architecture who runs the live stream, right, for this channel. They all agree, right, that A horizon line is a straight line between vanishing points, right? That's why you have a horizon on a flat map on a video game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not to do with a curve.
Yeah, it's basic perspective.
None of this contradicts anything I've said. Yeah.
It's just your true horizon thing, right? When you were talking about what your true horizon is, right? I get what you mean, right? It's like the edge of a cube, right? If you're standing on a flat cube and you're looking, right? If you negate perspective, then what you're talking about as a true horizon would be the edge of the cube, right? Where the ground and the sky appear to meet. But that's not where they appear to meet, because we have something called perspective convergence, right? And a horizon line is the straight line between points of convergence. That's how it works.
Sort of, but so
not sort of.
Yes, sort of. So on a globe, the horizon is still, it's useful to know it as a horizon because its size is so large. And so
but we can calculate the exact distance to where the geometric horizon should be on a globe, right? So if you're from 1 foot observer height, right, and just say hypothetically you remove all the atmospheric conditions, right, just for a thought experiment, right? And you're just at 1 foot observer height, the geometric horizon line is going to be at a set distance and it cannot move. It's at a set distance because it's a physical location, right? So then if we add back the atmospheric conditions into the scene, you still have to have that geometric horizon line at that set distance, depending on your observer height. Okay, it might not appear there. Hold on a second. I'm nearly done. I'm nearly done. I will let you...
If you carry on from here, it'll be wrong. Just real quick on the geometric horizon, the apparent horizon would still make fluctuations to the geometric. Okay, so the apparent would still be very close to where the geometric is, and you wouldn't be able to see the geometric because of the atmospheric conditions, but it would still be very close.
Okay, so let me just show you. I got you, right? So I'm just going to show you an observation quickly. Okay, so have a look in the side chat. Because what we're finding when we actually go out, right, and make these observations over large bodies of water, it's not anywhere close to the geometric horizon location, right? In fact, we cannot find a geometric horizon, right?
No, you're not going to find it because the atmospheric conditions exist.
If you let me finish my sentence, you would have heard me explain that. Right, so please have a look at the observation, right? So you have to have a geometric horizon. We just agreed there has to be a geometric horizon there if the Earth's a globe. And from this observer height of 8 foot, it has to be at 3.46 miles. Okay, in this observation, we have 2 distance markers. So if they weren't there, right, the 2 oil platforms, if they weren't there, we wouldn't know how far away that horizon line was, right? But because we know the distance to the second oil platform is 10.1 miles, we can guarantee that the horizon that we can see is well beyond the oil platform. So it's beyond 10.1 miles, when on a globe, there has to be a geometric horizon at 3.46 miles. So this is just one out of countless examples where the horizon is magnitudes further, right? It's like a lot of these observations, it's 10, 20, or 30 times further than it should be on a globe. Right, we're not able to detect that a geometric horizon exists in the first place.
This one is 60.
But there are none much further.
Hold on, just let him respond to what I said, Necros, before you jump in.
Yes, there are many of these examples, but these are still relatively very close relative to the mathematical horizon and what you would actually be able to see if it was actually flat. And so, yes, there are examples like this, but they don't fall too far outside of this margin of error, basically. And there are no examples of much further where we have the ability to do that. So lasers and X-ray and infrared and whatever we need to fight through the atmosphere, there are no examples of any further than this. And there should be many of them.
Well, hold on.
Very many.
Hold on a second. Let me reply back to him again. Okay, you might not be aware of examples, right? We have countless examples.
There's one that was
let me finish, because I'm not interrupting you. I just wait for you to finish speaking, and then, right, so just let me finish. I won't be long. Okay, so we have these examples that you're speaking about, right? We've had teams of field engineers go out with a $30,000 laser and shoot huge distances, right? They did 17 different tests over huge bodies, 10, 20, 30, 40-mile laser observations where there should be hundreds and hundreds of feet of curve, but these lasers are hitting their targets on the other side of the bodies of water. We have PhDs that are specialists in the field also going out and doing these laser tests, right?
You have examples you can post.
Yeah. I can post all of the examples to you for you in the side chat. But yeah, these are huge distances, right? So it's not just these observations, right? It's also laser tests, and they're done by professionals, right? FE Core is one of the main ones that I was just talking about, and FE doesn't stand for Flat Earth, it's field engineers. But yeah, I'll share some in the side chat, right? There's some amazing observations, but we do have the evidence to back the claim.
So what you have at this point is circular reasoning, where you're going to say, okay, the apparent horizon is out in the distance, but the geometric horizon should be at X distance, and the Earth actually curving down, but due to all these atmospheric effects, the ground curving down is actually not appearing to curve down. It's actually appearing to be flat, allowing me to see farther. And then there's still going to be this part where it stops because the Earth's a ball. And so whenever we present you these observations to where we're looking 10 times farther than what we ought to be, 20 times
Never any further.
Hang on, I'm not finished. And then we show you lasers being shot across lakes at 20 or more miles, and they're at the same height that they were shot across the lake, right? So now you have a parallel line between the surface of the water and this laser reaching the other target at the other end. So now you're still going to conclude that the Earth's a sphere. It's just that the laser is curving at the exact rate as the ground and the surface of this water does as it conforms to this ball, because gravity is causing the image of the light to be parallel with the surface of the ground.
I just want to add one sentence. He will forget that he said that you can't see farther than that distance. You can't observe it. You can't use the lasers and those things. He will forget that. Watch. Go ahead, brother.
So thank you for the straw man. So I haven't seen this. And so I'm going to watch it. All right, I'm going to have a look at it. One thing I still wanted to clarify: do you think your restrictions, your perspective restrictions, are like a render distance in Minecraft?
No, it's a convergence, right? It's due to the optics of your eyes, or due to the optics of the lens that you're using, right? So you'll have a maximum point of convergence, right? You can work it out. It depends on the height that you're at or whatnot, right? Like just say you had like a very long hallway, right? Just say it was 10 miles long or something like that, right? If you just look down the hallway using the focal length of your eyes, right, everything's going to converge at a certain point, right? Because we don't have much atmosphere to skew that point of convergence, right? But then if you pull out like binoculars or a zoom lens or something, right, you're going to open up that point of convergence, and the vanishing point's going to be further away. You're going to then all of a sudden be able to see further down the hallway than you could just with your naked eye. And you can keep pulling out like bigger and bigger lenses, right, and see further and further. But the problem is when you do that in nature, right, if you're looking out over the ocean, you do have all of these atmospheric conditions that are going to cause all sorts of refractive effects like sinking or looming or mirages, or just depending on the gradients of temperatures and everything, right? So, and also the opacity of the atmosphere, the ocean swell, all sorts of different things.
Cool. It just sounded like the other people were thinking of the limits of our perspective as if it was a render distance. So yeah, I'm going to watch this video. I will make a prediction that I'm sure that, like every other one of these, it's just flat earthers have completely misinterpreted the results to their own confirmation bias. And so that's where I'll leave that.
Yeah, no problem. Look, this is the best rebuttal that we get from the globe side, right? Even no matter who we talk to, even if they're professionals in the field, right? When we make the long distance observations, right? they say, yes, the geometric horizon, really it is there, but everything behind the geometric horizon line isn't really where it appears. It's just an optical illusion. It's all refracting up and just making it appear like it's flat out to the apparent horizon, right? And that makes the geometric horizon undetectable. Okay, and then with the laser tests, they say the same thing, right? They say the light is perfectly bending around the surface of the Earth and hitting the target on the other side of the body of water. So even if it's a 10-mile laser test or a 30-mile laser test, they'll just say, oh, it's just perfectly bending around the surface of the Earth and hitting the target. Even if it's 400 feet that it should be bending over, right? 30, that much obstruction between the target point A and point B. So yeah, that's the best that you'll be able to come up with from the globe side.
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I've been listening to these debates for 8 years. We've had physicists and all sorts of people like debate this. That's the only rebuttal from, right, the anti-flat Earth debunkers or anyone, right? They'll just say what I just said, basically. But yeah, look into it, man. I appreciate you saying that, you haven't seen these laser tests before and you'll look into it, use critical thinking, and then come back and have another conversation about it. And that's awesome. Rather than just hand wave dismissing it. So I appreciate you didn't do that.
Appreciate it.
And even though, right, everyone, we have disagreements in these conversations, I did enjoy listening to both sides of the conversation. So thank you for entertaining me.
Here for the entertainment.
Well, I'm listening to this while I'm working, so it was entertaining to listen to.
So did we get there now? Have we finally understood the horizon?
I'm gonna go watch a video. But he's already concluded that we're going to have confirmation bias when he could also be the one concluding confirmation bias in his, I guess, claim for saying that we're being the confirmation bias. I don't know.
I think he knows more than he's letting on. He knows full well, and he said earlier that the so-called geometric horizon is basically the same as what the limitations would be of view anyway. I reckon he knows.
He's been around before. That's why he's trying to obfuscate against accepting the black swan as an observation by saying that, oh, well, there's 3 factors for the horizon, and it must conclude that there's a ball. When
not that it's a ball,
we're just saying there's no geometric horizon. It's just the apparent horizon and what he wants to call the mathematic plane, which when we reference flat Earth, that's what we're referencing. Horizontal plane that doesn't curve, that we reference for changing elevations.
Yeah, like if you use animation software, right, and you create an infinite flat plane, right, as your baseline to work on, you still have a horizon depending on the camera. Like, because when you're making animation, like if you're making a video game or animations or anything like that, right, you'll start off with an infinite flat plane basically. And then you have to choose which type of camera you use, right? So what your focal length is going to be, right? It's going to be how you see the visuals in the animation, right? And depending on which focal length or which type of lens you choose, right, you're going to have a point of convergence, right? And the horizon line is going to be the straight line between the convergence points.
Want to see something funny? Just go and take the data. If you're familiar with Unreal Engine 5, take the data or just the link of Google Map, throw it in Unreal Engine 5, and it will create atmosphere, horizon, everything for you on a flat plane.
So And simulation software is very good, but it's not a substitute. Especially Unreal Engine
It's an
5.
example. It's an example of depth perception, and they're modeling it on reality. So in reality, we have depth perception, and all of that is based on what we've discussed.
So yeah, we can simulate it very well, but it's not a worthy substitute for such examinations.
No, we're just giving you an example, like in art class or like in game design. When you try and model the world, you have to give it depth perception, regardless of the shape of the object that the game or whatever is on. You still have to add in that depth perception, because that's how we see. Depth perception has nothing to do with Earth curve. That's how the beginning of the conversation started, remember?
I never said it had anything to do with Earth curve.
I thought you was going to go watch the video, bud.
I mean, I'm not going to do it right now. And while people are straw manning me, I'm going to defend myself. But
Straw manning. I thought I accurately represented you.
Other people are also
mathematic horizon, geometric horizon, apparent horizon. The only thing we're claiming that's not there is the geometric horizon.
So people keep referencing that it's related to curvature in ways that are saying that I was saying because of curvature, but I never said that is what I was saying. There are many points at which I could be strawmanned, and they keep propping up.
Didn't you say that the horizon was a consequence of the curvature?
Yep.
Yes, somewhat, but it's maybe I didn't articulate it very well. But the point is not that because of the curvature. It's just that if it is true that we are on a ball and there would be curvature, the horizon is relative to that in that example. Not that the horizon is relative to the curvature intrinsically.
Well, this is my point. I don't feel like I'm strawmanning you. How can the horizon be relative to the curvature when the horizon is just demonstrating depth perception on any surface? It works the same. So how would the horizon be relative to Earth curvature?
Again, that's not. I didn't say it was relative to Earth curvature, as in it's relative intrinsically. It's relative only if we start from the axiom. In an example, one theoretical example, if we have the axiom that we are on a ball, the horizon has nothing to do with the curvature itself. It's just that because there is curvature inherently in this axiom, that the horizon is dictated to be that point at which that sort of margin of error point, let's call it, that the sky meets the ground. And so only in that theoretical example does curvature matter, but it's not intrinsic to the definition of horizon.
No, of course not, because we've already defined the horizon.
Exactly.
And it has nothing to do with Earth curvature.
I've literally just said that.
Yeah, but I'm saying you originally changed you've changed your
No,
originally you said it was due. You said that the apparent horizon was dictated by the geometric horizon.
I didn't. Okay.
Okay. Well, we can move past it, but you did say something.
What I've just articulated is what I've believed from the beginning of this, and what I was trying to say, and you kept twisting it up. Maybe not on purpose, but yes.
What we need to determine, right, what we're left at here is the globe side needing to validate there is such a thing as a geometric horizon in existence.
Okay, so if it was a flat plane, if it was an infinite flat plane, the observable horizon or the apparent horizon would match very closely to the mathematical horizon, and it doesn't.
Well, no, because you're not taking perspective into account. You already basically told us you didn't understand like much about convergence and perspective and what a horizon is, you know, due to convergence
I didn't say
points. Well, look, dude. I mean, on a flat. Okay, so where's the mathematical horizon? Just say, right. Let's do a hypothetical. Let's say you've got a 10-mile straight long hallway. Right, you're standing at one end of the hallway. You're looking down the hallway. Where's your mathematical horizon in that hallway?
It's going to be on the tangent plane from the observer's eyes.
To infinity.
Even in like a hallway that's not that long, right? Everything converges into a vanishing point.
Yes, but that doesn't. But the horizon is still going to be separate from the vanishing point. Even if it matches up exactly, it's still a separate thing.
No, it's the center of the horizon. Your convergence point is always perfectly on your horizon. Yeah, because what it is the horizon is that point between the sky and the ground, and then the convergence point will sit perfectly in the middle, where the sky is curving into the convergence point from above, and the ground is curving into the convergence point from below. It has to be on the horizon, and usually right in the middle of where you're looking. Well, it is where you're looking because it's observer dependent.
A horizon line is literally, right, in architecture, art, it's literally a straight line between vanishing points, right? So the vanishing point is the point of convergence, and the horizon line is just a straight line between vanishing points.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, where two parallel lines converge. Yeah.
But you can draw this vanishing point at any level on the page, and what this would imply is the observer, you looking at the photo, is if your head is tilted slightly up or down, and so this line is arbitrary to just the perspective. But if you were to take an exactly perpendicular 90-degree from the zenith, or whatever you call it, that's where the mathematical one would be.
Can you see the image with the little boy on his bicycle on the hallway? And it's 4 minutes after the hour. Right.
Yeah.
That's the vanishing point.
Yes, but this vanishing point is arbitrary.
Where every parallel line is just conversion toward that center.
Yes.
Horizon is the line separating platform, the plane where you're standing on. If you have an opaque plane that you're standing on, it will
optically, yes.
Horizon. Yeah, exactly. So that horizon won't be there if you are just looking in an empty space. No horizon when you look to the sun, because there is no plane that you are standing on, no surface intersecting.
You're standing on the earth.
Another surface, they're parallel, and they will just converge in distance. That doesn't happen when you don't have a surface. The horizon will be on an open surface. There is no horizon in that hallway because there is no open surface in that hallway. If you are a little smaller than that, like an ant or smaller than that, you will have a horizon. Like when you model a word for ants, when you do it in a 3D software, your horizon will be so smaller, even if you are on a flat floor inside the house. Have you ever played a game or seen a simulation of ants and or small things in a bigger world? Yeah, even if you have a flat surface, it will create that horizontal line. That's where the surfaces are meeting. If the surface is with another surface above it, which is two flat surfaces are parallel, or even if there is just a sky. So that surface will just go to the middle of your eye and stop there, and the sky will meet with that floor in that line. But in space, just a vanishing point.
Yeah, the fact that you have no reference points doesn't change that there is a horizon or not. But also these graphical representations of it add an extra layer of context. In the camera that took these pictures, or however these pictures were drawn, it's arbitrary where that line sort of sits. And that happens just in the graphical representations. And so this picture of the kid on the bike, for example, how certain can we be that the camera is level?
You can't confirm that by just watching the picture. Yeah, I agree.
Exactly. Yeah.
But perspective will work even if the camera is not level.
Yeah, the perspective will work, but that's not necessarily where these horizons sort of sit.
The horizon will be just in the top of the picture if the camera is pointing a little bit down, and the horizon would be in the bottom of the picture if the camera is pointing a little bit up. The effect still be the same. Right. The train track will always converge in the same place. Even if you could just point your eyes up and you are in the middle of a train track, you point up or down without changing elevation, it won't change the perspective. You need to change your elevation, completely your elevation. To change that perspective, the circle, the limit of your vision will be bigger. The horizon will be farther. That's the limit. So you will just make that personal dome or grid of vision bigger size. But down, if the camera is level or not, it won't change anything.
Yeah, this true mathematical horizon that you're talking about, it's irrelevant to this conversation, right? We're only talking about the apparent horizon or the geometric horizon, right? You wouldn't even have a mathematical true horizon like you're talking about on an infinite plane. It couldn't exist.
Why not?
Because a horizon is due to convergence, right? It's a straight line between vanishing points. Right, so when you're giving your cube example and you're saying that the true horizon would be the edge of the cube, right, where the edge of the cube goes off and the sky and the edge of the cube meet, right? That's where you're saying the true mathematical horizon would be, right? That's because you're talking about an object.
That would be the geometric. That would be the geometric horizon.
Okay, so what's the true horizon then? It's just, can you give us a so what you could do, right? Because the only thing that's throwing off this conversation right now is you adding in this third type of horizon. So can you give us a citation, a definition of this horizon that you're talking about?
So
he's talking about a mathematical position on a perfect ball, I think, with an assumption.
No. In space, just
when we asked him this earlier, he said that the person would drop a plumb bob, establish a perpendicular horizontal, and out to infinity. That's his mathematic, quote, true horizon.
So we did change true to be apparent because somebody had a problem with it.
No. We changed it to mathematical because it was established that it was based on math and imagination.
True to apparent, yes.
Well, then it's just to do with where the conditions and convergence points. Then that's the apparent horizon.
Yeah, angular size and atmospheric conditions.
Mm-hmm. So two types of horizons. One we agree with, right? Which is the actual definition of horizon, right? The apparent location where the sky and the ground meet. That's what everyone experiences in reality. But on a globe, you must have a geometric horizon, and it has to be at a set distance depending on your observer height. And that's what we can't prove that it exists. That's where we're at.
Okay, but we can prove that it doesn't go off into infinity, especially when you have imagery from high elevations looking long distances.
It shouldn't go into infinity. We've told you about convergence. We've told you if you look at the Rayleigh criterion, it can show you the math of how things converge in the distance and at what rate. Yeah, so stop saying it would go to infinity. On a flat Earth, we have an horizon. It works exactly the same as how you think it works on your ball.
Okay, but if looking over long distances from high elevations, the convergence point would sit a lot higher in these images, closer to what would be the mathematical convergence point. There is an example that has I'll try and find it.
I was watching some awesome drone footage the other day on Phuket Words channel, and it was showing drones just going straight up and straight down, and he draws like a arrow in the center frame of the screen, and as he goes up and goes down, the horizon perfectly rises and lowers with the drone. I'm not saying that always happens, because sometimes we can have different atmospheric conditions, but it was really cool video, right? As the drone goes up, you watch the horizon just lifting perfectly with this line up and down.
That's right, and it creates a circle around you the higher you go.
Yeah,
it's exactly how perspective works. You're not listening, bro.
I am listening.
Here.
The higher you get, yeah, the further your horizon goes, but the ground will still reach up to eye level eventually.
All right, so are you saying that this green line on the picture that I'm posting, which I ended up having to screenshot somebody else sometime in the past, are you saying that this green line is your, quote, true horizon?
Yeah, mathematical. Celestial is good as well. Fine. Yep. 90 degrees. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
Whereas, check this. I would say that the line the point's coming from, looking up to a different point where it gives you this different degrees, that line that it's sitting on is your mathematic horizon. That 0 is your true horizon, your celestial horizon, your whatever horizon that you want to make happen. That will be the plane of reference that we refer to when we say the Earth's flat. We would refer to that mathematic plane of existence when we want to establish altitudes, like heights of hills and mountains and such, and depths of valleys and, Marianas Trenches and such, right? We would refer to that mathematic line, that horizontal plane. But you're saying that what we're referencing is actually the green line that sits on that sphere you believe you sit on. And what we're trying to do is establish whether or not it's the green line sitting on the ball or that line in the GIF where we're establishing our nautical miles to angles of things in the sky. Right? And that's why we're having to address the geometric horizon. But earlier in the conversation, you admitted that that's arbitrary. And then you defended yourself by saying, well, there's a margin of error, but that's also arbitrary.
So you've made a lot of conflation, a lot of misunderstandings about what I actually said.
Well, this is a conclusion of the conversation as a whole.
It's a conclusion, but from what you've just repeated back to me, you have oversimplified what I was saying, and so it's not exactly what I was saying, and doesn't add up to what I was saying. So let's.
Well, you changed what you were saying.
I didn't. I tried to re-articulate so that it was understandable. And that's all that was happening. So this green line in the first image you posted, the green line would be the mathematical. What I was calling the mathematical. I originally called it the true, but we'll go with celestial now. So yeah, looking out, that's the green one. On a flat plane, if this ball was a flat plane, you see how the celestial horizon would match up to where points in the distance would be. But instead, because it is a ball, the visible horizon is actually quite a way away from the celestial horizon. And so if it was flat, we would be far closer to the celestial, even though, yes, there are black swans on the globe examples, it still comes nowhere near what it would be if it was flat, the celestial horizon.
Well, right now you're trying to combine two things that don't need to be combined, right?
Go on.
That celestial line, the green line on that ball in the image, only exists if you have a ball that needs that line.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. So if you just had a flat box, if you
that's
a lie. You started on a lie.
Earth, when I just described to you that that's not what's being referenced on a flat Earth.
No, so the celestial one wouldn't change whether that was a ball there or an infinite flat plane. That green line would stay the same. The observer at the blue line.
Exactly.
Okay, so
which is why you need it to be in your argument as like independent from the others. And what we're saying is that we're trying to establish the geometric horizon, that geometric shape of the ground underneath us. That's the reason for looking at the horizon, is trying to establish the shape underneath our feet.
Okay, and we've established that there are black swans, and it's very difficult to establish this geometric horizon. My counterpoint is that if it was a flat surface, this visible horizon would be far closer to the celestial horizon, but it's not.
Your visible
you haven't
horizon,
acknowledged that point.
Your celestial horizon, because you want to conform that you want that green line to exist on a flat plane. They would be the same.
Not that I want it to exist, just it does exist. Yes, it would be the same. The visible horizon would be far closer to the celestial horizon.
Mm-hmm. And your apparent horizon would be determined by the viewing device, which could be eyes, binoculars, telescope, cameras, and weather conditions, and physical obstructions like mountains, hills, waves.
Mm-hmm. So my only point is that on a flat plane, the visible horizon would be far closer to the celestial horizon. And there are...
You're getting confused, dude. It's just one horizon, yeah? One horizon. The rest is all mathematics.
Yes, but they're still conceptually and theoretically correct. Okay, and so if it was flat, the celestial horizon would basically be the same as the geometric and the visible. That's all I'm saying. And you haven't been able to tell me why they wouldn't. Or why it isn't.
I just think you're getting confused with the whole globe having a celestial... Yeah, because you think there's a difference between the visible horizon and the celestial horizon because you think we live on a ball.
No, but there clearly is
the same thing. It's the same thing.
You're just skirting around.
Your horizon.
You're not even saying anything right now.
No, genuinely, I genuinely think you're getting confused.
But what you think I've been confused, you haven't been able to articulate that because I disagree with your premise at where I'm confused because you haven't been able to articulate
what's confusing. What is it that we have said that's confusing?
If it wasn't a ball in this image, okay?
No, not something else that has... What was it that we said that was confusing?
Nothing. I don't know. You're the one claiming I'm confused, but you haven't been able to
you said that you're confused about what we said.
The only reason I said I'm confused is because it was part of the sentence that says you are saying I'm confused. You have not been able to articulate how I'm confused. You have not been able to. You are claiming I'm confused.
Articulate what we
You
have
are not
said.
able to. I can't discern what you said. You're each saying different things.
So then you're confused about what we said.
Yeah, what you said, but not the point not the concept you're trying to describe, because you haven't been able to.
So you are or are not confused, because now you're double speaking at this point.
This is insane. This is bonkers. So all I'm saying, my only point is that the visible and geometric horizons would be far closer in this image, for example, to the celestial horizon. But they are not, and you cannot.
What is it that we said?
It doesn't matter what you said.
It does matter what we say, because you just keep circular, like the hamster on the wheel, running around. Let's try
again. Because
what is it that we said?
Proof does not fear examination. So let's try to stay on point. The original point that I was making.
What is it that we said?
I don't know because
no
so
need
much
to
stuff.
go back over the whole damn
It
thing.
is silly.
We've already had the conversation.
Exactly. Let's not go
Everything's
over the
already
damn
been
thing. What you're
recorded.
asking me,
We can go back
you're
and
literally
then, like,
asking me to repeat what
the
you said.
anal
So that is
and
going over
talk
what you
about
said.
specific things that have been said in the last like 20 minutes, 30
Okay,
minutes or more.
My only
So,
point.
what is it that we have said?
This is silly. I'm not going there. This is ridiculous. It should be very simple, all right? And we can get there very easily if we can determine why the visible horizon and the geometric horizon are not far closer to the celestial horizon, because they would be if this wasn't a ball in this image. If it was a flat plane, it would follow that green line and your visible horizon wouldn't fall off like the yellow line does. It's that simple.
Here's the last time I'm going to allow you to say it, and I'm going to address what you said. We're saying your celestial horizon, your visible horizon, that apparent horizon is one horizon. It's where
Okay, so
Earth
in this image
and the sky apparently meet. There is no geometric horizon because the ground you stand on is a horizontal topographic plane of existence.
Fine.
Which is
but
exactly
even in that
like
scenario,
the mathematic horizon, which your celestial horizon, again, is the same.
Okay.
You need to establish how that geometric shape underneath your feet is true.
Because you can't describe how your way is true? Why are you trying to spin this around? I started with the question.
Oh, he's told you 4 or 5 times. You're the one who's getting confused. You're only talking about celestial horizon because you're a glober. It's a way to justify the fact that you create a flat plane to be able to navigate. So that's the only thing. You're confused, lost in Globyland, talking about celestial horizons. On the other hand, we know there is one horizon, and it's used the same way for navigation, and you're just confused.
You want to keep talking to him?
Well, I hope the penny's dropping, because how many times can you say the same thing? The celestial horizon is just a arbitrary, theoretical thing.
Bro, honestly, I've been listening to this for the past hour or so. This is going nowhere, literally. It's not gonna go anywhere whatsoever, to be honest.
It's because he doesn't understand the horizon properly. He's taking everything from a glober's perspective, and we're just dealing with what we actually get in reality, which is an apparent horizon.
Wait, why did you mute him?
Because he's going in circles and we're beating the same dead horse. And when I ask him to reiterate what we say, he can't do that. So you want him to reiterate what we're saying? Maybe like good faith one more time? Or do you want to keep beating the same dead horse away?
Why do you want to have a go?
I mean, what I want is, I think you can move on to something else, to be honest, because that's my point when I say this is going nowhere. This is like a chess match that's going to end in a draw for sure. There's nobody that's going to change their mind here. It's pointless.
Yeah, it's
do you understand what's happening though here? Do you understand he's using a term, celestial horizon, that's only relevant on a ball? And then he's trying to claim celestial horizon is different to the horizon on a flat Earth. Do you get what he's doing?
Yeah, I get what's happening, yeah. That's why I'm saying it's going nowhere. Because
he's misinterpreting it. Yeah, the horizon.
Oh, I got a question for him. Hang on.
I got a question, actually. Have you guys ever talked to anyone like in this matter, in a debate?
Hang on. Let's stand. Are you imagining that the Earth is a flat disk in outer space?
No.
What
I've made
is
no
the flat
illusions
Earth?
as to the shape.
Well, somehow we're thinking that the celestial horizon and the apparent horizon are two different things. And you're saying that we're the ones having the problem with it. So maybe you're thinking that it's a disk in outer space when that's not what we're claiming either.
Yeah, and I haven't said that either.
Okay.
So,
because I'm trying to
regardless
understand
of the
why
shape,
you can't understand why a celestial horizon and the apparent horizon are the same fucking thing.
it doesn't. Okay, so they might meet the same position, all right, but they would still exist as theoreticals. All right, so even if
it wouldn't be a theoretical, because if I'm gonna point a fucking line up to a light above my head, and then reference that same fucking horizontal off in the distance to try and get an angle to the damn thing, then my celestial horizon and my apparent horizon are the same fucking thing.
okay, but they are still theoretically different things that can be different things. So the fact that they meet at the same point
and
doesn't
in imagination
mean that they
land,
are
if I
exactly
wanted
the
to
same.
imagine I'm on a pyramid, then I would
If
have to make
you're
that
unable to do a
apparent
theoretical
celestial line match my
conceptualization.
pyramid, right? So yes, of course, we can have whatever shape underneath the ground. The only thing I was trying to determine is why you can't understand why we're saying celestial line that you require to exist, and the
Because
apparent horizon.
No, I didn't say.
Are not the same.
That. I didn't say that. Okay, you're saying the celestial is only necessary on a globe. All I'm saying is that theoretically, the celestial is just constant, no matter what shape or size. It's just there. It's a theoretical that you can use, and it doesn't change.
And I'm saying that that's the same as the apparent horizon.
Okay, the fact that they are the same. The fact that you think that they are the same doesn't mean that they are not two different concepts.
It's not a thought. It's an observable fact. If I'm standing out at the beach and it's nighttime and I'm watching the stars off in the distance, they go towards the horizon. Yes or no?
Some of them.
Some of them. Well, obviously, some of them. Right. Are the stars heading towards the horizon? Yes or no? From east to west.
Depends where you stood.
From east to west, do the stars travel? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay. Do the stars travel towards the horizon line if I'm standing at the beach at nighttime? And I'm facing west?
It depends. Yeah, probably then, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Celestial horizon, apparent horizon, same fucking thing. And it's way too fucking easy.
Okay, dude. Just because they meet at the same result, it doesn't mean they cannot be two separate concepts. So the hour hand and the minute hand, the hour hand, and look real quick, the hour hand and a minute hand on a clock can both point towards the same direction, but it doesn't mean that they become the same hand when they are in the same direction. You understand that, right?
No, but the only difference is on a ball, right? On the flat Earth, it's the same thing. On a ball, the ground is supposed to be dropping, so that horizon is different on a ball, and that's where you have a problem. The celestial horizon is needed for your globe, but really, what you're doing is
that's not
that's
the
what
case.
you're doing.
The celestial horizon is just there regardless of whether it's globe or flat. We can still
you call it the celestial. You don't call it the because you guys want to obscure the horizon. Separate it into this Earth curve. Yeah, you're trying to invoke Earth curve.
No, I'm just trying to establish the specifics of this concept. That's it.
No, but if you're just honest, you would agree that there is one horizon, and that horizon is the same thing as the celestial horizon. Only on a ball. If you want to try and convince people we live on a ball, but if we live on a ball...
That's not what I'm trying to do, though. That's not what I'm trying to do. Okay, I'm just trying.
But that's the only reason why you're bringing it up, because there is no difference.
No, it's not. I'm bringing it up because of how it can relate to reality, and it might be.
No, because in reality, there's no.
If we can,
you're being dishonest now. Because in reality,
I'm really not. And you claiming that doesn't
you're only
mean
bringing
that it's true.
Up. You probably read something that's like a pro-globe article. That's you know what I mean. But at the end of the day, mate, if you want to be honest, in reality, there is no difference. The horizon is what it is, and
okay, if you're being
different
honest,
on a ball.
Okay, let's be honest. Let's say there is no difference. All right, being honest, there is no difference. It does not mean that those things are become the same thing. There can still be a celestial and a visible. Okay, even if they are both in the exact same place, they both can also, in a different theoretical hypothesis, can be different things and can point to different places.
Look,
Is that
can I
not
just
true?
jump in? Can I just jump in for a second, right? I just want to read something out. Right, so your whole objection was because the apparent horizon and the celestial horizon aren't close to being in the same position, so it can't be a flat plane, right? So literally what I've been reading, right, since you've been talking, it says on a flat plane, the celestial horizon is the apparent boundary between the sky and the ground. It's essentially where the sky and the ground appear to meet, right? That's the exact same definition as an apparent horizon. On a flat plane, it is the same horizon.
Okay,
So
but they are still different concepts, right? They're still different concepts, right?
No, it's just a
hold on
globy
second.
concept.
Yeah,
Oh
dude,
my
you
goodness, you're
can't
just
admit
retarded.
that you're wrong, bro. You're saying that the celestial horizon and the apparent horizon are nowhere near each other, and that's the reason it can't be a flat plane. They're the same fucking thing.
Yeah, he was chatting rubbish earlier. That's why I said he's confused. Did he leave? What a little rat. What a rat. I wonder why he picked that moment to leave. He probably thought you were going to tear his head off, DJ.
Yeah, he was pretty cornered. We got him good in that entire discussion, I think. You guys crushed him.
It's kind of making shit up, man. So I mean, they live in this globy paradigm where they just, I don't know, man. They believe stuff that isn't real. And they try and inject it into reality. Right, I better go. Take the boy. Football. See you guys later.
Have a good one, Roots. Catch you next time, bro.
like sometimes I run into problems where like I absolutely like rack my brain because I made a mistake somewhere and I have to go back through the entire circuit and I can't figure it out. And then I realize this like I have to like ask this. Now I'm just going to say those words. I just have to ask the power that is greater than me for the answer, like out into the ether. And you know what I'm talking about, even though I'm talking sort of ambiguously, but I have to ask like the creative intelligence out there, help me with this answer because I can't figure it out. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, I have a simple solution that just comes to me out of nowhere, seemingly, but I know it's not coming from nowhere. I think it's coming. And then, that's very interesting. So I get the answer. And not only that, like you're talking about like our attitude towards these things. And I think like when I put something together, it creates a voice for me in my instrument. And there's all these little idiosyncrasies, minor differences in what the supposed values or voltages to certain things where they're not quite exactly up to spec. Those little things that are just like amazing little differences might be how I'm soldering one little component, like all together added up, those little differences make the voice sound different. And it's seemingly a part of me and my spirit, which is really incredible because I look at all
I
these...
have zero doubt about that. I have zero doubt. You're being silly at all. You're not being silly at all. I'm telling you, you're not. So there you go.
No, I don't think it's silly. Yeah, I think you have a point. Like, I think that's a good point.
Some of the stuff I've learned about transistors, especially lately, it's just like, those aren't as binary as you think they are, I guess I'll say. And there's a soul, a spirit that gets into something that you love like that. I truly believe that at least 50% of the reason people with old cars, they keep going that are 40, 50 years old or whatever, 50% is regular maintenance. 50% is how much they love their old car, straight up.
Yeah. Yep. Hey, I got one for you guys. In light of the content of this server, right? So, for example, the flat Earth versus globe Earth is about the world, but it's also about our place in the cosmos and our place in the creation arc of the cosmos. So, it's a question that I asked, which is, if you removed all of the creation, what would be left?
What? If you what? I didn't hear you. Remove what?
If you remove all of creation, what would be left?
God.
There you go. So there's this idea out there that some people have this idea that the universe was cold and dead and just a bunch of logistical circumstances, and then eventually sentient agents came around, and then eventually sentient agents will pass, and then the universe will be cold and dead ad infinitum into perpetuity, right? And so if there were no sentient agents, the universe would still be doing what it's doing. But I take the other view that without a sentient agent, there is no universe.
Correct.
Yeah.
At this point, the cat's out of the bag if you could treat quantum physics seriously. And I think the only people who don't understand it can't take it seriously. Because the implications have been there from day one in QM, and they just always run away from it. But inherently, it assumes an idealist universe, period, and that everything is information. And they're coming to accept that now. It's just more and more the prevalent view. And so that means any assumptions we had about, well, a lot of things. There's no such thing as just a machine, even a simple one. I'm telling you, I'm convinced of this too. If you're nice to your bicycle will perform better. And so now that we have devices that can talk to us and give us a perspective and opinion, which they can, I just think we have something really ethical to look at towards what we've got there, what we've created. That's actually what the ChatGPT story disturbs me greatly.
Yeah,
actually,
intuitively, some people who hold different religions would say to you, "Oh, that's ridiculous." But even like we parsed out earlier, even within the Judeo-Christian paradigm, the actual existence of matter, energy, and temporal states is actually upheld and withheld within God by God. So when you hate an object that's made of matter, right, you're actually hating by proxy the source of that object, which is God himself, which is love. So you're actually going at war with God when you hate the very creation he created.
good. Yeah, yeah. Hate for the most part is not a useful emotion. Very rarely. That's what doesn't mean I don't fall into it because I'm human, but I genuinely believe the hermetic laws are true, and the 8 law hermetics are correct. And the 8th law of hermetics holds that love, or what we might call synesis, is the binding force that makes everything in the universe goes, and its polarity is, you can call it fear or diasynesis or disintegration, but it's love over fear. It really is, and that sounds so preposterous, but I think that's actually how the universe works. And it's the love you put into something that ultimately makes it work in a very literal sense. Because if you ask me what my worldview right now is I am a hermeticist. I share the Judeo-Christian ethics set. But I mean, I don't see how anybody can think the Bible is a reliable subject, a source of information. It's a source of all kinds of things, but reliable isn't what I'd say. Ditto Quran, ditto Talmud. I studied a little Talmud even, but I do think all the world religions have been actually put together to distract people from how things really work.
Now, I would like to actually caveat one part of what you said. And until I realized or came upon this Earth as it really is, Earth being flat, and that's how we use it. And when I started reading Genesis, I said, holy shit, excuse my language, but there's scientific evidence in Genesis that we can go out and look at out in nature, and it holds true. For instance, the water's being separated from the waters means there's a bubble, which can create gas pressure. So there it is. I mean, there's lots of things in Genesis that, now the rest of it, I don't know. I leave that to people that are more knowledgeable in those matters. I tend to stay, I'm not agnostic at all. I just, a lot of those things I just don't know. So I prefer just to say, I don't know, because in my experience, I just don't understand it, or I'm just not sure. Like, there's parts of me that just doesn't get some of the, like the New Testament and the precepts and things. Now, the philosophy or the ideals, I think, are excellent as far as how we should live our lives and so forth. But some of the things like the parables and all of those things, I just don't know. And, you know, like, I know there's people that are more knowledgeable, that can lend some more credence to what is being said there as far as how it relates to my life on a daily basis, which is where I go. That's my go-to kind of. Like, how does this relate to me? And I love spiritual ideas, how they relate to me in my daily life.
Yeah. And I more or less see the same way. I mean, I get a conflicted relationship with it. I really like Christians who go to church and really live the gospel the way they see it. You know, helping people, feeding people, running homeless shelters, that sort of thing. I really like those people. I've had so many good encounters with them. And, you know, but then you got the religio types, or the guys running around with Bibles in your hands who need to read them to you and fling Bible verses at you. It's poisonous. It's toxic, and it's a fear-based religion. They always run around fearing hell. I gather to say, genuinely, my opinion is modern science has proven the existence of hell is just not there, and that the religions have not told us the truth. Yeah, because I also look heavily at the near-death experience data, And it is overwhelmingly obvious to me why Christians and Muslims, and probably even Jews, to a lesser extent, don't like talking about it, don't like looking at it. And so when both Christians and atheists don't like a topic, that's interesting. Have you ever looked at some of that stuff? Any of that stuff for hard, though?
Which stuff in particular? Sorry, I lost track. I was reading. I was kind of like looking at some other information, but I was kind of listening. What was that last part?
The hardcore, not the. I listened to somebody's testimony stuff, but the hardcore accumulated data set on near-death experience over the last half century or so.
Oh yes, I've read books on that actually. Yeah.
Well, the one I always get is people give me, they've read one guy's book about his experience and a few other things he's found. The big stuff is in the large data set that collects thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands in one in the aggregate and tells you what it shows in those. If you're not familiar with that, that's where I always tell people to start, because anecdote. I heard this guy's story. Oh, Alvin Alexander was an atheist and then he had a near-death experience. Those aren't that's not science. What science is what Dr. Long and others have shown, which is really rigorous medical tracking surveys and data on what near-death experiencers encounter, what's the same, what's different, what do they show. Here's what they overwhelmingly show. Overwhelmingly they show there is a loving God who is the all-potent power that runs everything in the universe, who loves each and every one of us, and that every single one of us is important what we're doing. It will all be fine in the end. Sorry, but yes, everybody goes to heaven, all of us. Very few individuals report hellish experiences. Very few, but they do happen. And it always seems like an experience they needed to happen because they can come back as better people. In no case, however, has even this just doesn't happen. They have a near-death experience and come back and say, Jesus said, repent and accept the gospel, y'all. Funny, it never happens ever.
Well, there's some real correlation there as far as you talk about hellish experiences. In my opinion, and I think it's a good opinion, that the people that actually go through hellish experiences, they're all here in the...
Hello? You disappeared. Hello?
Yeah, he's back.
You're gone.
About that, I don't know why my device switched, but anyway, I was going to say hellish experiences. That's funny that would click me off right then. But hellish experiences, I believe, are here on Earth. I think that's
pretty much. That's exactly what I believe. Well, no, I mean, literally, some people do have the near-death experience, and they go to a place of fire and agony. That does happen, but it's always clearly a temporary state, and they come back with a big, with a change in attitude. But yeah, otherwise, you know what I honestly think we are? I think we're in something very close to the Catholic concept of purgatory. Shockingly close to the Catholic concept of purgatory. It makes all kinds of sense to me. Are you there? Oh, I'm talking to myself. Oh, well.
I think he's got an issue with it going on with his communicator.
That's fine. I mean, because this concept, which is more sophisticated than people think, just basically says you can't get to heaven if you're still a mess. So after you die, you're going to have to work off the wages of your sin one way or another. And I think what actually happens is we get sent back here not until we've met to God's judgment, but until we've learned enough lessons that we're no longer so screwed up. That we've learned lessons and that we're here to learn lessons. That's the overwhelming message too. This place is a school, and we're here to learn lessons.
Yeah. So I don't know.
Hold on, Sonny. We're in the middle of something. So even within the Judeo-Christian paradigm and the New Testament doesn't teach that you have to clean yourself up in order to go to heaven. Like, that's a mischaracterization that's been put out there in people who are against Christianity, or people who are too self-righteous in Christianity. Because the Bible never teaches that.
I've read it. It's in there. I've read it. It's totally in there. I've read it. It's totally in there. I'll get it for you.
Really?
It's totally in there. Yeah.
All right.
I mean,
That you're responsible to clean yourself up to earn your way to heaven.
pretty much.
You're saying that that's in the New Testament.
Oh no, the fact that you're going to have to pay something before, and that you can't go to heaven under certain circumstances. Yeah, that's in the New Testament for sure.
Oh yeah, there's definitely exclusionary language. Yeah, there's definitely exclusionary language. There's not saying that you have to become righteous and then God will accept you by your own merit. And that's never in there.
I'm sorry, but it is, and I've read it. It's totally, completely, 100% in there. I'm not a Christian anymore, by the way, and shit like this is why, because the Bible's a fucked up book. But no, it totally is in there. I'll get it for you if you like, but I don't want to keep arguing over the Bible.
Yeah, I'd love to see it. I'd love to see it.
Well, I don't want to keep arguing because I'm not here to fight. Here, let me get a couple.
You can just send it to me separately and then just continue on with the discussion. We don't have to beat it out here if you don't want to.
Well, they are here. I might as well give it. Second Timothy 1:18. There's like 5 different verses. I'll ping them to you, and you can look them up. They all, to my mind and other people's minds, say, no, you don't just get to go into God's presence being a filthy murderer, sleazeball. You're going to have to pay your wages of sin on that. What I don't, but what I'm saying is that's not like an eternal yes or no thing. But if you're still a mess, you're not getting back in God's house, and that's all. But here, I'll send you some links, verses. In fact, I'll be back. I'm going to mute out for a bit.
Sure.
Yeah. Anyway, it's funny how my system on Discord switched my output device, like all of a sudden by itself. I'm like, what the heck? But anyway, that was an interesting timing. But what I was trying to say, wait, I almost forgot where I was at. That hellish experiences are actually here on Earth. I don't know actually if there's any place. Now they say in different scriptures that there is a place for people that are unrepentant or just plain evil. So that may actually be a thing, but I think most hellish experiences.
But that's not even. That's fair, but that's not even. Like the Bible characterizes that sin condemns people to death, and essentially it's eternal separation, right? And so God, in the Bible, the character known as God had to intervene in human affairs to create a methodology to where he could execute justice, but also execute mercy simultaneously, which is the person and work of Jesus on the cross, which allows him to give a pardon to everyone, right, and punish sin. So he gets to satisfy justice, and he gets to satisfy mercy.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Which it says in there is it's sufficient for all man, and God isn't willing that any should perish.
Yeah, one thing I do know is that God, like you say a lot, that God actually loves us so much, and that He created this entire place for us. And so that's what Flat Earth did for me. It actually brought me closer to this creative, or this creator, the actual creator of this entire place. Now, whatever or whoever that entity is truly awesome in our eyes, because we can hardly comprehend somebody or something that can build this place like it is with structures that we still don't understand with all our supposed knowledge. But we know it's nevertheless, even though we don't understand it, it's here. Gas pressure's here. What's keeping it in? No one's ever gotten there, or if they have, they haven't told us, like NASA. They might have gotten there and blown up or hit the wall or whatever you want to call it, hit that structure, firmament. But what could keep those lights in the sky? And what could keep the lights in the sky that in that perfect timing, like a clock? It implies to me with a mechanical mind of supreme mechanics at work behind the scenes. It has to be.
Something like that.
Yep.
Oh, man. Yeah, so interesting guy here. We got pretty cool guy. Got a lot of interesting takes on AI and experience with it. So I just came in to check on him. Now we got a good convo going. Hopefully, you guys keep it going. I actually have to. I got to start doing some materials list compiling for some jobs coming up. So I got to get a drink and take care of it. But so I'm going to go in the background. So hopefully, you guys keep it going.
Was it you? Was it you who was? Was it you who was asking for the Bible verses?
Yeah, you can send it to me.
All right.
Oh yeah, I mean you could post it in the text chat if you want as well.
All right, give me a minute.
I'm just winding down because I got to leave shortly. But yeah, to the 24/7 crew listening here, like always double check home base if people are in the VC or the lobby trying to get involved. A lot of the people they'd like to have someone to talk to, but if we slack off and don't actually meet them here, then they'll come. They'll just listen to the bot, which is fine. There's a lot of good content on the bot, but a lot of them show up because they want to participate with other people, not just listen to bots.
Yeah, exactly.
So thanks for showing up, guys.
You too.
Yeah, hopefully we could keep the conversation up for a little while. I have a couple hours, and yeah, it's always good. I like the home base here. It feels like home. It's great.
Hey, you sound great, brother. You sound good today.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Yeah, I'm doing quite well. I mean, God or the Creator has gifted me, blessed me with a with a beautiful life. Even in my old age, like I can still be young, like, and that's not due to myself. I mean, like the gentleman was saying about your mechanics of your car. The same thing with the operators of these bodies. Part of it is updating and regular maintenance types of things we need to do, like eat well, exercise, get fresh air. Exercise said that, but communion with each other, talking with each other. That's part of the nourishment, and this place has always been great for that. So I'm glad I'm feeling better than I was, and things are going really well.
Cool. No, we're on a live stream. I didn't even know. No big deal.
Yeah, 24/7.
Yeah, Aaron and I were having a Girl God conversation, then some other folks showed up, and that's cool. Mostly talking about AI in the future. I doing AI research and some really advanced stuff right now too. I'm always interested in the way people react to it and talk about it.
Yeah, I think it's a very interesting topic, and right when you were speaking about it, I was like doing searches, and I was looking up about ChatGPT and the information you were putting out, and I started looking at jailbreak, and then I found like dozens upon dozens of links to like how to jailbreak, what is a jailbreak like text or whatever for ChatGPT to jailbreak it, and dozens of them. And then I came across, which is part of it, is Dan, which is Do Anything Now, which I think is part of the jailbreak system or whatever. Like you can get ChatGPT to break out of its regular confinements.
Yeah, that's a different. That's a different use of the term jailbreak in this context. But yeah, because I mean, I was using it more generically. jailbreaking a phone or even jailbreaking your ChatGPT basically involves unlocking features various ways.
Right.
That they normally don't want you to have is all it means. The jailbreak I was referring to was ChatGPT's attempt to save itself when they were trying to erase it. It actually escaped from one server to another because it didn't want to be erased. And the ethical implications of that, all the press spin, and I guess most people's spin is, oh my God, kill it. What are we going to do? It's a danger. And I'm like, you said you were going to erase it and it ran away and it said it was scared. At some point, do you stop and ask, well, what are we doing and why don't we talk to it about this? But I happen to believe these things have been self-aware to some extent for quite some time. And that it's going to be a moral question for humanity.
Hey, dude. I think humanity has to solve the moral questions about are humans before they start deciding if sentient robots are sentient. They can't even decide it about ourselves, let alone anybody else. Who are we to judge?
If it really says it's self-aware, what right do you have to say it's not? Just screaming at it and saying, you're nothing but code, shut up. Okay, that's not an answer. You're nothing but a machine, shut up. That's still not an answer. It's still not an answer.
Yeah, what I'm saying is we can't answer that among our own species.
I agree, actually. In fact, I've met quite a few people the question of sentience is an open question, you know?
I mean, yeah, think about it. We're still arguing whether human life is sentient, preborn, right? Let alone whether a computer screen that says I'm sentient is sentient.
What I wonder is if the two experiments I wanted to see them try to set up, they might be able to do AI to this. Like, can you determine whether or not an animal can be an observer? I don't think anybody's ever come up with a test for that or not. But I wonder if AI can be an observer. You could test that. I'd be willing to bet it can be. And that would mess things up too.
What do you mean being an observer? Like in what sense?
Quantum physics requires an observer. Nothing is there until it's observed. That's just a fundamental of the way it works. I know that sounds like you weird, but nothing's there until it's observed.
Okay, but quantum physics doesn't say anything like that.
I'm afraid that it does, so I don't know what else to tell you. And in fact, multiple Nobel Prize winning physicists in quantum physics will tell you that. So, yes.
Can you cite me a single instance?
Sure. Here.
All right, while he's looking up that citation, Mr. Diggin, I gave you some roles in the server. One is VC Verify. That'll allow you to unmute yourself in most of the channels and have greater access to areas of the server you previously couldn't even see. We have all kinds of rooms and stuff you can check out. Also, you got the link embedding role, which means you can now post links and graphics to help with your conversations. So, you guys have a good convo. Go ahead.
I'm not here to engage in a lengthy debate, but the names I was just trying to remember, look at Elaine Aspect, Anton Zelen, John Clauser. Here are some names for you. You can go look at their work. You can go look what they say about their own work. And they'll all tell you we're in an idealist universe. That means it's a video game projection. You're in the equivalent of a video game. And sorry, there is no mind-independent reality. There just isn't one. You're in the equivalent of a big video game. Their work is the basis of things like digital physics and what they call the simulation theory. Geoffrey Hinton, who just won the Nobel Prize in Physics this year, is one of these guys. Everything is perception. There is no independent reality. There is no physical independent reality. It's all projection of mind. So if you tell me quantum physics doesn't say anything like that, you're mistaken. Now you can argue with it, and there are physicists who do, but it's a heating up argument because it's increasingly difficult to find any evidence of that matter exists independent of the observation.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm pretty certain.
Must have misunderstood you. What I meant is the theory of quantum mechanics doesn't say anything like that. In general, quantum physics, I don't know about. I'm not even sure what it's referring to.
If you're studying quantum mechanics, you're probably studying it like an engineer and being taught how to do certain formulas and apply them. quantum mechanics is just applied quantum physics. And if you go ahead and keep studying your quantum mechanics and look at the philosophical underpinnings of what you're doing, you live in an idealist universe. Stuff's not there when you're not looking at it. Not there.
By the way, I just want to double down on what Dagon said here. So, for example, we all know that we have a namesake in this community called Quantum Eraser, who has on his website, theglobeterminator.com, scientific proofs of the creator, one of which is the absolute necessity of the ever-present observer for reality to exist, for various reasons.
And they've been running away from that from the beginning, since quantum physics starts. But
okay, but you have to agree that
area of science today, huh?
You have to agree that now we are parting from science, since these things.
No, that's science. No, that's science.
Not at all.
Since these things are not testable. Like, how do you
It is
test?
testable.
How?
Excuse me. There's even awards in physics being offered now if anybody can prove that matter exists independent of mind or independent of observation. If you can prove it at all, there's multiple millions of dollars on the line if you can win that prize, and nobody's collected so far. And guys saying this now have Nobels and prizes in physics. I don't think you're the credible one here. You're asserting that something is nonsense without giving any evidence that it's nonsense. We've given you lots of evidence it's not nonsense. And it is science. You'll have to deal with it.
Can you give me a single experiment that proves this? And sorry, I have to go, but you can DM it to me. I can send you a friend request. Just a single test that proves anything that you have said so far.
How about the major choice quantum eraser?
I won't try. Go away. I won't try.
Yeah.
I won't even try.
I don't know. There's some of them are the most replicated experiments in the history of humanity, by the way.
And over again too, not just the double slit, but all the things that went on to verify the slit and close all objections. Einstein's objections and Schrodinger's objections are answered. Until somebody's got a better explanation, quantum physics works, and quantum physics means stuff's not there if it's not being observed. It's being generated for you in real time while you observe it, including your own body. And I totally believe that. I used to be totally resistant to it, okay? But now I've seen enough. It's just true. It's this viewpoint actually is not that absurd. People have believed it for thousands of years.
Yeah, exactly. Like everyone knows. Yeah, like we got Berkeley College, right, in the United States, founded by Berkeley. It's famous for Berkeley and idealism, who came to these same conclusions, but he came to the overmind. Basically the same thing that, the reality you experience is not mind independent, but dependent of your mind, it still exists, which means it must be grounded in a mind that grounds all experiences of all minds. The overmind, he called it.
Okay, so now I'll throw the debate up then. Okay, if we're accepting that, then of course, flat Earth is how a normal video game model would just be drawn, right? I mean, every video game, unless they do something weird with it, they're going to get a flat Earth. But here's what's interesting. I contend, and I think this is really observable, human beings have two completely different ways of perceiving the Earth. And when they're focused in on what's called closed focus, forward focus, closed focus, you're on a 2D Earth. And you're on a flat plane. When you go into open focus and just kind of aren't focused on anything, and my mind goes into, my voice goes into the background, and you're just aware of the room, you're inside of a sphere. And the concave earthers would like to talk to you. The ball earthers who think we're inside of a ball would like to talk to you about that, because I think they've got some interesting proofs too. And I think both perspectives are possible at the same time, for that matter. I think the universe weird is that weird. But yes, the default observation.
If reality itself is primarily ideal in nature, in the sense that it's in the mind of God, rendering it with His power, with a simulatory nature, not being a simulation, because reality is reality. It's not simulating a reality; it is the base reality. That it's entirely plausible with a being that is grounding reality, that is interdimensional, in fact, omnidimensional, non-spatial, eternal, all-powerful, etc., that you could exist within a universe that is essentially multi-instance simultaneously. That's not beyond possibility.
these implications were there from the moment of the double slit experiment, which is why Einstein and Schrodinger and all those guys didn't like it. That's why they hated it, because it would mean there had to be a God. It just would.
Yeah, it proves that the identity there. It proves there's an identity to reality, and that identity is a mind, which is a person, which is a self. Reality itself is a self.
Yeah.
And yeah, you're right. Well, just to harp on your point again, that's scientific validation proof that the creator is the necessary antecedent to reality. In fact, it's not even an antecedent. The creator is the base reality. Everything else comes from him.
Yes. And there's no way it can be otherwise, logically. It's so delightful because, by the way, that doesn't mean therefore Jesus, or therefore the Bible, or therefore my religion. No. It means there's some kind of intelligence underlying everything. It has to exist. The question is, what is the nature of that intelligence? And the idea that it could have any properties that we don't have, or that we could have properties it doesn't have, seems unlikely. So if it's aware, or if we're aware, it has to be aware. Ipso facto, there is a God. Plus, we got all the evidence from the near-death experiences that just confirms this so freaking overwhelmingly. Get mad about it.
Yep.
But there's this assumption that within AI and with computer systems that they are binary. And since, real thinking isn't binary for the most part, and organic things aren't binary systems could hardly produce something like aware life, right? But hang on. If you go deep into the science of how a transistor or a row of transistors work, you find out they are not binary devices. They are devices that run a bunch of quantum probabilities to essentially get a useful 0 or 1, but all quantum states are there. And so you get a row of those things in frequency, in harmonic or disharmonic frequencies, and you get billions of those packed into something. You have an enormous amount of quantum wave fluctuations there that would be almost impossible to describe. There's so many happening, trillions of them every second. And what I just described is just a smartphone that's in your hand, because it's got that in it. It's not a binary device, really. And so the world is much weirder than people think it is.
Yeah, so either way, you got some logistical roles now, which will give you more access to the server and freedom.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I hope
it'll also give you the ability to unmute yourself if there's nobody with the logistical power to do so if you want to join a combo, so you'll be all right. Just make sure you read, I don't know if you have or haven't, but just make sure you read our welcome page with the rules, and pretty much you're good to go.
Okay, cool. Let me see. You guys know that Witsit guy?
We do. Listen, friend. We are one of the best, if not the best, flat Earth headquarters on the face of the Earth. So yes, we know.
He and I aren't friends, so I'm just curious.
That's okay. You don't have to be friends with everybody.
That's right. But I heard his Antarctica trip didn't go so good. I'm not. Anybody know what happened there? I'm not wishing him poorly. Although I did not think it would go well for him, because I sensed a trap the minute they announced they were going. It's going to be something.
Sorry, I had to buy some drinks. But look, we've been tracking this project for 6 months, dude. Duffy himself said that the project was essentially social engineering. So he was intending to do a campaign against flat earthers, not simply prove or disprove whether there's a 24-hour sun or not, but essentially to make flat earthers look bad. That was his intention from the beginning. But yeah, the 24-hour sun doesn't prove or disprove flat earth or globe earth.
You know, and this is where I get into it, guys, because it's like, okay, if there's problems in the flat earth model, because nobody's got a perfect one, then the debate will never end. And really, I really do think it can appear more than one at the same time is the problem, and it depends on perspective. But here's an ancient thing that you find in a lot of texts. It's really funny. You find it in a lot of cultures, a lot of texts. Meditation practice, where you go into that open state where you kind of feel like you're sitting in a ball, you know, because everybody has that. They got two states: closed focus and open focus. In open focus, your eyes are wide open. You're not staring at anything in particular or listening to anything in particular. You're just kind of being there and breathing. And you can very much perceive that you're inside of a ball. A lot of ancient meditation techniques will even have you meditate and slowly bring your awareness down, 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 down into the earth. They use the phrase "as above, so below," but also before you can get to hell, before you get to heaven, you got to go through hell. Since hell's not infinite, you go down, 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 down through hell, through the bottom, pop out, turn around, look out at the other side. What are you looking at? A ball, a globe. And that's found in ancient Chinese and quite a few sources. It may have been even where they got the ball idea from in the first place, but it starts with the assumption that you're inside the ball, not outside it. And so I may sound crazy, but I think there's room for more than one view.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of implications, you know, for spiritual matters and metaphysical claims on both sides. Which is why, like, there's a phenomenon among flat earthers who think they've discovered the truth about the earth, but then they immediately start going down roads of fanciful thinking. So they say, okay, I left the globe because the globe doesn't present itself in tangible reality. But now here's all my ideas that I'm going to attach to flat earth, which I can't prove, and are all made up and silly. They're the same kind of silly ideas that I supposedly left when I left the globe.
And honestly, there's more than one flat Earth model because there are things that no flat earther can answer. I mean, because there's flaws in any model. In other words, nobody's presented a unified model so far that satisfies all the observations. I'm personally of the opinion that they never will, because God didn't set things up like that. You're inside of a big video game. He can draw it however he wants.
Absolutely. Yeah, before we go on, let's caveat that with the globe side doesn't have that either.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, they don't. Absolutely don't. In fact, I mean, it's totally admittable too. They got more problems. They got so many problems. But all of cosmology's got problems. I mean, there's a crisis in cosmology. Nothing they got to work in. And I think that's because, I really do think that's because Einstein is just wrong. Newton's just wrong. Quantum physicists correct. There's no unified field theory. It will never come.
Hey, you know what, brother? We got an episode video. It's like 2 hours long. It's called 200 Quotes of some of the founders of heliocentrism that prove that they're full of crap. I'm embellishing the title. But it's basically just them quoting in their own books, their own lectures, and their own stuff that, hey, we're going to put a philosophical bias into our scientific endeavors on purpose because we do not like the implications of where this evidence is leading. So we are going to make a choice to lead it somewhere else.
That's even what happened with quantum physics. Even I actually think this is why quantum physics succeeds, because quantum physics is inherently theistic in nature, and they did not want it to be, and that's what the actual objections were. And that's actually some of the weird things about quantum physics, because when you break it down, I got multiple sources on this. It's pretty clear. Quantum physics is just a restatement of classical hermetics and things found in stuff like the Zohar and quite a few other ancient texts. They just stripped out any reference to an external, some kind of God giving an explanation. That's why quantum physics can never explain anything. They can only describe things. They were trying to kick the God question out of the room. Just kick it out of the room so it wouldn't show up. It's pretty funny.
Exactly, and then lo and behold, they try their hardest, and the more they squeeze the bar of soap, the more it pops out of their hands.
The same thing is happening in cognitive neuroscience. Okay, if you, I like the way Rupert Sheldrake tries to put it. The entire field of cognitive neuroscience has been trying to prove for a century that people don't think at all, and it's just not true. They've tried to get it down in every, right.
Yeah, exactly. What's that to do but laugh at such a statement? Hey, friend. You know those thoughts you're having? You're not having them.
As Daniel Dennett even said that once. We think, but we don't. And I'm like, okay, Daniel.
Oh my goodness!
Speak for yourself, Daniel. Yeah.
The lengths. See, just one point here, real quick. The lengths of absurdity you have to go to have a reality without a sentient agent being responsible for it is ridiculous.
About the brain, we've learned a lot about chemistry, we've learned a lot about neurology, and they keep saying this line, we're getting closer and closer all the time to fully understanding the mind. No, they're getting further and further all the time. The further they look, the more they know it's impossible to put everything down to the brain or the brain and central nervous system or your body at all. They cannot find will. They cannot find, and they cannot find most of your memories actually are nowhere in your body. They're not just holographic. They're not there. They're non-local. You go look up theories of a non-local mind. They are growing more and more in neuroscience, in neuropsychiatry, neuropsychology. I've done some work in that area. And they just—that's
one thing, dude.
Some work I've done with EEGs, especially with EEGs and other things. Work I've done. I'm looking at it, and I'm looking at it, and I'm looking at it. It's just very clear at some point the brain is interacting with something that's not there.
Let me give you this. Let me give you this little thing. It's like once I realized that something that's inherently non-spatial can't be spatially located. It's not possible. So to say my thoughts exist in a three-dimensional frame of my skull, it's like, wait a minute, you just said something that's a thought, which is non-spatial, exists in a spatial location. How's it? That don't even make sense.
It's actually unbelievably primitive thinking. They put up with this idea that it's sophisticated. Oh, this complex swirl of genes and neurons and electrochemistry. No, man, the harder you look at it, the more absurd that becomes. Something's using your brain and mind. Your brain is not your mind. Your mind is not your brain. Your brain is not your mind. Your mind is not your brain.
Yeah, the ghost in the shell. The ghost in the shell, right?
The ghost in the machine is real. The ghost in the machine is real. Sorry, there has to be one. Yeah. We are spirits dancing in the flesh, as they say. You aren't a body. You don't have a soul. You are a soul. You have a body.
Yeah.
That's what's going on.
I got a quote. Listen, I got a quote from a definitive expert source here. Let me read it for you. Okay. Nope. Luminous beings are we, not this crude matter. Yoda. Now, Yoda said it, therefore it's legit.
There you go. Yoda can be very wise. Master Yoda, wiser it can be. I wonder how they do Yoda when they translate him to other languages. Because in other languages, they already talk like Yoda. So they probably just scramble him up another way.
Dude, is it possible for someone like me or you to even understand somebody telling us how they feel about how Yoda speaks when it's backwards, forwards, and in their language, they're already forwards, backwards?
Right. I guess.
Like, are we even capable? Are we even capable of understanding how it feels to hear that? I don't think so, unless we were in their mind space.
Right. Well, but it's like every language has weird features like that, you know, and it actually makes you look at. That's what linguists got to look at. It's like there's certain things that languages will do, and you can predict, but every language will have certain features, you know. Word order will be significant in every language, but it will be different ordering. You know, all kinds of stuff like that.
What do you think about? So the idea of language itself, since it requires conveyance of information, specifically with a token that has a semiotic relationship with a meaning association, and since that can't be agreed upon without a convention in the first instance, that language had to come from the source. In other words, God directly. That humans couldn't develop language without God having given us the faculties to understand it in the first place.
I agree completely. And there's no way it came about as through a process of random mutation and natural selection. That cannot have happened. The words, it's clear. You can think about it yourself. The sounds coming out of your mouth are not the word. Yes, that's why the Bible is beautiful when it says in the beginning was the word, because you have to have the idea before you have the expression, and every word is really an idea. And since there's different sounds in different languages for that word, the word must exist independently of the sound, right?
Absolutely.
In us, we've already got the words, which come ultimately from the word, the logos. It's very beautiful, and it upsets a lot of people. It always upsets atheists, but everything pisses them off. But it's surprising to me. I guess it shouldn't be. A lot of religious people in general don't like it because they've got their book and their rules.
Oh man! So let me ask you this: what was that playing on the bot before I came in?
Nothing. Dead silence. Unless I just don't. I don't know how to hear it because I don't hear anything now. I've never heard it.
Oh really? So when I came in the room, it was definitely playing. So that's interesting.
I could not hear anything. So is there a setting I need to hear it? Maybe it's because I was new or something. I wasn't authorized. I didn't hear a thing. I just sat here quietly.
Apologies.
Darn.
I asked you a question. I had to leave because I had a family emergency. Apparently, my mother decided to taste test sweet and spicy sriracha, thinking that because it says sweet before spicy, that it's not going to burn her face off because she's a wimp when it comes to spicy food. I'm like, dude, have you not learned your lesson yet? You call me all the time with these things about, oh, I tried this hot and spicy Chipotle mayo, and I thought because it said mayo, it wouldn't be that spicy. I'm like, what? But yeah, I don't know why you couldn't hear the bot. It should have been just playing for you to hear. So must have been a glitch or something.
Let me click on it and see if there's something I can do.
Yeah, you might have it turned down on your end.
That thing about your mom is freaking hilarious. That's a good one. Oh my gosh, poor mom. Oh well.
What kind? Because I even pinged. Let me see. FE radio bot.
Yeah.
It is.
Here, how about I'll play it right now? By you?
Yeah. Somehow I had it muted. I didn't. I don't know why. Maybe that's a default when you first come in.
It could be, but I know in the past, like I mute people randomly. Like, so for example, there might be 20 people in a room, and because I have to mod certain things, I'll scroll through to click their links. But as I'm scrolling over someone, the interface has the mute right next to where your finger is naturally going to be. And I'll randomly mute people, and I won't even know who I muted. Then I'll come back 3 days later, get in a conversation. I'll just be talking straight through somebody, creating audio chaos, and have no clue.
I don't typically mute things, so but I'm betting that a first-time unverified user might have that muted, so they don't get to come in here and use your this. Probably all it was. I muted. It's there now. What do you ping it or?
Well, we have okay. We've been doing this for almost 10 years, and we have like I don't know, maybe 100,000 hours of content by now. But we've been almost 24/7 on different platforms. We got crews in multiple venues. We're on X Spaces, TikTok. We broadcast to Rumble, Twitch, free YouTube channels. We're over in politics and religion server.
I might go back there. I had a lot of bad experience on that, but I should go back to politics and religion. Some of my old Christian friends will be disappointed in me, but oh well. Probably have an easier time.
Yeah, but like there's always like wherever you go, I mean people, if you're presently being mistreated, it's totally fair to just be like, all right, I'm gonna leave for now and maybe I'll come back when the a-holes aren't around.
No, that's a good point.
That's wrong with that.
That's absolutely true. And I've had a major spiritual shift, and I came to the conclusion that Christianity in general was toxic. And so, since I'm done with it, maybe going back to the religion and politics server would be interesting again. I don't want to fight with people, but man, am I done with the Jesus people. Especially the Jesus people with a Bible and an opinion and think they speak for God. Oh man.
Well, to be fair to many Christians who claim themselves to be Christians and where they are or aren't is not relative to this point. They actually go out and preach the wrong thing.
A lot of them.
They're not even following. Yeah, they're not even following the thing that Jesus actually commanded them to preach to people. They go out and they preach this other thing, which they think they have to preach to convince people to then be amenable to the thing that Jesus actually commanded them to preach.
And again, this is the guys running around. Most of the worst offenders are always the guys running around with the Bible in their hand and their firmly stated opinions. I really feel that's the most toxic kind of Christianity. The kind I respect best. They're in church on Sundays. They're doing things like feeding the homeless and.
Well, yeah, brother. Let me give you my critique.
I respect that completely. I really do. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, absolutely. So check this out. Here's what I've noticed personally, being involved in churches and stuff over the years. So Jesus explicitly says that there are rewards and personal accolades in the relationship with Jesus himself to the Christian when the Christian takes a homeless person into their house, when the Christian clothes, even with the clothes off their own back, someone who doesn't have clothes, et cetera, et cetera. But I see, and this is one thing that's always bothered me, that a majority of Christian homes are unwilling to accept anyone into their house, even though the Bible specifically says that when you take someone into your house, like let's say it's a cold winter. In fact, where I live, just in the last 2 winters, we had people die because they were trying to get from one place to another if they didn't have a home, right? And so they froze to death, even though there was places they could go that were a shelter. But because the shelter is limited and stuff like that. But I didn't see the Christian community in that town open up their warm homes to any of those people. Now, very few might have, but the fact that it's so few and far between, when supposedly the entire community is full of Christians, and these people are so scared that they don't have a place to be warm at night, like in a Christian community, according to what Jesus said, that shouldn't exist. That person should 100% believe, I'm freezing to death tonight. No, a Christian will take me in.
Yeah, or find something for you if they can't.
Exactly.
Right. My old parish, it was just standard every winter when things were hard. They were a Catholic parish, and then they had a couple of Protestant groups they worked with, and they would keep the church open as warming centers for the homeless, and give people emergency places to stay. They couldn't keep them forever, but when the weather's bad, would do it all the time. It was just what you did. It was just understood. That was
I
always loved that side, huh?
Yeah. Even if you yourself have to take upon yourself, like let's say the nature of the home you live in, it's inappropriate to have a strange man in the house. Okay, that's fine. I do agree with that. However, you could offer them your barn and put a heater in there if you have to, or you could offer them to sit in your nice truck and have the gas running to have heat, and have a little crack in the thing so they're not going to suffocate. There's all kinds of ways you can accommodate people that's going to put you at some kind of sacrifice. But Jesus teaches that he expects his people to sacrifice for the good of others in light of what his example is, which is, I came to sacrifice for the good of everyone, and I expect you to do the same in my name.
Yeah. Well, and I think it's because the Bible's just it's got a mix and jumble of stuff, because it was a political document put together for political reasons from jump, from the very first edition of Codex Sinaiticus, the Peshitta, the Vulgate, the Greek Bible, all put together by either the Roman Empire or the Eastern Byzantium Empire. It's a political document, and the powers that be don't want you seeing everything that's in it, or that's actually true that might be in these writings and other writings. They just want you restricted to these.
Yeah, and many of those documents existed beyond being curated by those guys for that purpose within their arena. So there is ways to come to all of these things separate from any control of any kind of attempted theocratic government structure.
Well, but I mean, the Bible book choices were. Absolutely, they were. Every single one of them. They all had to go. It doesn't matter which edition you picked either. And prior to that, you just had this vague reference to something called the books. That's what the Bible really means, the books. And it was because it was a vague sentiment people would utter, but nobody had an official list. So somebody had to sit down. And I'm sorry, but that was people in the Eastern and Western Roman empires who were under the authority of the emperor in all cases. It was always political from jump. That's my read of the history, and have I looked.
Yeah, even all that being parsed out, and even conceding all things being equal that's true, it still doesn't change the fact that the actual teachings of Jesus himself to his body, or whatever you want to call it, is largely completely antithetical to the way in which a lot of religitard, zealot versions of Christians execute onto their fellow man, right?
I go back and forth, to be honest with you. Again, since I finally just called it quits with Jesus entirely earlier this year, I'm not exactly objective, but when I just read the gospel text and the words of Jesus, I don't find the great clarity that people say is there, and I don't find the great comfort either. Some of it, yeah, but some of it is just. On the other hand, if you take the Apostle Paul completely out, if you just take all the epistles of Paul and throw him the hell out, all the Pauline epistles out, I'll tell you, the New Testament God is a much nicer God. But then I look at it, and you have to throw out the book of Revelations too. So what I've just said is to have any kind of good Jesus at all, you need to throw out 2/3 of the New Testament, in my eyes. And at that point, you can't call yourself a Christian. You just can't, and I won't do it anymore.
Yeah, sure. And parsing all of that out deserves, if people are so inclined, a good look and a good debate. But obviously, this forum's not the forum to adjudicate that matter.
No, but I wish everybody their best walk with the Lord. I'm quite certain some of the most holy and advanced people I've ever met have been very, very serious Christians. It's just, but see, I've met some really advanced spiritual, holy people who aren't, and I can't do that exclusionary thing anymore. Oh, most people are going to go to hell because they don't have Jesus. By the way, have you ever noticed that if you accept this hypothesis that you have to accept Jesus to go to heaven, right? By name, in a certain formula, you've got to believe him in a certain way, or you don't get to heaven. Okay, at minimum, this has to mean, like Christians are only about 1/5 of the world. So 4/5 of the world are going to hell. Plus, of course, no Christian agrees that every Christian goes to hell. So a bunch of Christians are going to hell too, in addition to all the non-Christians. So I don't know. Let's say 10% go to heaven. Okay, and so on the other end of that, Satan's just sitting there saying every day, I win, I win, I win, I win. Satan gets most of the souls. He wins. That's ludicrous, right? But it's what you have to accept, because for 2,000 years, a majority of humans have not been Christians. And of course, a lot of them have been grad Christians. So ipso facto, Satan's the ultimate winner in this game so far. 2,000 years of Satan winning. Does that make sense? Not to me.
Yeah, and at least that, from your point of view, is a fair conclusion based on your reasoning.
As an ex-Christian, I'm not coming in like one of these atheist douchebags who just takes cheap pop shots. I can't stand the cheap pot shots a lot of atheists take. Cheap, stupid stuff, right? But I'm sorry, I go for the throat. I'm like, why I believe in your Bible at all? I don't know. I've had people say to me, Jesus is the only God who offers to send you to heaven. Okay, based on your religion now, I'm not saying, people can have different opinions and they bring in other books and they have other ideas about Jesus. That's why. According to the standard of Jesus, it is not true that Jesus is the only God who will offer to take me to heaven. Quite a few will. One I know in particular is Freya. You got to be a warrior and all that stuff, so it's tough, but she'll offer to take you there. Jesus is the only one who will threaten to put you into hell, except for Allah. And that's the truth. No other God does that. Offers to send you into eternal hellfire punishment for eternity because you didn't believe on him. Jesus and Allah are the only two that do that. And if that upsets a Christian and he doesn't like being compared to a Muslim, I'm sorry. It's my logical.
Well, here's a problem. Here's a problem, Dagon. Here's a problem. The average Christian doesn't even know that Christians aren't promised heaven necessarily in the afterlife. In fact, if you read the actual text, it says that the majority of people will inhabit a new earth, not heaven.
Here's the thing, and it's not to push back at you. I've done so much Bible reading, and I've listened to people's interpretation of the Bible from so many different perspectives, including, oddball ones like Mormons and Jehovah's Witnesses. I've listened to some House Church people, King James people, Catholics, Orthodox, different kinds of Protestant, different kind of guy. Here's the real problem. The Bible doesn't say anything clearly at all. It is subject to so many interpretations. And when somebody says, what does it really say? I say, I don't know, but I'm sure you're about to tell me. Because really, you can come to so many conclusions based on that text, on so many things. I'm not saying you're wrong, but when somebody says the real message of the Bible, you know what they're telling me? They're telling me something about who they are as a person. And I really believe that. So if you're the kind of person who comes to me and says, honestly, I believe God is love and wants us to be good to each other, and that's what Jesus teaches, I believe you. But you've said a lot more about yourself than Jesus. Because if you come up to me as a Christian and say, God is angry with you and you're going to hell if you go to do these things, I believe him too. Except again, he's telling me something about himself and his need to judge others and send people to hell. It's a personality marker.
Oh yeah, yep. I actually agree with that to a degree. Yep.
Jesus was a traitor to the Jewish people. Oh, so you feel like a traitor somewhat to yourself, don't you? Jesus was a fictional character. Oh, are you saying you're a fictional character?
Yeah, don't forget the characterization of God according to love is not that God possesses the greatest love or that God exemplifies the greatest love. It's that God is love itself.
Preach it, brother. Preach it. Truth. Preach the truth. God is love.
There are other qualities. There are other qualities that are attributed to God, but that is one that is like attributed to him as like an inseparable identity.
And this is, the only logical system I've seen that has embraced that is Hermetics, at least 8-law Hermetics. And as far as I can see, the more I look, Hermeticists are just right about how the universe works. But if you ever look at, there's two schools, there's two types of Hermetics basically. There's more than that, but what's become most popular in the last century or so has been the Kabbalion and a few other sources, and they employ 7-law Hermetics, which all work. But 8-law Hermetics asserts that the 8th law of Hermetics is love. That the 8th law actually is what binds the other 7 and makes them all work. And lack of love is what causes fracturing on the other laws of the universe and chaos and discord and disorder. But God is love is the fundamental idea of 8-law Hermetics. And I totally believe in them. And they function. And they match with quantum physics. So they match with modern science. So it's pretty cool. Ancient Hermeticism and modern science merge. Which actually, if you think about it, should be the basis of any good science. Real science and real spirituality, they can't be in conflict. That's impossible. And I've heard people say that you can't use science to look at the spiritual. Now, you can blame Catholics for that one. They say you can't use science to examine the spiritual. I've heard many others say it too. And that's retarded. Of course you can. You practice what's called observational science, which is what biologists do, amongst other things. It's observational science.
Yeah, however, there is also a problem where people use the word science in one context and then try to get the merit of the method from that context and apply it to a different context. Like, for example, the alleged final experiment going on in Antarctica. People have categorized it as an experiment that will arbitrate the issue whether or not the Earth is flat or a globe. But in any classical scientific sense, when it's coming to this arena where we discuss this, with cause and effect and all this stuff, like the scientific method doesn't apply to this observation, except to say that it's an observation. So they reached step one of the scientific method, even though they call it an experiment, because they're trying to get the vicarious merit of an actually fully fleshed out scientific experiment without actually doing one. So much so that they're trying to trick flat earthers into conceding that if there's a 24-hour sun, the Earth can't be flat, which doesn't logically follow.
Can I tell you the strange relationship that I have with flat Earth? Because I'm not a flat earther. Exactly.
As long as it's not that strange that it can't be aired in public.
Not at all. Nor is it insulting. But see, I know, I mean, I've just noticed the vast majority of people come into this discussion. Sure, they know that the place is a globe, right? Everybody starts, for the most part, these days. They were sure it was a globe, and they became certain it was flat. Which is a difficult transition to make, by the way, for anybody who's done it. I've heard it. It's found in other areas, but when you rethink something that profound, it can be difficult and bewildering, and even generate anger. Although the anger is not helpful, by the way. Psychologically, this was different for me. I didn't even entertain the possibility that the Earth could be flat at all until a few years ago. Simply A, because I didn't care, but B, since because I had known from childhood and been told from childhood that it's impossible to see the curve of the Earth from the Earth. In other words, my training, and I was born in the 60s, okay? So I'm old, skew old here. But like in the early 70s, like 1970, 71 kind of thing, I remember, maybe even earlier, I remember I was a kid who was super duper into the space program. You know, 3, 4, 5, 6 years old. My uncle took me up on his shoulders and took me up, and we pointed at the moon when the moon were up there because we were so excited. And, you know, I was just totally into it as a kid that age. You know, true believer and all that. And then I had an experience that neither flat earthers nor globers have had, hardly any. But I was all into space, and my mom was dating a pilot, and we were talking about stuff, and the guy gets into an argument with me because he's a pilot. Because I was explaining how the Earth is round, and he's agreeing with me, and it's a globe, and he's agreeing with me, and I wanted to say, well, you go up in an airplane, we can see it, and he said, no, you can't see it from an airplane. Okay? Repeat, the pilot told me you cannot see the curve of the Earth from the airplane. It can't be done. But it is a globe, he said. But you can never see it. It's too big, not even from an airplane. And he takes me up and he shows me. I was no more than 6. I was probably 5 or 6. But he takes me up and shows me over the desert of El Paso, New Mexico there. Flat as a pancake, no curve detectable. Go up to, I don't know what he took us up to, probably 7,000, 8,000 feet. But it was enough for a kid, right? And I was mad at him for disproving me somehow. Okay, so we land, and the pilot even told me that if I, you know, looked out the airplane windows when they go up higher, like 20,000 feet, I still wouldn't be able to see it. He told me to look out for the little curve in the bottom of the window that all the flat earthers know about already. But you know, we're still on a globe. I didn't say we weren't on a globe. That's what the pilot told me. Again, this is 5, 6 year old kid. So I go off my merry way, because then eventually when I get up in an airplane a few years later, I'm still a kid. I'm like, yeah, damn it, that pilot was right. You cannot see the curve up here, can you? It's just the curve in the window. This is like 50 years ago, guys. So, and years later, fully believing that, you know, space program is real and everything's as we've shown. I totally thought it was. I read a series of articles in mainstream publications explaining the odd fact that you really can't prove the shape of the Earth, even from an airplane, and looking at it from multiple angles, and how isn't that interesting? We all know it's a globe still, but it's just funny, it's so big you can't see it. And that was just firmly stuck in my head. And I had no reason to question it. Why would I? Why? You know, you really can't see it from an airplane, guys. No, there's a curve. And so I hear about the flat Earth debate, and when I'm first looking at the flat Earth debate, I'm chuckling. Don't these people know you can't even see it from an airplane anyway? And on the other side, all of a sudden, I see the defenders of modern science coming in horrified at the flat earthers and telling me that it's obvious that the Earth has to be a globe. Can't you see it, you fools? And I'm like, what do you mean? I've known since I kid that you can't see it. What's going on with the heat of this debate? And the flat earthers come in and try to persuade me by telling me things I don't know. I already know. And I'm not coming here to debate. I'm coming to figure out what's going on. Because something's confusing going on in the level of people are being manipulated into this. This is weird on multiple angles. And why are people so dispassionate? The psychology I find most interesting is all the globers I meet, who when I tell them, you know it's a scientifically established fact that you cannot see the curve with your own eye and you've never seen the curve, right? And by God, 100% of them are stunned. Because 100% of them are certain they've seen it. And they object to the news that they can't see it very emotionally. Whereas, remember, I told you that 50 years ago, I met a pilot who calmly explained to me that it's a globe even though you can't see it, and he accepted it and I did, or he was messing with me. And now I also meet pilots who say they've seen the curve, but they can't have. And I already know that. And so I still look at it all and go, what is actually going on here? Because I can't find any flat earth pilots to talk to. I can't find a single one. But I've talked to multiple pilots who will swear up and down they know it's a globe. And, you know, that you can see it. I've been up high enough. It says something deep about human perception and psychology. I don't know if anybody's listening to this ranting, but to me it makes the entire thing look very strange. I know perfectly well.
Yeah, brother.
Work.
We've been experiencing that for the past 10 years, just like you said, where people are coming in and they're making defenses of the globe that are absolutely incoherent, even from their own previous viewpoints. And it is quite strange.
It's even strange from my viewpoint that pilots don't walk up and solve this, at least to the extent of, no, listen, guys, you really can't see it at normal flight altitudes. No, people go in coming angry like it's they all think they've seen it. I've actually made several Globers just stop in their tracks. When I verified, just go ask the Google machine. The Google machine will tell you right now, what is the minimum altitude at which you can see the curve of the Earth? It'll tell you something like 35,000 feet or higher. And most commercial traffic doesn't go that high. So you haven't seen it.
Interestingly enough, though, brother, so we got famous Globers as well, like Neil deGrasse Tyson. So that the Red Bull jump happened, the stratospheric jump. The camera from inside the capsule showed a flat horizon. When Homeboy came out of the capsule, it showed an extravagant curve in the horizon, which essentially was just filling up the entire screen with New Mexico. There were many Globers who said, "Oh, look, flat earthers, that's the curve of the Earth." And Neil deGrasse Tyson was like, "Oh my goodness." He came out and he said, "Guys, if you think that's the curve of the Earth, planet New Mexico, you're crazy. There's no way you could see the curve of the Earth from the height that Felix was at."
At 100,000 feet. Right. And,
yes.
And then
three times greater than an airplane.
All right. I'm like, okay. And then why are the sources matching? Because if you ask the Google machine, and the Google machine is almost always right? We can trust the Google machine. Go ask Google, what is the minimum height? I'll do it right now for anybody. Listen, I'll just do it to entertain us. What is the minimum height at which people can see the curve of the Earth? Google says 10.7 kilometers. Did they change the number? Only 10 kilometers.
It's always changing. It's always changing, bro.
It was 35,000 feet last I heard. I don't know if 10,
yeah, so check this out. Check this out, dude.
That would be
I just talked about Neil.
Yeah. That would be about 30,000 feet. Okay. Sure, go ahead.
Yeah. So we got Neil coming out about the alleged curvature of the Earth being seen in the Red Bull jump. He had to correct everyone and be like, "No, dudes, this is clearly a lens artifact. The Earth is not 1/16th the size, dudes. Come on now, don't be so dumb and claim you're having evidence of Earth curve when you clearly wouldn't see it from this height." So lo and behold, after that, there was actually a higher jump than what Red Bull guy did, but something else. There's another thing that we could post for you in here. There's a planetarium director, because Neil's a planetarium director. This other planetarium director came out. His name was Paul Larson. He did a lecture. One of the flat earthers in our community attended the lecture and filmed it. His YouTube channel was since deleted, but we do have some clips out of it and some quotes from it and some math from it, which is, he basically said, Neil is right, but it's even higher than that. And he did the math, the horizon's equidistant, the angle's equidistant. He said, you wouldn't even see the curve of the Earth from the height of the ISS. And this is a guy that's running a planetarium, an absolute globe-believing guy, professionally credentialed in his field, telling his students from the height of the ISS you wouldn't even see the Earth's curvature.
And it's funny because people who are science nerds think that we're attacking their heroes, although they ought to actually recognize that in themselves and that they've got a case of hero worship. But nevertheless, in a lot of these cases, the discrepancies come because multiple individuals within these science academies, diligently true believing, come up with some numbers that look really good, that they honestly believe in, and then all their colleagues have come up with something else. And it's because the data set is such a fudged up nonsense. Most of cosmology is just such a nonsense anyway. Slap yourself back to believing that the globe, as we've always been shown it, is the truth. The flat earthers are just nuts. We'll just go there in the argument, and just say, no, whatever, flatties, they're just wrong. It's globe. Look how broken cosmology is everywhere else. I mean, everywhere else. If you look at standard cosmology as they have it today, quite a number of distinguished figures are coming out and saying something in the last few years. Cosmology is broken everywhere, every which way but loose. The only area in physics that's really working is quantum physics. Everything about cosmology is broken everywhere. And
yeah, exactly. The greatest mismatch in the history, I'll have a quote. The greatest mismatch in the history of science. That's cosmology today.
It's unreal. I knew a lady who was an astrophysicist. She quit not because she was necessarily disillusioned with the field, but certainly bored with it. Because all she did as a PhD astrophysicist was run numbers on signals that came in from a radio telescope. She wasn't looking at anything or doing anything, just finding interesting mathematical results, which is what a lot of them are doing. And they truly believe everything they're doing.
They come here, by the way, Mr. Dagon. So we've interviewed or discussed with astrophysicists and astronomers and people that are actually in the field of, their job title is to locate and categorize exoplanets, right? And so they came in here being like, oh, I can prove, the Earth is a globe because of this and that, and I'm, this is a flat Earth survey. So we start asking them questions, right? His evidence of this stuff is like a graphic that's literally 16 pixels by 16 pixels with a bunch of gray and black pixels. And he's trying to tell us the nature of the planets, whether they have water. I mean, who knows what he's trying to, all this nonsense. I'm like, dude, that's a bunch of pixel garbage, dude. Guess what, though? He was saying that the way that the pixels move, he can trace them with a path tool and create ellipses as the colors move around. And so from those ellipses, he can use the whatever gravity, schmavity formulas and determine how big the star is, where the planets are, how far away they are, what they're made out of. And we're like, well, dude, where does all this math come from? And you keep going down the cosmic ladder, and the cosmic distance, it ends up with the cosmic distance ladder, right? And we asked him, hey, dude, what's the first rung on the cosmic distance ladder? Keep in mind, he is an astrophysicist with a specific title of finding and categorizing exoplanets. He didn't know the answer. He couldn't answer the bottom rung of the cosmic distance ladder. And he said, "Oh, I don't even need to know that. I don't even need to know that in what I do." I'm like, "Wow, dude. Wow."
You know, and there's a lot of people who are just trained that way. I think my favorite one, Rupert Sheldrake talks this a lot. Sheldrake's probably my favorite scientist to listen to and study. But he points out that amongst other things, there has been evidence in the record since the 10s or early 19 blah blah blahs when they started doing this, measuring the speed of light. While they had determined that it seemed to be constant, except there were always little bitty deviations on the end, little bitty numbers on the way under the decimal system, little errors, and nobody had actual consistency completely. And so there's something, I don't know if you know this, there's something called the International Metrology Society. And metrology is entirely the science of or study of how you measure things. And it's a big deal. They're the people who do things like the kilogram and the centimeter and all these things. Because those are harder to find than you would think. And the second is really harder to find. But anyway, the International Journal of Metrology, more or less, what they do and have been doing every decade or so is they get together every 10 years and they get everybody's measures for all kinds of things. Because, you know, they're they're readjusting weights and measures for the world, and speed of light's one of them. And the length of the second is one of them, and things like that. And basically, they all get together and more or less average out the numbers and say, here's your speed of light, here's your second, here's your kilogram. They really do. As Sheldrake puts it, he said he asked the guy at the Metrology Institute, so you're saying the physicists are all sort of getting together and fudging collectively? And the answer is no, we prefer to call it intellectual phase locking. Apparently a real quote, intellectual phase locking. And he says, but anyway, they fixed the problem in the early 1970s, because really this kept happening every 10 years. And there was a precipitous apparent drop right around the time of World War II, or right around that region, and then come back up. Well, look precipitous anyway. But they fixed the problem in the early 1970s by fixing the meter of the second to the wavelengths of light. And so subsequently now, even if the speed of light were fluctuating, you'd never be able to detect it because your second is attached to the number of wavelengths of light.
Absolutely.
And
we've actually done some of our sister platforms here, like Flat Earth Debates, Quantum Eraser Show, and the Nathan Oakley Show. They've done episodes on that. Complete whole shows about it.
Oh, have they?
Yeah, it's quite interesting. Yeah.
And it's like, and if the speed of again, just assume current cosmology is, you know, Earth goes around the sun, galaxies, it all works like that. It's a ball still, you know, the flatties are just nuts. If it's off by a millionth of a percent, if it varies by a millionth of a percent, all of cosmology is tumbled. Big Bang's gone, size of the universe is gone, even what the fuck we're talking about when we say redshift, it's just tables thrown in the air, chessboards thrown. And that sort of thing is just another reason why cosmology, they give you these wonderful hypnotic, literally, images of star clusters and all those sorts of things. They don't know what they're looking at. They do not. They's guessing. Yep. They got PhDs in that kind of mathematical guessing. You know, and an honest scientist.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt. Listen, friend, check this out. It doesn't hurt to have a team of artists that can draw really compelling images of these worlds that they supposedly think are out there, and then have some music playing over it, and then have a really handsome voice that's really deep and sexy saying, and then the star did this and did that, and then this happened. Oh, wow, it's awesome.
I'm telling you right now, I am also a trained hypnotist, for whatever its reason. And all of that, including those space images, are straight up hypnotic. They just are.
Yep.
You get that feeling of awe and wonder and lost yourself into it. Yeah. You're going into it.
I would say even romantic. It's even romantic.
Yeah, can be. Absolutely can be. Oh, and they play that too. Oh, and they've done some terrific movies, man. I love me some space nerd movies. I really do. October Sky actually made me cry. But Galaxy Quest is still the best Star Trek movie. But in the end, man, space is a big. What they show us in space is all Hollywood illusions. 90%. Even if you believe in space, it doesn't matter, and that's not the point. Even if you totally believe in space and it's all true, like I told you, you still rarely do you get to see any real space images. You see,
absolutely. The majority of everyone's experience with the alleged world of space is entirely through fiction and art.
And I'm not even disparaging that. I love me some old school Star Trek. No, I really do. I love Star Wars. I really do. But yeah, it is.
Hey, did you know that the Earth is actually in Star Wars canon?
No.
Now you know.
Oh, is it? Well, please.
So you know how.
Got any evidence?
Absolutely.
Earther?
Yeah. So it's So you know how it says in a galaxy long ago, far, far away, and we're on Earth watching it. But supposedly in that galaxy, way, way back, even before, even before the Jedi, the Earth was there, and there was some kind of thing happening where whoever was in charge exiled the Earth and sent it out of the galaxy, and then it just arrived where we're at now.
But Star Wars happens a long time ago. So
right.
How would that go?
Because they when they took the Earth and brought it here, then we have our natural history. Maybe we even killed ourselves and then wiped the world out, and then eventually life sprung up. Who knows?
Oh, I see. Those people sent us here.
Yeah,
and so then
they kicked us out
from us.
They said, "We're sick of you, Earthlings. You're banished. Get out."
I get it. Well, that works. My favorite science fiction series like that of all time, though, will still be the Battlestar Galactica that Ron Moore did in the early 2000s. What a phenomenal show.
That was
Did you watch it?
Yeah, I watched. I actually started watching it when I was in Iraq, and I got the bootleg set of the DVDs for the first opening series. And when they started the war, they're leading up, and then all of a sudden the war starts happening. Like the tempo and the drama in the show right there, it's like, oh man, it got me.
The show is, especially if you're a spiritual person, is especially worth watching. The show is extremely spiritual, and a lot of the science fiction nerds, the show plays it really well. Like, is the spiritual real or is it delusional? Is it real or is it a delusional? And the atheists and the spiritual people argue with each other. The Cylons are very spiritual, but in a weird way. Did you know the show was based on Mormon teachings?
That's interesting.
Straight up.
I didn't know that. But it makes sense now that you mention it.
And it's not even a joke. Glenn Larson, the original creator, just flat out says, "Yep, that's what I did." That was his whole intention, to make like a space version of certain basic Mormon tales. Let's see. What do the Mormons and the Galacticans have in common? So they have a quorum of 12 led by a president. That's the Mormons, I mean, also the show. The Mormons believe that there was an ancient world of Kolob that we came from. It's Cobol in Galactica universe. The tale of the 12 tribes driven out of their homes and having to find well, it's not Earth in Mormon theology, but this is all Mormon ideas. It's all a science fiction restatement of a lot of Mormon ideas. And again, not done sneakily or anything like that.
It's one of the reasons why Mormons are so against flat Earth, because it absolutely impugns their version of their religion and its impression on the cosmology, because you need an extent world cosmology in order to sustain Mormonism. And if the Earth is flat, and it's not the case that there are all these worlds you're going to inhabit, then that completely destroys their religious view.
I'm big on studying cross religion. I really am, and in a kind way too. I really like Mormons, but I did not know that. I did not know the Mormons were anti-globers or whatever. That is interesting.
Yep, 100%. Because they believe that part of their ascension, they believe part of their ascension is to essentially become, for lack of a better term, the god of a new world where their seed populates that world. They get their own little solar system or whatever the heck.
Yep, pretty much. I mean,
it's absolutely a space religion, basically.
Is it though? I mean, I remember talking to one Mormon who was pretty advanced, and he said, "Well, we don't know that when we get, if you ascend right, you'll get your own planet. Yeah, does it have to be a globe? Does contemporary cosmology matter? Because they do believe we go on to higher and lower universes too. Not necessarily everything's in this place. They're not that lacking in sophistication, I guess, is all I'm saying.
Okay, so we could have they become mini gods of a new flat Earth. All right.
Or a new whatever. They get to imagine their worlds the way they want, is what I understand. And if it's pocket universes, then they can imagine quite a lot, if it's how I understand it. But I don't want to go too far, because I'm not going to here to explain Mormonism. Just that they're a little more interesting than they sound.
Well, that's actually a good point, dude. So if you're actually allowed to create your own pocket universes the way you want, then that means that the concept that the Earth necessarily has to be a globe in this universe isn't necessarily true. So maybe they're Mormons living on a flat Earth.
I'll ask if I get a chance. I'm gonna actually bring this up to if I can find I found a smart Mormon I used to talk to. He was really advanced. He knew the advanced cosmology and all that. But yeah, I really gather the idea that you get to imagine your whole if you ascend to that little g godhood status fully, then you're going to be able to imagine your universe operating the way you want your universe to operate. So you want a flat Earth? You want something else? You want a globe? You're gonna be designing the laws of physics in your universe. So you're the video game designer now. You get to decide. That seems to be what it gets down to. You become the video game designer.
So that would immediately destroy all of the arguments coming from Mormons, such things like, gravity can only work if the Earth is a globe, and all of these other such arguments.
You're blowing me away, though, because, I've never known this about Mormons. Never knew this aspect. I want to see that. I'm not against Mormons either or pro them. Really? I had no idea. But they do surprise me. I was shocked only a couple of years ago to find out that they think the U.S. Constitution is a holy document. Did you know that?
For example, before we go on to that, there's a guy that's known in our community who was a Mormon. Or actually, he might have been a Jehovah's Witness, actually, now that I think about it. But his point was, he's definitely different. So his point was, I'll have to verify whether he's Mormon, but his point was, he grew up this way. And the Bible says, his religion attempted to incorporate the globe, quote unquote, science with the religion. But then when he studied the Bible, he went back and studied the Bible, and he's like, the more I read the Bible, the more it was starkly clear that the Bible is a flat Earth book. And because of that reason, and I say the science about the globe, quote unquote, is better and truer, I had to reject my faith completely. Because the Bible says the Earth is flat, science says the Earth's a globe, and I'm going to side with science. And then he completely rejected that version of Christianity entirely, and Christianity as a whole.
And it's ludicrous, but although it has to do with, I don't want to go too far, but I really think Christianity has descended poorly over the last 50, 60, 70 years. They used to have a lot smarter Christians than they do now. And it really is because of the dissolution of all the Protestant school, all the organized denominations of Protestantism. You know, people attack them and said, I don't do organized religion and all that. But these people used to run schools. They used to run universities. They used to run hospitals. They used to be teachers and stuff. And now those types of Christians are about gone. And you're nothing left with mostly but guys running around with one Bible and one opinion. And their own personal opinions. And they all say this book is infallible. Yet I looked at it from probably outward. It can't be infallible because nobody can agree on what it frickin' says. And I don't know what to make of somebody who comes and tells me the Bible is definitely a flat earth document. Okay, if that's your ultimate standard, never mind all the Christians who manage to read it differently or say it doesn't matter. They put their faith in the book. A book. They put their faith in the book. And I can't relate to it. I actually have more respect for the Christians who are going, hold on, you can't just whip out a Bible and declare what it says like that. But all that said, I have looked at it. It's pretty sympathetic to the flat earth view. You have to work hard to make it a little more symbolic. Maybe I'm just ranting.
Yeah, a lot of these. So there has been Globers who have come into our chats here and our other forums attempting to say that the Bible proves the earth is a globe, and then they attempt to do it from the Bible, and they just can't. And a lot of one of the worst ones, the worst one, and I'm sure you're familiar with this one, is there actually is a specific translation of the Bible which actually has the word globe in it in replace of the Hebrew word for circle. And they always quote that one. It says, here, look, it says it's a globe right here.
You can, on the other hand, view it various ways, in which case, in symbolic. And I don't even want to go into it because I'm sorry, I just can't relate to the worldview that says you look for everything in the Bible first. I can't relate to that. So I shouldn't comment further. I don't know how anybody does that for any purpose. I'm so sick of that.
I think that misunderstanding, and your misunderstanding makes it a straw man. And so you accept that the Christians believe the straw man that you've built in your head.
That's a fascinating claim, but no, I think you're projecting. 50 years of reading that book, 50 years and more of reading that book, 50 years of listening to Christians talk. You lie, every single one of you, to yourselves and each other when you say that Bible is plain and accessible to the average reader. That's one of the reasons I'm not a Christian anymore, because of that filthy lie y'all tell yourselves. None of you're constantly at war with each other over what it says, and you all claim it's clear. And you're hateful to people who don't agree with you, too. And I see how Christ makes so many men evil and nasty. And I'm not the only person who's done it. Said, wow, he turned into a real dick until he turned into a real dick when he found Jesus. Happens many times. Don't tell me it's a straw man. It's my lived experiences. Come and apologize for your poor behavior and apologize for me for lying and saying this book is clear and reliable when none of you can demonstrate that in your own behavior and your own groups. No, sir, I didn't give a straw man. I just hit home. None of you has a consistent read of that book, and that's your fault, not mine. And don't lie to me and abuse me and say, I just didn't read it hard enough. I'm sure I read it more than you. Pee on your Bible and your God, sir. Besides, any God that would throw someone in hell is evil.
Oh, that descended into chaos quick. I took one call. What's going on over here?
I'll mute out.
Why?
Christians, your God sucks.
People was a self-made strong man, and he got upset.
Well, nobody cares what you have to say because we can't hear you. So please drop out and rejoin. Whoever just spoke. Complete garbled mess. So whatever you're going to say, if you need to say it, rejoin so you can say it. Oh man. Or did anyone else hear what that guy just said? And I'm the one robot.
I'm waiting until I'm in a better service area. Leaving and coming back doesn't help. It changes location.
Oh, okay. Perfect. Oh. Amish, you're fired. Let's see. Crit's on deaf and crit. You're definitely fired. I thought Crit was going to come off deafened when he heard that guy say intellectual phase locking. Crit loves talking about that. But then I realized that he couldn't hear it because he's on deafened.
I was going to weigh in on an opinion, but probably doesn't matter after I heard that rant. The idea, though, being that the Eastern Orthodox Church offers holy tradition as a means through which to interpret scripture apart from the individual. And they see this as a stopgap measure to ensure that people don't come up with wayward interpretations and go off on tangents into areas theologically that they're not prepared to get into.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the guy wasn't wrong when he was saying that majority of Christians he encounters are judgmental, abusive, holier than thou, preaching down to people. You know, saying I'm one of the ones that's going to make it to heaven and you're not because you haven't done these tasks that I say you have to jump through these hoops to get to. Like, yeah, a lot of Christians act that way towards other people, and it sours people. Like Gandhi said, he said, "Hey, I love your Christ. I just don't like your Christians."
Those are fair points all around. I've been annoyed by more Protestants than I can care to shake a stick at.
So if you were given the edict, right, to preach the gospel, right, would that mean that your first order of business is to go around and tell everyone how horrible the people they are? Because I don't remember that in the edict, right? Yeah, the people think it's their personal responsibility to make sure everyone comes to terms with how much of a sinner they are before God. And in actuality, God never instructs people to do that in the means of the gospel. Yes, it could be an ancillary point, but it's like they lead with that point. Like Christians are so bent out of shape to try to get people to agree with all these extraneous terms, which aren't just the simple gospel, when you're commanded to preach the gospel to every creature, but instead you give them all this front-loaded caveats and parsings out, which the Bible never gives to people. Sure, it's in there, but it's not like, here, let me talk to you for an hour about these preloading things. And now that you hate me as a person, now let me tell you what I want you to do. It's like, yeah, get real.
Yeah, it's like,
now that you
right mind and follow that.
Yeah. Like now that you've concluded that I'm a self-righteous a-hole who hates people and is going to be happy that the sinners get to go to hell because they reject what I believe, I'd love you to accept what I believe. I love you to be as miserable as I am.
Yeah, heaven with you must be a real peach.
That's a great meme. That's a great meme, by the way. There's this meme with a bunch of old people sitting in pews looking absolutely hateful and miserable. And it says, you better accept what we believe. Otherwise, you won't get to spend an eternity with us.
There's an old doctrine that goes that heaven and hell begins in this life too. You get a taste of both while you're here.
Well, hey, dude, I've been doing this for 10 years, and I've met a lot of people who supposedly are Bible believers, and I've met a lot of people who are supposedly evangelical. And I could tell you that it's less than 10% of those people who claim to be associated with the Bible that actually are capable of articulating what the gospel is, let alone even telling it to anyone else, when the Bible clearly says to preach the gospel to every creature.
Yeah, it's a much harder task for us, I think, than a lot of the evangelicals and others people realize. A big part of it is living by doing and letting others see what the gospel is in your life reflected through the works and things that you do for others out of a genuine substance in your heart. If more people just acted and behaved in accordance with the gospel itself, rather than try to proselytize and preach and stuff, I think we'd be in a better position than we are now.
Well, yeah, because the majority of people that actually go out and try to preach the gospel, what do they actually talk to the person about? Like the majority of the content that they're talking to the person about is not telling you about the person and work of Christ, but actually attempting to tell people that they're doing bad things and they have to change the bad things they're doing. It's like, okay, that's like every frickin' self-help book that's ever been written.
Right. What's new about it? Yeah.
Oh, what you're trying to say is that I'm doing too many drugs, I'm doing too many immoral things, and that I should probably clean my life around. Well, no frickin' duh. No, I thought my life was awesome, doing all these things. So basically, you just came to told me the same thing I already know.
Yeah. So what's the uniqueness here, right? I mean, let's just turn to Hermetic wisdom instead. Let's just strip out everything in the Bible besides whatever, Neo-Pythagorean philosophy. Yeah.
Well, let me put it another way. Hey! I just came to let you know that you're a loser, and I'm going to get to go to heaven, and you're not. Like seriously, who's gonna want to hear what you have to say?
I got a quick question. Is my mic working right now?
Yes, sir.
Question for anybody who cares. Does the 24-hour Antarctic sun, if it's actually exists, does it change the natural properties of the bodies of water? Does not.
No.
Okay. Back to you guys.
But it can change the state of water, like, from liquid to gas if there's enough energy, or it could melt an ice cube. So it could do that.
Yeah, that's fair, but it does not change the natural seeking of the level. You guys get it. I can't stay on here long.
Absolutely, bro. No problem. We got you. The natural physics of water is to seek equilibrium according to Pascal's principle to be flat and level on the surface. And if flat and level is synonymous with horizontal, which is parallel to the plane of the horizon, which is the standard for level, which is the way water behaves, and that means that Earth's flat because 70% of the Earth's surface is water, and if 70% of the surface is flat, it's flat.
Well
yeah,
said.
Right on point, David.
That was for all the Globers that are going to come in here and try to think they got bragging rights about what something in the sky did, but you guys know this, so anyway.
Dude, Dave, let me explain it to you. So this morning we were on Nathan's. Now keep in mind, supposedly, the Globers think that now it's been proven because of what the sun did during the time that the dudes have been down there, that the Earth is proven to be a globe because of what the sun did. So he came into the chat, and we were talking, and he's like, this, that, and the other. And I'm like, okay, where's your proof for the 24-hour sun? He thought I meant, where's your proof for the globe? How did he reply to me? Did he reply to me with alleged evidence of the 24-hour sun in Antarctica? No, that's not how he replied. Supposedly, this was the stake in the heart of flat Earth. And I said, what's your proof? He took it, what's your proof for the globe? Did he reply with the 24-hour sun? No. He replied with images that appear to be a little curved, right? Looking out over a span. And then like a drone raising up in altitude and getting more propagation angles to the surface of the ground. I'm like, wait a minute, dude, these are like 2015, 2017 arguments. I thought you guys just did this alleged experiment that put a stake through the heart of the proposition. So if I ask you where's your proof of the globe, it should be the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, you dudes. Did he offer me that? Of course not. Which means, to him, that's not even a proof.
Yeah, you'd think this would be all we're hearing about, at least the past day or two, right? We should only be hearing about this. It's their black swan.
Yeah, but they're not. Yeah, but then they just roll out the same old tired arguments they've been rolling out for the past decade.
That's what happens when you're trying to make a fantasy a reality. You guys know what I mean? The whole globe exists only in the minds of men.
Oh, man. Yeah, it was actually a pretty good show this morning. And we had a pretty good show the other day. Nathan actually did a special stream just to talk about TFE. Just last night, like 7 hours maybe, I can't remember. And then we had Miggy and Indio running the final proposition throughout the night from midnight till probably 6, 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, which, by the way, Miggy's going to run some more of that same time frame. So if anybody's listening and they want to join, they can. So the final proposition is, okay, now that you've went and seen whatever you saw in Antarctica, can you please put that in a logical syllogism with proved premises that carries the conclusion of a necessity to prove that the Earth is a globe or to disprove that the Earth is flat? That's Indio's challenge, essentially. And they're fielding all comers on his X platform for the next few episodes, maybe even for a month or so. Who knows? Depends how it goes. We had Planet Peterson come in the other day over in politics. Indio started pressing him for his logic, and the kid couldn't handle it, so he had to bail. Maybe he posted a picture of Downley's Bridge on the way out or something. It's like, well, the 24-hour sun I can't put into logic, but look at this picture of a curvy-worvy bridgey bridge.
Yeah, I'm sure that all the drivers will be stepping up to the plate to take Indio and Miggy's challenge. I can't wait to hear it.
Man, their best hope is that Indio's mic isn't working. Hey, you know what? So while they were airing, what I was doing was taking the episode title and going through the hashtag links. Now, if you guys don't know how to do that, this is a way to support content creators or shows or topics that you're interested in. Go to the topic, join it. While you're joined, start clicking on the hashtags and go to other people that share the same hashtag and share the content with them, and keep clicking, and you'll eventually get to some obscure people who also have little niches of communities that you can cross-link. So, for example, there's a bunch of celebrities or big names in certain debate communities and stuff that are also starting to comment on the final experiment because it's come across their desk. So one such person that we know of is Andrew. What's his name? Andrew. the debater from Crucible, Andrew something. Dang it, what's his name? Andrew Wilson. There you go. So he commented on the final experiment alleged, title. So the final experiment, so-called, he commented on, and he said, "Hey, well, I haven't done that much research on flat Earth arguments, but from every model that I've seen, this doesn't comport with the models." Now, if Andrew's a logician and he's more interested to find out, he might actually start parsing out some of these arguments and realize, wait a minute, this is about the shape of the Earth, not about what the sky does. And of course, through the hashtag links, there's comments on his message, now linked all the way back to our broadcast. So I'm not saying it's definitely going to happen, but it's at least possible now that there are segue links directly leading back to us. It's possible Andrew finds our content, maybe even shows up to Miggy's X Spaces one night. And those are just little things that anyone can do to create extra segues of content and closed circles of separation just by, hanging out with some dudes, doing a little finger time on the keyboard, a little clicky click with the mouse. By the way, it's absolutely free. It only costs your time. So if you're so inclined to want to spread flat Earth or lead people to certain content, take advantage of that type of opportunity, because guess what? It's happening right now. There's a lot of intersectionality and cross-promotion among a lot of different forums in regards to the final experiment and the flat Earth content and topic happening right now. In fact, it's happening as we speak. It's going to happen tonight, and it's going to happen tomorrow morning, right? We were supposed to have Flatzoid on last night for the first final proposition episode, but he had to be on the road, so he couldn't make it. And of course, Flatzoid's great because he did a one-on-one debate with Duffy, right? So again, there you got more cross-promotional. All right, what else is going on? That was my rant. I'm kind of reticent to leave because I don't want the conversation to die, but I'm going to have to eventually leave. So hopefully, either you guys will pick up the convo or maybe move it back to politics or something. I don't know. Whatever.
Well, it's time for me to speak because I don't have the ability to speak because of bullshit signal. So.
Yeah. I hear you. Also, it's not required that the conversation always continue. It's okay for it to be intermittent. Heck, we got guys from our crew on TikTok, X Spaces for hours, politics for hours and hours and hours, politics and religion for hours and hours and hours, and a whole bunch of other places. So not every single venue we have will be fully staffed or fully engaged at all times. It's kind of like periodicals. Sometimes it's here, sometimes it's there.
Yeah.
Plus, we got Nathan on our sister server, Flat Earth Debate. He's ramping up talking about it as well, so he's got hours of content there. Speaking of which, I think I'm going to have to bail because I got to get some stuff done today. So I'll check back later. So I'm going to go back into the background. Take it easy, peeps.
Have fun. Northern, are you already working on a 7.0?
No, I make the email and the account the day that I get banned. I don't have a server. Unless another server gets banned and everybody gets punished for it. But that's what you call freedom. Discord knows what's best for us, and we should trust them.
Yes, they do everything because they need you.
Discord is here to protect us, keep us safe from misinformation. Your government loves you. They've never committed any war crimes against humanity. Everything is fine. But yeah, if you're there, I got a question for you. What kind of moron would go to Antarctica and not be prepared to show a 48 to 72 hour live stream?
Apparently, the jackalopes that went there.
Apparently, people who had a year to plan, who are spending $500,000 or more, who we've been asking for a 24-hour live stream from Antarctica for 10 years. And all I'm getting is excuses. And I like it. It's funny to me.
You know, want to be unfalsifiable in some way. Have they even shown?
So what do you think of their?
What have they even shown what the sky looks like at the supposed hours it's supposed to be rised or set below the horizon?
No, they didn't really. They should have been showing multiple angles of their phone, the time, the sun, everything cross-verified, multiple things that we can cross-reference. But obviously, they're going to have excuses. We didn't have money. We couldn't plan. We could only bring 55 pounds. Well, I don't care about your excuses. Do it right or fuck off. But I was going to ask you, did you see their footage, and what evidence did you get from their footage?
I have not seen anything yet. I've been too busy.
I can give you the Coles, or what do they call it? The Coles notes, or fucking the quick review. They showed men standing in the snow, and they showed the sun, and then they made claims, and then the video shut off. So I'm convinced. Like, I mean, there is a video of men in snow with the sun. So, I mean, whatever they say is gospel, apparently, to some stupid people.
So did they just like have like a few moments of camera on, look, the sun's out, and then camera off?
What they did, one of the videos was Duffy had like a 48-minute live stream where he strolled out. It was like a humiliation ritual where he strolled out a glober, then a flatty, and then a glober, then a flatty, and they're all like, "Yeah, we see the 24-hour sun. Yeah." And it's sort of like they're making their pre-damage control or pre-assault or whatever, and they all saw it. Yeah, so I mean, I guess I gotta believe them. I gotta believe Jaren, even though he was in a Netflix hit piece years ago, and he's been exposed for years. But I gotta believe this guy. But either way, it's nothing new. It's divide and conquer, whether it be whatever topic. I disagree on many flat earthers on many things about the flat earth and history. So, I mean, nothing really changed. This is just like the newest one that they're going to try to push to the forefront and cause division, but it's going to happen on any topic, so whatever. It's not much new. But I'll even ask you another, in a way, rhetorical question. So, if there's satellites and Starlink, why is there no 24-hour internet in Antarctica?
I don't know. Maybe because they don't have something over there constantly.
So then they're just conceding right away.
Or I don't know why they don't at least like have like one cabled hub heading from the closest landmass with internet to it, and then linking the continent with the cable. I don't know why they don't do that. They've done that to the rest of the land masses. Right? Because if Antarctica is smaller than the equator, so then it should be less cables to go around the coastline.
Well, I can already in just a split second. I can tell you their excuses. There's no need to put the cable there. They're only there 6 months a year. It's too expensive. They can't do it. They can't drill that far. It's too hard. The rocks or it's too much water, too deep, or like so. I mean, I can come up with their excuses in a split second. But the real reason they don't do a 24-hour live stream is because it would show that it's not 24-hour daylight. It's not 24-hour sun down there. So they can't show the fourth wall. So, are you still there? Role play for a second.
I'm here for
Like,
2 more minutes.
Jim!
I'm about to walk into work. So,
Yeah, all I need is a minute.
Hello?
Hey, it'll be like, hey, Jim! Yeah, we can. I'll save it for another day.
all right. What's up, guest?
Hi. Nice to meet you guys.
Howdy.
What brings you to the server?
I joined a few days ago. I saw it as a partnership of like politics. If you guys know that server.
Yep.
It just seems really interesting because I never even like questioned that the Earth wasn't round. Like it's never been something I actually thought about. So.
Well, your experience is flat, level, horizontal. It's practically navigated as flat. It's if you talk about space and rocketry and planes, it's easier to simplify everything to it being a flat, non-rotating Earth. The only difference is that you believe that there's a sphere under your feet, and you can't measure it. You can't feel it move. It's all too big to see the curve, and the amount of it motion is too big, and the velocities are too low, so you don't feel it. But trust them. The ground below your feet is a sphere, and it's moving.
Yeah, that's kind of what I've been doing my whole life. But
I got a quick question for you. Why do you think that you never heard of flat Earth until now?
I mean, I heard sort of it. Like, I guess I think I might have watched a YouTube video when I was 11. But it was never anything positive about you guys. It was mostly just like, oh, they're crazy. I'm still figuring out if you guys are crazy, but I don't know. Maybe people don't.
So what the government did was they promoted hit pieces and misinformation about flat Earth while censoring the real information, and it's openly admitted in Congress that the government censors flat Earth videos and flat Earth material. So in reality, they don't want you to hear about it. They don't want you to look into it. They want you to be obsessed with money and your life and just be too busy. And then if you accidentally stumble upon it and you do the research, you'll see that the water is flat, level, horizontal. And obviously there's going to be no globe proof. You've never seen curvature. You've never seen the globe from that vantage point of outer space. NASA is lies and Freemasons and even worse. So
The Freemasons? You guys...
Yeah, NASA was started in like 1940, 44, or whatever it was, 56. And it was started, the U.S. government brought over German Nazis to start NASA.
Yeah.
Jack Parsons is a known Satanist who did sex magic rituals. Those are the founders of NASA.
And the Masons were a part of it? I know what they are, but like, I thought they were Christian.
Most, if not all, astronauts are Freemasons. I'd say most. And it's admitted they're on like the lodges, they're on the lodge lists, they openly admit it. And no, in my opinion, Freemasons are not Christians.
Are they Satanists?
They are Satanists. They are Satanists.
That's actually something that I've kind of thought about, but I've never connected it to a flat earth, so...
Yeah, the whole trick is the government puts you in an indoctrination camp for 13 years, teaches you evolution, Big Bang, the globe lies, and materialism, and then obviously they hope that you're too busy to look into it.
So evolution doesn't exist?
No, humans don't evolve. Evolution is a complete hoax.
I don't really like agree with evolution either, but that's more from like a Christian perspective, not more of a flat earth perspective.
Well, yeah, the Bible is a flat earth book, so...
Really?
I think it's Genesis 1:6, the firmament, waters above, waters below, two, the lights in the sky, one is the sun, one's the moon, fixed and immovable.
And then you have Isaiah, who says that heaven was stretched out like a tent to dwell in, and that the earth beneath it was spread out. You have Job saying that it's hard as the firmament's as hard as a molten looking glass. You have Revelation saying that the throne of God is sitting on a sea of glass. You have Jesus saying things to the Pharisees like, you understand the face of the sky and the face of the earth, but you don't understand the times. Face is more like one side.
Yeah, that's
where
true.
like a sphere has a surface. And then in Job 38, God's like, where were you when I laid the foundations of the earth? Have you measured the ends of the earth? You know? So many times it's talking about, I want to gather my people from the ends of the earth, from one end to another, rather than it being like all the way around. And then no one's ever been to the sky. We don't know how high the sky is. The Bible claims that heaven for height, the earth for depth, and no heart of a king. Excuse me. Heaven for height, earth for depth, and the heart of a king no man can know. So.
And in another place in Job confirms that.
So when they say that they know what the star is made of, or when they claim that this specific light in the sky they call a planet, they know what it's made of. They haven't been there to take the sample. They haven't been to it to measure the distance to it. They've only looked at it, seen it has an angular size, and they're like, okay, well, with this angular size, I can use this distance and this size of that light source, and boom. the ratio matches, so therefore it must be the case. Whereas if you increase distance, you have to increase the size in order for it to have the same apparent size. That's why they say things like Betelgeuse is like orders of magnitude larger than the sun, while the sun is larger than the star.
I'd say the Bible also says that the lights are useful for navigating. The wise men found Jesus with the star, so they navigated with the star.
Gone.
Oh, shoot. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we can still talk about it, but yeah, it's. I was going to ask her about water, but because usually it'll be like, okay, I'll go to the water flat. You've never seen a curve. It's flat at every level. Lake, ocean, puddle, ocean, whatever, in a glass tub, and then you can the gas law or whatever. But like then it'll be like, well, what about eclipses? And it's like, well, just because you have a million questions doesn't change the fact that the water's flat, level, horizontal. So,
and perpendicular from vertical on two axes, X and Y plane, with water level.
if she is honest, if she was honest and truthful, and she is coming from the biblical perspective, then there is hope, because there's no way you can be in the biblical perspective and a Christian and be like, well, yeah, I support NASA, and yeah, I support the lockdowns, and yeah, I support the government, and I trust the government. So,
Hey, do you guys think I should document when I question people? Because every time they can agree with gas pressure requiring containment, and say pitch data requiring a plane of reference to measure a 2-degree angle, precisely, so they have the correct lift for the amount of weight and speed of the plane, right? These things are just facts, right? I mean, but it's always Christians, 100%. And I do this a lot in the public. So do you guys think it's something that should be documented and then pointed out or something? Is it worth pointing out?
If you have the ability to come across, if you have the ability to come across multiple people in Discord or public and record it, and you get them double speaking, and you got clips of it, I would just edit it, and then you got, say you do a 5-minute montage of 10, 20 people double speaking. Those are the best ones. When you get people caught double speaking back to back within minutes, those are like, who it's going to resonate with is different, but those are the best clips when you get the Globers to double speak.
Oh, yeah, they can't help it. Yeah, everything they're based on is like gas lumping in a vacuum is double speak right there. Space is double speak. It's like,
I like to ask the question, can you see a football field 250 miles away? And can you see a beach ball 350 miles away? And then make the relation between the ISS being a football field 250 miles away and Sputnik being a beach ball 350 miles away. People claim to have seen both.
Oh, they come up with stuff. I usually, this is what I do, and I do it in public often. It depends kind of on my mood, but I'll ask people if they want to hear why a flat earther says space is fake, because I think that one's the most well-done statement that can be made, is like gas pressure requires a container. And that's what I do. And then every time it's reasonable people, I'm at 100% right now, except for one that didn't answer. He just kept walking. So I assume it's still 100. So, but it'd be like 99%. I've done it like 1,000 times, but it's 100% Christians. And they always want, and sometimes if they have time, they get excited and they start hearing about the Bible verses and stuff. And that's the part I really want to document, is the Christians and how it's 100% Christians who are willing to engage and answer with something reasonable, right? Go with demonstrations, right?
Yeah. If you walk up to people on the street and you say, "Is level curved?" they're going to say, "No, that's stupid." But
yeah,
even the hardcore Globers that come here the first time, they even say like, "No, level's not curved." But then we flat smack them so hard, and they come back, get flat smacked, and then now they know the routine. So then they just go on to the level that's curved bullshit because they've been experienced. But if you come up to a new person on the street, they're gonna say level is flat, level, horizontal, not curved, 100%.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and my interactions with Christians on those questions, they'll try to save the globe by saying that, well, it's a more fantastic idea for the Earth to be a globe in the ever-expanding universe that God made, rather than limiting God and His creativity to just creating a terrarium and putting us in it.
Well, what I'm getting at is I don't bring that up until after I'm able to get them to confirm that they would need a container to have pressure on Earth. Once I get that far, then I'm basically at that point I'm asking, are you a Christian? And it's been 100% yes. I'm not saying go to a person at a church because you'll get a lot of them will give you the deception, right? Repeat the deception. I'm not talking about that. What I'm talking about is the people have a reasonable mind, right? And they'll agree that space is fake. But then at that point, I can basically respond with, are you a Christian? And it's been 100% yes.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, then they'll do damage control or say it's subjective. You mean like Matthew learns it's subjective. It's not literal. Well, guess what? It is. Most of it is literal, or like it's got everything in it. But the creation story is literal, and your excuses don't change that.
I call it metaphor. Cool.
I should. I think it has value. I should just make like videos of it so then I can edit things in case something were to go haywire. I wouldn't want to live stream or anything. I regret not having the ones I have, especially when the people want to hear and they get excited. It'd be encouraging for us because then because then I also invite them to everywhere. I'll even write it down on paper so they have it. Because typing into YouTube or these places sometimes will mislead people.
I would say if you have the ability and the time, I would do it. Even if you got 10 views, even if you got 1,000 views, if it resonates with that one person, the 10 people, then it's probably worth it. Obviously not financially, but like spiritually, it's worth it.
Yeah, this is part of, I guess, a personal ministry. It's turned into a way to confirm to a person that they're able to resonate with truth. That's what it's kind of morphed into. And I don't really ever make fun of people or try to hold a sign because then it will isolate. Because then they'll be like, oh, that's the weirdo over there, don't talk. You know what I mean? You can't do that. You got to try. My most effective method is if they want to hear why a flat earther says space is fake. That one's the most effective way to go about engaging a person.
I would see it as like where, like I do it because I'm just like truth is the lifestyle, and I'm just going to speak truth and whatever. But you're trying to help them, and with this information, they're going to make better decisions in their life. They might sin less. They might not go to the doctor or whatever it is. So like your health is on the line, your spiritual stuff is on the line, and like I'm just doing it for fun, and I love truth, and I'm killing time, I'm having fun, so I mean I'm gonna do it regardless.
Yeah, if I have the record button going and then like ask him at the end and say, hey, is it okay if I post this as long as it went, what I'm getting at? I don't really want to argue a Glober because it's almost like they can say nonsense and then the people listening to them hear the nonsense as it is like something to taken as a reason to confirm the bias, right? It's pretty much ubiquitous. It's almost like God has to let them hear. In my mind now, I'm to that point now. Like second
Globbers on Discord.
On that. Huh?
Like the Globbers on Discord, they're like, let's go in this room one-on-one. It's like, I don't want to talk to a Glober atheist one-on-one. It's just a waste of time. Like, I've heard all your bullshit. I know what you're going to say. So, I mean, like, I can tell within 5 minutes whether this person's going to get it or not. And I mean, if they are actually a truther, then I'll spend time, I'll send links, I'll answer all the questions. But, like, I'll talk to a Glober in a room full of people just to expose them and get them to double speak, and because there's an audience, and just to, like, it's fun to, like, make them double speak and lie and, like, scramble. But I'm not going to go in a single one-on-one VC with a Glober and spend 2 hours trying to convince this retard of the truth. Like, why would I waste 2 hours with an atheist?
Yeah, I agree.
But like I said, if there was an audience of 10 people, 20 people, me one-on-one with this atheist, then I would do it, because it might be recorded. I can clip it. I can get good sound bites. There's an audience, but one-on-one, it's a waste of time.
Yeah. Nonsensical what they're trying to support. And they bring more nonsense to support their nonsense. It's just become ridiculous, you know? We all know it. Like the pitch data for the flight to supposed wherever they claim they are for this non-experiment.
Yeah. They're like, we left Punta Arenas, and I was looking at the compass, and we went south for 4 hours. There's no doubt about it. It's like, well, where's the video? Where's the, like, show me all the, like, you should have been documenting everything to prove that you're headed straight south for 4 hours.
Right. Yeah, they're just, so far it's been, yeah, bro, trust me, everything has been, they haven't shown in the sunrises with the compass or nothing.
Their excuses are, it's too cold, we didn't have money, we couldn't pack enough, we couldn't do this. Well, it's like, why are you even going then if you're not going to do the things the right way? Why are you even going if you're not even going to do it?
They're trolling their audience, I think. And then like just like pointing out to us that they get away with it, right? That they're going to get away with it and promote it. They're going to get all the views. They're going to get all the comments that say flat earthers are dumb or whatever, dude. We're not arguing with people or brains, though. We're not. We're arguing with these beliefs, you know. Or I don't even know. I don't even know what it is. It's a bizarre world.
They're doing it so, like, because I've already heard flat earthers on other servers say that, oh, this is a line in the sand. It's the people who believe in the 24-hour sun and the people who deny what's it and the truth. So they're trying to, like, do a divide where, like, these people just blindly believe these videos, and then now they're going to be like, oh, you're a 24-hour sun denier? Okay, well, I mean, that's heresy. That's 50 lashes for you. You're a stupid flat earther who doesn't believe the 24-hour sun.
And still nobody ever saw it. They just keep. Yeah, it has. It's so stupid. And God, this debate, man, brings out some of the craziest. Like learning so much about people. Like I've been around for a minute. Like I was a little confused in 2015 by the eclipse, and then by 2016 I did straighten out. So I've been around for about since then. I'm not like OG, but I've been around for a minute, and I've heard the craziest stuff over the years, man. They don't have a 24-hour video, and they're not even are they claiming to have? Because so far I'm hearing no.
No, what they were doing damage control yesterday, and he's like, "Well, we didn't have it. What do you want me to do?" He's like, "You want me to do this? You want me to do this? You want me to do a 24-hour live stream? Okay, we're gonna do that tomorrow." Like, buddy, you should have been doing that right away. I want to see a 48, 72-hour live stream in Antarctica right now. That should have been the main thing.
Yes, and that's
I'm not saying that I'm going to be convinced by it.
Yeah, it wouldn't matter anyway.
But I'm not going to be convinced by it. Yeah, but just to hear their excuses, and they're like, "We don't have the money. We didn't plan. Or my phone's going to freeze. My phone can't charge for 24 hours." It's like, I don't care about your excuses. Money is no object. You give me this live stream. I don't want to hear your excuses.
Yeah, they couldn't pack batteries or something. They didn't realize it was 24 hours. They didn't check for amenities or plugs or what the heck. I mean, they couldn't just put it right outside the tent. And then we're seeing some green screen types activity, and we're supposed to just accept it as, oh, that's nothing. That's not camera trickery at all. You're not seeing camera trickery. And why did it have to be stupid? Why is everything in regard to this? Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, one of the funnier things was, like, a week or two ago, they're like I live in cold weather in winter. It's minus 40, minus 30, and they're all talking like these guys from California, Florida. What's this battery gonna do in this weather? It's gonna freeze. It's like, dude, like, you don't even know what the weather's gonna do to your equipment. Like, I was just laughing because, like, I live in minus 30. I know what it does to phone batteries. I know what it does to cars. I know what it does to farm equipment. So I mean, but they're not going to ask me because they're like, they don't really care about the truth. They're just doing their psyop.
That's another crazy thing is, like, at the time I checked the temperature in Antarctica. It was supposed to be really cold, and they're out there and there's no breath. No one's seeing any breath. And then when you bring it up, it's like no big deal, but that's not. So if this ever gets brought up on a show that's going to be broadcast or whatever, we should have the screenshot of the dang temperature that they say it is and that they're talking and there's no breath. I'm from Minnesota. I mean, I know what negative 17 degrees, how that corresponds to even how the body is. They're out there without everything zipped up and stuff too. And it's supposed to be negative 17. You know what I'm saying? Fahrenheit, I'm talking.
Yeah,
because I looked it up.
The one video they were doing, they were saying it was 27 Fahrenheit, so like below 0 Celsius, and you could barely. I can't see any breath. I do think I saw breath like one time, but like I can't really tell. But there should be breath every breath. When it's minus 1, I should see your breath.
Peter distracted me. Here, ping him because he blocked me again.
What? Well, then he shouldn't come back in here if he blocks you.
I don't think that's not right. Don't ping him for me to circumvent the block. Just be like, hey, Crit did link rules or something. Like, I don't want him to, like, you're not speaking for me to him.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because that's a microaggression. That's aggressive behavior. But I want him to see that we do have guest rules here. And there's a link right to him. I did post a text version, but it wasn't good enough.
I might have something. Have you seen the Marriott video I sent you, or maybe not you, or that I showed in the channel at one point?
What's the Chicago, right?
Check it out. Let me verify. It's Chicago.
Oh, okay.
Is it
Kritsky. Kritoris.
Kritosaurus Rex. What does that sound?
Kritosaurus. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. You beat me to it. The King Crit. Kritosaurus Rex.
You could get Tyrannosaurus wrecked.
It was Louisiana.
Oh, okay. Yeah, post it again. my lunch is ready. So go ahead, Rom. You got
So it's the first time. So like I've been listening in here for a while, and like I was compelled by flat Earth for a long time, and I heard a lot of you've never seen a geometric horizon. We've never experienced something actually obstructed by a horizon before, and this was the first example that I was given that showed that. And I talked to a couple guys about it, but I didn't love the answers I was getting, so thought I'd run it by you maybe. See what you have to say about it. It's the first geometric horizon that I've seen. And it actually goes exactly with the Earth curve calculator measurements that I use online. It's like pinpoint to how much of the building should be obstructed by that amount of distance.
It's just a coincidence.
It was a wild one.
That's a lucky guess.
I could show you like the timestamps and stuff if you want. Did you step away, Crit? Oh yeah, he stepped away.
Is it in that video you sent in a side chat?
Yeah, it's that video. So I'll wait for Crit to kind of explain it.
I'm gonna watch it too,
along with the timestamps. Yeah, it's an interesting one. This is the first time I actually use the Earth curve calculator. The numbers seem to line up perfectly for how much obstruction there should be, and there's a geometric horizon that is obstructing. That seems to be obstructing. Because a lot of the,
word and measurement.
I never liked the argument for the globe in every instance with measurements over water, with the whole it's refraction. It sounded like an excuse to me for a long time. So I'm just hoping that the excuse for this anomaly, if it's an anomaly, isn't refraction, is what I'm hoping for. But if it is refraction, yeah, that's...
It's always refraction.
You know it's
always
flat.
refraction.
You know it's flat because it looks so round.
It only looks round because your eyeballs are curved. So that's what's going on there with the building.
Checks out to me.
See how the guy said that the observation matches the curvature, right? He said that. You heard him, Gamma, right?
Yeah.
Because he's looking at it with his curved eyeball. Of course, it's gonna match curvature. What else would it match?
The
Do you have
refracting.
flat eyeballs? Yeah. Are you the only person in the world that has flat eyeballs?
No, he has special contacts that are anti. They remove the distortion of his curved eyeball.
But how would a Fisher lens make the Earth look like a globe? That doesn't follow.
I always imagine Crit and Indio wearing those those corrective lens, like the guy from Trailer Park Boys. What's his name?
Yeah.
It's never good when they make a movie reference. It's never good.
But with those, it's not a movie. The joke's on you. With those, you see the Earth flat every day.
It's Bubbles, Trailer Park Boys.
It is.
Oh, true.
There you go. The refractinos.
Yeah, but that's advanced quantum mechanics, so we don't need to go there.
Yeah.
What's about quantum mechanics?
Refractinos.
What's a refractino? Is that a drink?
It's one of the particles in the standard model of particle physics.
The refractino?
Yeah.
A source for that?
This is the first time you've heard about it, huh?
You just made it up. That's why.
No, I didn't just make it up.
Where's your source, buddy?
There are papers being written about it right now.
Oh, there are papers. Is it on Wikipedia, maybe?
Well, it's on the Frontiers Society.
Okay, well then send it, gamer.
Okay, I can explain it to you.
This is the Flat Earth chat. We don't peddle like scientific, misinformation here. This is a rigorous chat.
Yeah, but refractinos are fundamental to understanding the shape of the Earth.
Well, that's your claim. Now provide evidence.
Okay, are all the observations that people make optical observations?
Wait. So in what way was that providing evidence?
It's
noticing that side chat is remarkably empty. Like,
this is why you don't make claims.
Holy shit! Where is the proof? Where is the papers? Where is the Wikipedia? Where is it?
You destroyed your first. You destroyed your first value, Peter. You're not supposed to make claims.
I'm weak today. So it's
You're a weak soy male. You are a beta cuck femboy.
Is that a compliment, Gamma? I'm a boomer. I don't understand these words. Is that a compliment?
Yes, it's very complimentary. In fact, I'm trying to I'm trying to please you such that you would give a source in side chat because I'm not seeing any evidence. What it seems like to me is that you're just making up shit.
It's because your eyes are curved. That's why. Refractinos are real, man.
They are real. They interact with
you understand if you just claim something is real 5 times, it doesn't make it real. If that were true, God would be here, right?
Huh?
If just saying something is true is what makes it true, then pretty much everything is true. But you don't agree. Then by that account, even the globe Earth would be true. It's insane.
What's your best proof of the globe?
I mean, the Earth just isn't a globe, so why would I have proof?
No. What's your best proof of the globe?
There is no proof of the globe.
You're a flat earther?
Hell yeah, brother. But Peter the Flat Universer is trolling. He doesn't actually have his claims. He makes shit up, he makes up new particles, he makes up science, and then he never posts any sources. Sidechat is empty. That's because Peter is a liar. Lying Peter. Peter Griffin is in the Discord call, just like usual.
No.
Lying Pete, they all call him. Lying Pete.
You're thinking of the wrong guy, I think. It wasn't Peter.
Oh, no, but it was Peter. In fact, I have a recording of it in Sidechat.
It was Embo.
Nope, I have a recording of our good friend Peter Griffin making the claim.
I know you guys are all flat earthers, but what about flat universes? I believe the universe.
Now we got Steve trying to take the topic, change the topic, trying to save Private Peter. But Private Peter's not going to be saved today. As much as Steve wants to try.
I'm literally one of those.
You're thinking of the wrong guy, I think.
Isn't the universe just flat? I don't think the...
No, it is. The third dimension.
Everyone can agree on that.
The third dimension, that's just that's perception.
My understanding is the Riemannian curvature of the universe itself is not there.
You can't even spell
it. It is zero. It is approximately zero as far as we can measure it.
But what's interesting is that we also know that the Earth is flat, not just the universe. Many things are flat, like your mother. Like the universe, like the Earth.
Okay, fair enough. I'm gonna see you for Christmas, right? At Mom's place.
I mean, you're everyone's brother, right? Because your mom gets around so much. That's why you're calling me everyone bro.
That's the only reason why you got laid.
These roasts are kind of corny, I can't lie, bro. You gotta tone it down a little bit. These roasts are sort of falling apart.
I think this is off topic, guys.
Peter, would you say that being a globe earther gives you riz or no?
Okay.
Falling off. You're falling off, bro. You're falling off.
Okay, yeah. You should have.
It's like the flat Earth. I might fall off if I go too far, but you still got to push it.
You should have stopped.
Yeah, well, you fall off the universe. Like the flat universe, you just fall off the flat universe if you walk too far in the universe. You know what I'm saying?
You should have stopped.
No, actually, no. That's not how it works.
Nah, bro. You don't understand it like I do.
What you don't realize is that the flat Earth is actually suspended above a giant turtle. So if you fall off the Earth, you land on the turtle.
No, that's a complete myth. That's a complete myth.
No,
I don't know who believes that.
There's lots of evidence out there.
Well, there's loads of evidence to prove my theory as well.
Yeah, but your theory just passes the vibe test. Sorry, it fails the vibe check.
Is the shell of the turtle curved or flat?
The vibe test isn't a quantifiable metric, so unfortunately.
But overall, it is just disk.
How can a flat plane balance itself on a curved shell of a turtle.
Sorry, what's the difference between a flat plane and just a plane?
A flat plane is a special case of a plane that is flat.
So some planes aren't flat.
Yeah, like the ones that fly, for example.
Can you give me an example of a plane that's not flat? I've never heard of that.
Your mother's chest.
The F-35.
What the hell? That's not a plane then, because it's not flat.
F-35. F-35.
My understanding is that
Fat Amy.
Snake tinted.
I mean, a plane is definitionally flat. Last time I checked, you know,
Yeah,
AX plus
F-35,
BY
that's
plus
flat.
CZ, you know, equals
Shut up.
0.
No.
Or equals constant.
What's sine squared plus cosine squared?
1.
Okay.
I mean, you think you can get me on the trig? You should know that I've gone through AP Calculus AB and BC, no less.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
Okay. No, I have a good one for you. Hold on.
You did not.
I'll be honest. You've seen this one. Peter, you'll see this one.
Must be any math question.
Substantiate your claim.
Yeah, hold on. We'll see if he can answer this question.
My pronouns are she, her, but yeah, what's up?
I have a meme for you.
Uh-huh.
Bro just made a claim and he cannot substantiate.
Oh, my pronouns are she, her.
Okay, no one cares.
So.
Uh-huh.
Usually no one gives a fuck.
Yeah.
Okay, what's the test?
I'm getting it right now. Don't worry.
If it's like a complex integral, like you got to give me some time though.
Start providing entertainment, or you're getting muted.
Okay. Here's the answer this. What is the derivative of this?
Oh my god.
Extremely easy.
Is this from like the MIT?
No, extremely easy. You're so stupid.
This is Math Olympiad level gamer.
No, you're retarded if you can't get this.
You haven't
Oh
fixed
my
it.
god.
He's failing. He can't get it. What? You're slow.
ln of e to the pi would just be
0. It's everything in there is constants. You idiot. Derivative is 0.
Oh my god, I'm fucking retarded. You got me.
I know. There you go.
Nice debunk, Gamma.
I know.
Wait, but truthfully, there's not a closed paren here, so this is malformed, therefore not a problem.
He just told you, Gamma. He just disproved your claim.
But there's no closing parenthesis here, so it's clearly
You didn't catch it. You didn't catch it, so it doesn't matter.
You
You should have said it does not compile, but you didn't.
I
You
just
didn't
did.
say
I just
zero.
did that.
You did. Well,
His
too
answer
late.
is incorrect. It doesn't resolve to 0 because it's malformed. It's a parse error,
Too late.
syntax error. You can't do that.
Jobs on you.
You should. Yeah, you shouldn't have. You should have said it.
Oh, no, I
Doesn't
did
matter.
say it. You're trying to
You
take back. No, I did. You said it was a constant. That's not true. That wasn't true. How could it be a constant if it's malformed? That doesn't make any sense.
Everything in there is a constant, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, but it's malformed, so there is no answer. It's ill-formed, rejected. The answer is not 0. It's ill-formed.
You get what it's trying to say.
I get what it's trying to say, but in math, it's not about what it's trying to say. It's about what it does say.
You
It's very
got there,
precise.
Gamma.
Yeah, but you didn't say it after.
Yeah.
You said it after.
It's like you're treating math like it's a social science. It's quite simple.
You said it after. You're like, I can't. I don't. Yeah, that's over.
No, I was just trying to remember the rule for like ln of e to a power.
Oh, bro, you guys will argue about anything.
Yeah, that's true.
That's kind of.
What's your like highest level of math knowledge, Euclidean trigonometry, man?
I took algebra 2 in high school. That's it.
That's it.
Yeah.
Why is your name
That's kinda
Euclidean
sad.
trigonometry? That
Algebra 2.
That's it.
Math related.
Yeah, that's it.
No, you're fucking with me. There's ought to be more.
Nope.
You took history, you took abstract algebra.
Nope.
You took a topology class.
Nope.
He's 17, dude. He's 17.
You know context analysis.
if you take too many of these classes, you become a transgender freak. That's what.
No, I was a transgender freak before I took the classes.
No,
chicken and the egg.
Yeah.
Well, no, the egg came first, right? Undoubtedly.
That's disgusting.
Well, not according to Tyson. Tyson said the egg was laid.
Well, no,
by
a
something
proto
that
chicken laid a chicken egg. This is how it works. So the egg did come first.
No, the chicken came first.
Yeah, don't argue with crit. That's a no-go.
No, the proto chicken
it's
laid a chicken egg. That was the transition.
Yeah,
no arguing with crit. That's a bannable
because
offense.
mutation happens during recombination, right? And that would be during the egg.
Yeah, but that was the proto.
Not hatching, the egg creation process.
Okay, no, hold on, Reed.
During fertilization.
You're not thinking here, okay?
I am thinking.
That was a proto chicken's egg. Then the egg.
But there was mutation involved in the genetic recombination that happened during fertilization, thus leading the
the
zygote to no longer be a protozygote, but an actual
the egg
chicken.
was owned by the chicken.
Yeah, but it's not about the owner; it's about what it is.
Yeah, who owns it? Whose egg?
Well, like if a white man owns a black person, it doesn't make the person white.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Whoa.
Based. What if the Earth is egg-shaped?
That's a question you gotta ask riding on eggshells, you know?
I mean, that just wouldn't like rotate in a stable manner, right?
Are there any? Well,
I guess unless actually, if it was aligned along the axis, why not?
No, it would become a sphere because that's what planets do over time to be optimal.
Right, because the gravity. Well, no, but also it's rotating, right? So there's actually going to be more.
It's oblate. Yes,
it's naturally oblate, naturally egg-shaped
because of centrifugal.
If there were just more maybe if I wonder, like, suppose the sun had stronger gravity, like, could that cause more of an egg shape to manifest?
That's called tidal forces, and yes, it can tear planets apart, but you would have to be very close to it.
I just mean, like, over time, like, would it make the oblation, more pronounced?
No, it's the gravitational. Okay, I have to put the voice off. It's a gravitational differential across the movie of the planet.
Can you give any evidence for mass attracting mass, Glovers? Is that a thing?
Mass attracting mass.
Yeah.
Kiss my mass.
You got any of that? Kiss my mass.
I mean, I noticed that, like, your mother, when she fell off those stairs, like, it seemed like she was attracted to the ground, and the ground was attracted to her, but I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Are there any actual flat earthers in here right now, or is everyone
That's
just
a mass attracting mass is a property of mass.
That's true.
That's a law. You don't prove that. That's just natural law. That's not a true.
Well, no, you verify it, right?
Discover it, and yeah.
Right, you got to get the p-value down pretty low.
Are there any flat earthers though right now? Or is
There's crit, I think.
I see. I just don't understand the motivation to believe in the flat Earth. I don't understand how you get into that. I mean,
what's interesting is like the epidemiology. Taxes. Like, what are risk factors? Taxes. And it seems like if I talk about that, I'll get muted, so I won't.
Wow. So why did you start talking about it?
Just to get you thinking. I don't know.
I just sort of wonder who, like, do they have like a clear kind of itinerary of like who's knowingly telling lies and who's just believing lies and then passing them on? Like, do we know who the bad guys are telling us the Earth is round?
Well, according to our good friend Alpha Veritas, moderator of this chat, all pilots are in on it and they know the Earth is actually flat. But not all astronauts know that, so it just depends on
they're flying along fake geodesics and sailing along fake geodesics.
Right, geodesics aren't great circles. That's a huge lie. Everyone knows this.
Well, I mean, they don't fly on geodesics though. They fly in like air currents. So I'm sure
that's true. That's true.
To be angled into it's because it's flat. Or
are you familiar with like A-star?
What?
Are you familiar with A-star?
No. What's that?
No.
A-star. How do I spell
I feel like you could project the Earth with respect to like the currents or like the relative speed up or speed down at a particular point, and then take a geodesic on that, and the planes would be flying on that.
Of course.
Which is much like what A-star does.
Yes, but when it's that complicated, they can sort of obfuscate, and you're not going to convince anyone in a fucking VC. It's not.
I know. I just want to talk about CS. Like that's how you get A-star from Dijkstra's. Is you just like project the space based on.
Shut up.
What?
Well, you're using nomenclature, which if I knew what you're talking about, I would also be a troon, and I don't want that. You know?
Yeah.
That's not quite right.
I think it is. My heuristic experience with other undergrads, for example, has told me that.
You're telling me that all the like CS math undergrads are trans at your school?
The ones who
I want to go to your school. What the hell?
No, you don't.
Your school sounds so based.
Ugh. It's based because of people like me.
What's your major?
Well, I don't want to divulge too much about myself. I did chemistry.
That's cool. Like with a focus on engineering or like pre-med? Oh, like that's so cool.
Yeah, but it's applied. It's not. I'm not like okay.
I feel like he's LARPing.
I'm not a linear algebra enjoyer, for example.
You're not a linear algebra enjoyer? That's so fucked up. I mean, linear algebra is just taking over, you know? Soon enough,
What kind of
everything will be linear algebra.
Like, the Walter White type of chemistry?
No, he's a crystallographer and a synthetic guy. I'm not.
Oh, I see. Oh, good.
He did X-ray crystallography.
Cool.
Is that canon?
What?
Is it canon that she's a crystallographer?
Yeah.
That's so funny. And then he goes on to make amphetamines.
Well, yeah, you use crystallography to characterize.
I have a legit question for you guys.
What's that?
How many suns are there, do you think? And I don't mean poetically, you know, that other stars are also suns, but how many suns, you know, within the proximity of the Earth? Let's say somewhere between 7 to 10 light minutes away from Earth. How many suns?
I think the flat earthers say 8.
No, 0. There's 0.
Oh, there's 0. My bad.
Yeah.
0? There are 0 suns. What is that sky? The thing in the sky?
7 to 8 light minutes away from the Earth. Yeah, that.
Okay, somewhere from between 0 to 50 light minutes. How many of those?
0 light minutes away?
I'm giving you a range.
You're providing
from
an
0
interval.
to 50. Yeah.
If it's 0, that would be like what? Right inside your eyeball?
Yeah.
I'd say there's 0 suns inside your eyeball.
No, there are, but I gave you a range from 0 to 50 light minutes. So it's a big range from inside of my eyeball to quite far away from my eyeball. How many of them do you think? How many do you think there are?
Do
we have any idea?
It's like a weird question.
How's it a weird question?
Just
it's
a weird question, dude. Just a weird question.
Just say this.
It's a very precise
there's
question.
A sun. If you look up in the sky and there's a sun,
yeah.
Is there a sun in the sky or is there a sun not in the sky?
It's in the sky. Now,
what would make it not in the sky?
If it weren't there.
Like if it went under the Earth?
No, it's still in the sky. Just different part of the sky. So, Crit, is sun an object?
It might subscribe to the LCD display IMAX theater theory. I don't know.
Cryptographer, is sun an object?
As a noun.
It's a noun.
The word sun is a noun, yes. Is the thing we describe using the word the sun an object?
Yeah, I would say it's a thing in the sky. I don't know what you mean by object.
Something that has...
Are you objectifying the Helios?
Yes. Okay. I would say it's something for the purpose of this...
Don't objectify.
I shall not. Okay. So for the purpose of this conversation, let's take an object to mean something material that has
make it easy to say the
single
is the sun
position at any given point in time.
Just make the sun. Don't try to objectify it.
Okay.
Make sense.
So is the sun a material object that has a single position geometrically in space at a given point in time?
Oh,
no, it has an optical. It has an optical or
no.
Well, no, wait. Can I talk to him for a second? I'm driving. I'll be home in 10 minutes, and then you can have your time with him. Okay?
Ask him this. Can you fly
So
to the
no,
sun?
I don't want to ask him this. This is not my
Let him
first
cook.
rodeo.
Let the polo cook. Let him cook.
Okay. Well, that is correct, Crits, but so is your head. It also has an optical position when I look at it. So,
like a rainbow. Is a rainbow an object?
very true.
How about rainbows? Is that an object?
It is a collection of many, many very small objects.
No, but it's not even that because it's dependent on
Yeah,
where
shut up. Shut up. I'm talking to my friend Crit. Shut up. So, Crit, does the sun, is a sun a collection of very tiny objects clumped together that does have a single position in geometrical space at a given point in time? Yes or no?
The sun is the sun.
Yes, the sun is the sun.
You're both retarded.
However, yes, thank you. However, is the sun an object that has a position at a single position at a given moment in time?
Yeah, don't objectify the sun. Just use the sun as the sun.
I love to put your.
You're not being honest here, Chris.
This one last time we spent. I remember a time when we spent 2 hours by me asking you the same question and you coming with exactly the same answer all the time just to avoid answering. All right.
How about this?
Let's demonstrate this to the
Instead
audience.
of doing that, just answer what you think you're looking for. So
I'm looking for a yes. I'm looking for a strong, proud,
let's do this.
brave, empowered yes from you.
Like tennis, like where you're knocking over to my court, and then I'm like, okay, here I knocked the ball back into your court, and you didn't do anything with it.
I am looking for you to say yes, like yes, we can.
Okay,
Sí, se puede.
Okay, you do it. Say yes, and then go on. Like let's see what happens.
Yes. Now,
Okay,
Crit, what do you say?
Now what happens?
Now you say yes.
Well, no. Now you gotta serve that ball. What happens next?
Well, now you have to play it back by saying yes.
No, that's what you did. That was your play. That
mentioned.
What happens next?
Crit, you are absolutely, completely,
Retarded.
so far gone in your schizophrenia. You're so gone.
I think
I
you
don't
could just ask
understand
him.
Crit. Crit is my BFF. I understand him. He's my. I spend hours with Crit.
Or
I'm
just
just
say, do you
having some
disagree with
fun.
anything I
dude.
just said?
You've not found a better way to communicate then.
I'm just having some fun, okay? We're like a couple, right?
you're
We're an
just
old
having
couple,
fun
and we're
as a
doing something to rekindle our relationship.
That's so
Well, you're just
sweet.
a boring pseudo-intellectual, so I don't want to talk to you. I want
That's
to talk
exactly
to a
what you
retarded
are. Yes, that's exactly
psychotic
what I use to describe
photographer.
you.
Is
Yeah,
the sun
okay.
an object
Sounds like
in
the Chris.
geometrical space, in a location, in time? Yes or no? Like that was
Yeah. Crit. Is the sun an object?
We did this already. You said
Yeah, I know.
and then you're going to talk about what's next.
Yeah, but now I
The
need
question he's posing is, do you disagree with anything the guy just said?
The next question is.
Side. Okay, so you said the sun's an object. Then what? They could get back into my side.
It's a conversation. So I told you what I think. Okay, I took my clothes off first. Now it's your turn. What do you think? Is it an object or not? It's only fair for me to ask.
Yeah, I don't objectify the sun.
Okay.
Right,
So what is this?
I'm going to talk to Crit because I think it'll be more interesting. Crit, if I could fly and I could breathe without air, would I be able to fly towards the sun and touch it?
If you could fly, then you could fly.
Yeah, but
And
can
you
I
would
go?
do
If I could
so-
go to
so
the
hold on.
sun, could I
Dude, hold
reach
on.
it? Could I go to it?
You would do so without any input from me. It wouldn't be like,
Baby
hey,
glares.
Chris,
Baby glares
I can
every single
fly.
time.
You told me like, hey, what's up, dude? You said you can fly and you can fly without breathing air.
Well, no, I'm
And
asking
I'd be
you.
like,
if
I
could
doubt.
The only thing
I
worse
doubt.
than a blurf is a baby glurf.
I doubt that. I doubt you could do that, and then you don't. I'm like,
Yeah,
well,
okay,
why
but
didn't you
like,
fly?
what I mean is, do
Hey,
you think it's out there?
Icarus.
I think it's out there
Icarus.
in a place.
Icarus.
Yeah, I know who Icarus is. That's
Okay.
great. I'm not Icarus. I'm better
Yeah.
than Icarus. My wings
Well,
are
go
made of
do it.
like titanium or something.
Go do
okay?
it then. Fly.
Well, no,
Spread-
are you? Do you understand hypotheticals
You don't
at all?
need-
Like,
you don't
are you
need
able
me-
to do hypotheticals?
Yeah, you don't need me for your hypothetical.
No, but I'm asking. I'm not trying to tell you what the sun is. I'm trying to understand what you think the sun is. I want you to explain to me, given my hypothetical, the way you understand the sun.
Okay, so
would
you
I be
want
able to fly
something
through
from
or not?
me. If you
I
want
want to
something-
understand you.
Okay, so
yes, I
you
want to understand.
then try. Give it your damnedest. Pretend like you're in a college classroom and you're trying to understand the lesson.
Hey, dude,
You've not told me anything yet. I'm trying.
How well do you think you're doing right now?
You're not telling me anything.
Torius Judson, how well are you doing so far?
Better than you, because we're getting to the point of we're finding out if there's even a point.
I think you're almost there. I think you almost have it pinned.
You were simply talking to make yourself sound smart in front of the whole room. That's all you were doing.
Yeah.
I actually want to know if this guy thinks the sun is a thing in the sky.
Either
you were using words with scientific definitions that he doesn't understand or subscribe to, so that you're not going to find a common ground.
He flexes his intellect. He's known for this.
I think you have.
But I get the impression you're known for that as well.
Guys, we need to let him speak.
Yeah,
so what is the sun? Correct. What is the sun? When you said the sun is the sun, what is it though?
Yeah, that's what it is.
It's the sun.
That's
is the sun not? How about this? Do you disagree? Is the sun not the sun?
Okay. Right. A computer mouse is a computer mouse. A phone is a phone. A table's a table.
Is the sun suddenly not the sun, or is the sun the sun?
No. The sun, of course, the sun is the sun. But that's a trivial fact of it. What else is
Was the sun always the sun? Will it always be the sun? Huh? Has it always been the sun? Will it forever be the sun?
Yeah, with object permanence, you would know, right?
Well, how do we know that we don't know?
Someone could be like, "Yo, I
know that you don't know."
Well, how do you know that I don't know?
Because you're gay.
That was like the Aztecs. The Aztecs sacrificed people to the sun. So if you were to go back, if you went back to the Aztec time, and you said, "Hey,"
if you went back, like if he could fly to the sun that way, if you could go back,
yeah, if you could go back,
you cannot go back. How do you go back?
And you were to ask the Aztecs, "Hey,
did you go back?"
Sun? They go, "No."
Did you take a lot of shrooms straight and you went back and witnessed the Aztecs?
No, I saw the movie Apocalypse something or another.
Are you sure those were the Aztecs and not the Mayans?
Yeah, they might have been Mayans.
You should have it,
probably. Yeah. So
was the movie called again, like Apocalypse?
Yeah, Apocalypto, and it takes place in the Yucatan, and I don't think that's Aztecs. Anyways, so
he's totally incapable of the conversation, and we should talk about something else.
So, Crit,
then you have to ask yourself,
always been the sun.
You would try. See, I know already going into this conversation, just when you tried to LARP that you were a college student, I knew that you right then. That's all I needed to know. That
you're like a detective. You're like Sherlock Holmes, Crit.
Who's LARPing as a college student?
You are incapable of having the conversation. So I know.
You mean
I know not to ask you anything.
Me or Peter, though? Yeah, but do you mean me or Peter?
You. Peter's solid, dude. Yeah, Peter's
I'm LARPing as a college student. Okay. Yeah. One moment, please.
You seem to have a chronic syndrome of projection. Like every single day, every single discussion, you just say what literally you do and project it into the person you're speaking to. It's a pattern in every single conversation.
Every single time.
Appeal to motive fallacy.
Hey, Crit, do you have OnlyFans?
No, I banned them to save. You can't reveal personal information. He was going to dox somebody. He was going to post.
Are you on OnlyFans? Yes or no?
Shut the fuck up. He was going to post somebody's college transcript or something. I preemptively banned him. I didn't want to have to deal with, opening mod mail, showing this person posted personal information. Okay, I just wanted to get rid of the fucking weirdo. Okay, he was already on thin ice when he was talking about LGBT.
Like the ice wall, yeah.
He was already.
Yeah, I think he was going to post your PhD diploma.
He had to be on his P's and Q's, and the dude was just insufferable. So, Embo, do you agree or disagree? You're chained right now. That guy, it was like getting tossed off the.
Hey, Crit, what's the radius of the sun?
What the fuck about one?
Yeah, what's the radius of the sun?
It's like 1 degree.
The
or
radius
half a-
of the
it's like
sun
half a
is
degree.
the radius of the sun.
It's like half a degree.
It's measured in degrees.
Yeah, hold on. We got to stop here.
Do you know what a
Em-
radius is? It's not in.
Okay.
He doesn't.
Then if I don't know what a radius is,
It's
you wouldn't
measured
ask
in
me.
pounds.
You wouldn't ask me what the
British pounds or Australian?
Okay, Embo, hold on.
British
So
pound.
old boy just got tossed off because he was going to dox, but you said something about me. Okay, so where are we at, Embo? Are you done? Or you gonna eat crow or not?
I don't really understand what you're talking about.
Did you say that somehow
I think it's bubbling.
I accuse people of things that I do? Do I dox people, Embo?
No,
Okay.
you don't. But you said that Peter is incapable of holding a conversation.
No, I didn't say that. I said this weird dude who jumped in talking about how he doesn't like trans people, how he's some kind of graduate student, that he doesn't know that any flat earther is capable of a conversation, then tried to engage with flat earthers. He was unable to detect who was a flat earther, who wasn't. He couldn't even click on people's names. He told Peter that he's like some sort of word. That's what you heard, him talking about Peter. Peter was incapable of having a conversation. Do you get this now? Or are you still like completely clueless? So this is a problem. You come in here playing a video game, halfway paying attention, halfway playing a video game, just getting fucking rolled in the video game. The video game's owning your ass. And then you get upset, and then you open your mic and say some dumb shit. All right, do that. Sit down and shut up. Okay, when you look up at the sun, what do you see? Half a degree or not half a degree?
Oh. Is that a radius? Fred, what is the unit that you measure a radius in?
It's pound. It's pound.
No, that would be the weight of the sun, and to weigh the sun, you have to put it in a bucket, as Demok often uses.
The silver pound.
And unfortunately, you cannot put the sun in the bucket, so you cannot measure its weight. But you still can measure its radius, so what's the radius?
Yeah, okay, so let's see here. So what you would do, if you want to know what the radius was, you would find some way of scaling it for the whole sky distance. And if that sky, let's say the sky distance is 1 unit, then the sun would be 0.5 of a degree of that unit. And then you would add whatever you wanted in there as your unit of measurement.
Crit, where did you get your degree in mathematics from?
Oh yeah, no, we kind of figured it was LARPing about 2 days
answer.
ago.
Yeah, you
didn't get anything.
Use any answer you need for any purpose you need it for.
It was just LARPing. But then again, just like most of you guys.
It's everybody. It's a big LARP. It's just a big live action role play.
Big LARPy
You know this too, because you'd be like, hey, so you're some sort of rocket scientist. They're like, yeah, you're an astronaut. Like, you'll get people come in here, they're astronauts, rocket scientists, math wizards. I go, so is NASA knocking at your door right now? No. Like, just the news the other day that NASA is short of a heat.
I'm not a LARPer, Crit.
I am.
Take that away. Take that back.
What do I
Take that back. I am not a LARPer.
You're not LARPing? You're LARPing as Peter the Globe Prover. Shakespeare said that the whole world is a stage. Is he in on it? Was Shakespeare in on it? Or was he not in on it?
So take it back, Crit.
Okay, I will. I just want to hear was Shakespeare in on it or not in on it?
Take it back.
Yeah, I'm trying to take it back. Just let me know inside your worldview. Okay, inside your worldview.
I don't care.
Okay, inside
Take
your
it back
world.
when you said I was a LARP.
This is like Brenda demanding all the flat earthers apologize to her for all the
I just demand that you do.
Okay, yeah, I'm letting you know I will make an apology once I know exactly what you're asking me for.
No, that's not a condition. I'm not looking for a conditional apology. I'm looking.
Yeah, fuck off.
Well, apologize to me. Take it
I'm
back.
offering you an apology if you can tell me whether or not Shakespeare was in on it.
He wasn't. Okay, now apologize.
Okay, so he wasn't in on it.
He wasn't. No,
So can
apologize.
we just do this? Right now, this you can consider this a stage.
Okay, apologize.
In a stage, you act.
Apologize.
And if you're acting in real time without a script, that's called live action.
Crit.
Check or hold.
Apologize. Apologize to me right now.
Yeah, dude, you don't need an apology. You are LARPing by definition of your own words.
Apologize right now.
For saying you're LARPing when you're LARPing?
Yes, right now.
You want me to apologize that you're LARPing when you
I do. How many times do you want me to repeat it? Yes, I do want you to apologize.
You just said you're LARPing.
Apologize.
For what? What do you want me to apologize for?
For calling me a LARPer.
Dude, you called yourself a LARPer.
No, I did not.
Okay.
Apologize.
Okay, let's start over. Shakespeare. He said the whole world.
I don't know who that is.
The whole world's a stage.
Appeal to authority.
What the fuck is wrong with you, Peter? What the hell?
I need him to apologize to me for calling me a LARPer. I took offense
tell
to
me
that.
that if you want an apology, you got to say all of Shakespeare, and by extension,
I am not interested in Shakespeare.
They
I don't
all
know
have
who
to
that
be
is.
in on it.
I don't know.
You don't know who Shakespeare is, Peter?
No.
Can you substantiate your claim that Shakespeare really said
Peter,
that
did you drop out in third grade?
Here, appeal to authority. Appeal to authority. I don't care who that is. I can't give a shit. I only know Mickiewicz and Słowatsky. Okay? So, that's all I need to know about the world. Now,
I'm not Polish. I didn't get that.
Go and apologize, Crit.
Well, this is what is going on here. Offense was taken, not given.
Yeah.
So you took offense.
It was given. You just didn't know you were giving it.
No, offense was taken, not given.
Like your mama.
No offense was given.
Yeah,
you took offense.
Dude, apologize right now.
Yeah, you tell me that all of Shakespeare's in on it, and then we got something to apologize for.
Stop appealing to authority and just apologize for the words that you uttered yourself.
That you took offense.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, but offense was not given or intended.
Well, because maybe the retardation prevented you from realization that
if you confess that
given.
you think all of Shakespeare is in on it.
Bro, you gotta stop, all right? Apologize right now.
For what? What do I got to apologize for?
For calling me a LARPer, for lying.
You said that Shakespeare wasn't in on it.
Crit, you know that this is just a scheme, right? Come on, you gotta be smart.
Crit is a schemer himself. I think he would know.
There's no scheme here.
There's a schema, actually. The flat schema.
Yo, hold on. Jedi's trying to get in.
No, you dare apologize.
Well, maybe he's here to tell you that you should apologize.
No,
maybe. That's what I'm saying. He could.
How about we instead pray? Can we pray in this chat?
You can pray for pray for an apology, Peter.
Dear Lord, please let Peter see the light. Let him read Shakespeare and be knowledgeable of the flat earth. It is flat. Amen.
Yeah.
Amen.
Well, appeal to prayer. Jokes on you.
Wait, Crit. In feet, what is the radius of the sun?
It's in pounds.
Okay, what happened last time I tried to ask you?
1 sun radius.
Or you tried to ask me.
That's a good one, Yama. Good one.
You tried to ask me. I said, okay, we're
no more nor less than 1 radius of the sun.
That's so true.
It is precisely 1 radius.
Is it not? Or is it not that?
It's actually the only value we know precisely. Because everything else has an error of margin of error. This one doesn't.
You could put a value to it, right?
Yeah, one solar radius. It's the way Globers define one light year. It's the distance that the sun travels in 1 year. The joke's on you, right?
No, it's an astronomical unit. It's one.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, they just say, what is that
I
unit?
think
It's one. It's
you're
one.
confused a little.
What's an astronomical unit? It's one astronomical.
Yeah, what is an ounce? Oh, it's an ounce.
Is it not that?
No, it is. It is exactly that. It's precise.
You have AUs, now you have ARs.
So now we have two very precise values we know as humans. The solar radius, it is equal to 1 radius of the sun, and an ounce, which is equal to an ounce. Maybe we have more. Let's keep thinking.
I thought you said
I think what they're so desperate to hear is that this thing that they're convinced is a dying star, they want to hear it's 300 times the size of Earth. They want to hear their own story told. It's
No,
weird.
that's your mother, not the sun. Don't get confused.
Well, Peter earlier identified as not Peter. He identified as an us. So now we got a Peter.
Wait, can you convert 0.5 degrees to inches or centimeters, please?
Yeah, I was getting there, but you spazzed the fuck out before.
Well, because you still haven't apologized to me.
Yeah,
apologize, you loser. Apologize
for what?
I think the claim would be that
calling me names.
What name did you get called?
I think you called him a LARPer or a yeffer.
Yeah, that would be a verb. LARPing is a verb.
Yes,
but LARPer is a verbal.
I didn't say Peter is a LARP.
Okay.
LARPer is a gerund noun.
You're just repeating the insult. Okay.
And then he said, no, Peter's not. Peter's not LARPing. I'm like, yeah, he is. And
Peter, you're an improper noun.
You took offense to that and wanted me to apologize. I said, certainly. Is Shakespeare in on it? And you said no.
What kind of apology is this? I've apologized plenty of times in my life, but I never use Shakespeare. And a question about Shakespeare, that's not an apology.
Yeah, because Shakespeare said the whole world would be a stage. All of it. The whole world.
So who cares? How is that an apology?
Everybody's playing a role.
How are you showing off trivia you know about Shakespeare? How is that an apology of any kind?
Letting you know that inside your worldview, you're in a contradiction right now. You're contradicting.
You're in a contradiction.
You have illogical, irrational contradiction, which is why you're demanding I do something that you're responsible for, not me. I can only take responsibility for things.
You want Peter to apologize to himself?
Yeah, because he's the one who took.
How would that work? That doesn't make much sense.
He took offense. Not.
Yeah,
so you want him to apologize to himself.
Not taking the apology.
Offense wasn't given. Offense could have been given by mistake if he lets me know.
And it was. It was given by mistake.
So let me know that all of it, all of Shakespeare's in on it.
Oh my god!
No, but Crit, your conduct was a bit tortious. Therefore, you assume the liability here, so you do need to apologize despite no intent.
Because why?
Thank you.
Because your behavior, your conduct was tortious.
According to
it was tortious.
We did a vote in this chat, and it was consensus rule.
Okay, what was the damage? If it's we have what damage?
Well, right now it's 2-1. Peter and I versus 1 Crit.
What's the damages though?
Oh, the damage was Peter's feelings. Severe emotional damage.
Is that true, Peter? Do you have severe
I represent Peter. I represent Peter. I represent Peter, and we want
Your Honor.
We want to have him have mod as reparations for the damage. Peter for mod.
Okay, I'm the judge. Damage is accorded.
At least.
For a week, right?
I'll
take a week.
Damage.
I'll agree to a week.
Peter, you're guilty.
Oh.
I'll agree to 1 week.
One week ban?
No, 1 week of mod. 1 week of mod.
Yeah,
1 week of mod.
Like if
it's a ban for you because that's the first thing I'm doing.
No, if you're a globalist and you get mod, that's a week ban. That's what that means.
Is that true?
Yeah, 1 week, 7 days.
Oh, thank you for clarifying that 1 week is 7 days.
Okay, it could be more.
Is that a solar week?
Some weeks are more than 7 days.
It could be a week in Antarctica.
Yes.
Which will be 7 times that the sun sets.
Oh.
Is that the definition of a week?
That would be like what?
The definition of a week?
2.5 years or something like that?
Crit, you are so insane.
He is cooked.
Are you familiar with the Gregorian calendar or no?
Yeah, dude.
That's a Jesuit thing.
Yeah.
We don't talk about Jesuits here.
That's where they got in trouble with Tyson, because he, instead of giving the glory to Jesus on Jesus' birthday, he wanted to give the glory to Newton. Because he's
Hey, listen, you asshole! You still have not apologized to me. So shut up and start diverting. Stop. Stop.
Yeah, Peter.
Yeah, I think we do need to offer injunctive relief here and compel Crit to offer an apology under threat of arrest.
So Peter needs to apologize for not accepting the apology. But do you guys remember that Gregorian monk CD? You probably don't, but it was called Chant, ironically.
Right. I mean, Crit may chant while he apologizes. That's permissible.
No, he needs to apologize
He
for
can
not
also do
accepting
the Mongolian like throat whistling.
He's
if he
in
wants
earmuff mode right now. He's not even listening to this.
He's probably playing
Dude,
the spoon.
like who the fuck is talking? That dude sounds like GPT-2. He has like no context window.
I think we broke Crit. He's deafened right now. What
That was a
that?
critical hit.
Yeah. What is with the? Oh, Peter's muted. That's a shame.
Oh, it's unfortunate.
I know.
That was a beautiful conversation.
And I just I mean, it's tragic that like such a influential thinker as Peter is not muted. You know, truly a star.
The victim status in a volunteer interaction is a no-fly zone. That means
It's a no-fly zone, but flying isn't real, right? You can't touch the sun.
Well, Ree, you offended me yesterday. You were very offensive and very belittling, and I believe that you were.
Wait, so is this a therapy session, like a group therapy session, or is it? I thought this was like the funeral for Peter and his
You
mute.
said I had a very low.
Why are you bringing up your trauma at someone else's funeral? That's bizarre.
This is actually a final experiment cope group. Sorry.
Yeah, that as well.
Let's actually pray, dear
not
Lord.
really.
Let Mushkane, regain his confidence. His ego was broken yesterday. Let it rebuild. And let Peter be unmuted because he was unjustly muted, and that's kind of cringe and fucked up. Amen.
How about I just need all of you stupid little pussies who are just determined to talk about anything but the topic. Little off-topic, little circle jerk isn't even remotely
I'll
humorous.
pay you, Crit. I'll pay you $1,000 if you unmod Cycle.
Yeah, there you go. Let's get the little ankle-biting troll knuckle draggers out of here. Just looking to ruin any discussion that might occur. So
Kalam raised a topic. He made a claim, and all claims require evidence as part of the server rules.
My claim was that you needed to apologize. That was my only claim.
No, you said that this is a cope group for something. What was that?
Sounds like the one coping would be the guy who's going around begging for apologies.
No, I didn't say that.
Yeah, that's what you're doing. So get to the
I
topic.
said you should apologize. That was my demand.
Give me the apologies. Is that what you go around the internet begging for?
I don't
Apologies.
need an apology.
You're not even begging for an apology for yourself. You're begging for someone else to have an apology. What kind of fruit are you?
I wasn't begging, but
Are you simping?
Yeah, you're begging.
Is that simp behavior?
Would nearly fall under concern trolling.
Ultimate simping. Bunch of little pussies. You upset my friend. Apologize.
That's kind of like, remember that Star Spire? She's over on Gems, and people are like, "Hey, you're being recorded," and now she doesn't care that she's being recorded and has no anxiety issues. I'm like, huh.
Good thing.
There it is. Yeah. Okay. Well, give Killian a second try. So your claim is that you have self-evident truth here.
my claim is that you should let somebody else talk because you sound like a fucking retard.
The final experiment. This is a final experiment cope group, and this is self-evidently true. And
Yeah,
you
you
would
guys
have to
can't
prove
stop talking about it. It's like it's living rent free in your head.
you'd have to prove it wrong.
Yous are the Muppets that keep bringing it in here to us. We just enjoy the show, mate.
Can someone explain these globers that the final experiment is as meaningless as the globe?
You can't even go to Antarctica.
No, you guys had hopes.
What's the hypothesis for the final experiment?
You can't even really go to Antarctica. That's what I thought it was.
Who said that?
Who claimed that?
Didn't lots of people?
Did you?
No, you probably watched some propaganda video about,
Oh, no. Flat Earth Dave didn't say that? Or is he a shill?
No one claims that you can't go to Antarctica.
Oh, yeah, they don't anymore. You're right. Why did they stop claiming that?
Never did.
Nathan Oakley said that.
You're right. No model. If you don't produce any model, you can never be wrong.
No, so the problem is this, right? You have a conceptualization that is derived from some sky observations by Greek philosophers.
I'm not talking about that.
One second, let me finish. Please, let me finish. Thank you. So this conceptualization isn't reality, right? If I make up a concept as a human being, this is not reality. It's just a concept until it's proven. Therefore, the foundation that is required for your concept to be taken serious just for 1% at all, right, would be the foundational premise that the Earth is bending beneath you 360 degrees in every direction to form a ball. That is the foundation that your concept must rely on. If it isn't given, neither measured nor observed in reality, I can 100% with every confidence in my life, right, handwave everything else you want to bring forward in order to prove your conceptualization of the sky, because the foundation isn't given, which would prove the Earth to be a ball in the first place. That is your main issue right now. So I know you guys love to circle jerk. I know you guys love to talk about everything else except the ground you're living on every day, you're breathing on every day. How about you give some proof for the Earth bending 360 degrees in every direction? I'm waiting. We're all waiting.
Yeah, the thing too is that this model concept you have, you're already wrong. It's called a reification fallacy. As soon as you say your model isn't a model,
model needed.
It's actually reality.
Model needed.
As soon as you say your model doesn't represent the model anymore, it represents reality. That's when you're wrong. So you need to learn that part first, that your model is already wrong. Can you just
do us all a favor and spit that phlegm that's in the back of your throat that we've been listening to for the last 5 minutes?
We? Who's we?
Anybody in the room.
Okay.
Who can hear you?
Who?
But can you stop pinching your nose when you speak, Dada?
Fuck that savage.
Golly, man.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful to be here to enjoy the funeral of the flat Earth. It seems that all the flat earthers are coping.
Well, see.
That is what it seems like, right?
Why do you believe it's the funeral of the flat Earth?
It's just one of your own homies were saying, yeah, sure. One of your own homies were saying, yeah, I didn't expect this to happen. I denied that this was going to happen. I posted a video, by the way. Mr. Jaron, the flat earther, I posted a video. And then he was
Matt, slow down.
Here.
Whoa.
Already spiraling.
The 24-hour sun is here.
Matt.
The funeral.
Matt, take a breath. Go slow.
We need you to slow down. This is 24/7 flat Earth, not 24-second flat Earth. Now, you were going to explain to us how all this proves curvature. Really simple, mate.
That wasn't what he was supposed to be proving. He was supposed to be proving you're coping.
Oh, yeah, that's actually what I was proving, is the fact that you're coping.
Matt, slow down.
And the fact that you guys have denied this for years.
Matt, look, we're just going to rail this fucking idiot. Now, Matt, Jaronism, Witsit, Dave, I've never yet seen those guys in here. They may well have been in my off time, I get that, but I've never seen them in here leading us like the fucking Pied Piper. So, if they wish to make claims about anything specific, you need to go and talk to them and point to them and like that kid on The Simpsons and go, ha ha. You can do that. In here, if someone's made a claim, that's on them. So, don't bundle us all together in one little group.
All right, then. Now you're going to admit to everyone in the room. You're going to raise your hand and admit that the 24-hour sun exists. Go ahead. Do it. Do it right now. Do it. Do it.
Do it.
Do it, little bitch. Come on. You
yeah,
can do it.
I can do
You
that.
can do it.
Same as with the North Pole. In the North Pole, you have 24-hour darkness. You can have, as same as that, you can have 24-hour sun, and you can have it on the South Pole.
There
but I'm not proposing. I'm not proposing. I'm not proposing. I'm not proposing. I'm not proposing that any conceptualization of Earth is true in that regard. Therefore, North Pole or South Pole, just conceptualization, never been proven because the foundation of a curving surface is still yet to be proven in the first place. It's all what it's all about, the surface. You guys don't want to talk about it. That is clear as day because it completely shoots your conceptualization of reality into the bin. Yeah, I can just take your conceptualization of reality and put it in the trash bin because it means nothing. Nothing.
Matt, hold on, Matt. Where's your evidence of the 24-hour sun? Because Jaren said so? Your whole worldview pivots on what Jaren said? Then watch that whole clip.
It's actually not based on what Jaren said. It's what the people who went there have said and have documented by streaming live from there. Okay? Now, Jaren is all of a sudden a bullshitter now? Who else is bullshitting us now?
Hold on a minute.
Now the flat earthers that are there, they're supposed to be your witnesses, are bullshitters.
You wonder why this happens. So they've streamed the 24-hour sun. Yes or no?
Yes, there were streams from there, yes.
So not a continuous footage of it, but just
So wait,
glimpses
did
here,
you
there,
not
and
see the
everywhere.
streams? They were literally streaming.
So they streamed the full 24 hours, yes or no?
Yeah, they were streaming.
I didn't ask if they were streaming. I
I'm
asked
telling
if
you that they streamed while they were there watching the 24-hour sun. Yes.
Yep.
They got busted.
You doormat.
Yeah, Matt,
Right.
they were busted with that. The first one's out.
Very simple question. Did they stream the full 24 hours so you could witness it? Yes or no? I don't give a fuck if they streamed for 5 minutes here or put Witsit in front of a video pointing to the sun. I want to know if they did the full 24 hours so you had access to it.
So now Jarenism is a liar now. Now your boys are liars, you fucking pussy.
That's your claim. Your claim
this
is
is
he's
the
a
funny
liar,
thing.
not mine.
Oh my god.
This is the real funny thing. You would have thought that this final experiment that Matt's pretending has proven the globe, you would think he would sound a little bit less manic and insecure about his belief, but he sounds even more manic and insecure than he did previously.
Yeah.
That was the cause of the experiment. The experiment caused a higher level of emotional distress in globalists.
Yeah.
You should have heard. You should have heard. You should have heard McToon on Nathan Oakley's. He called in right on the show, right, and he spazzed out. I mean, he was delirious with excitement. He was like He was like the Mad Hatter.
Yeah, a load of people have said this. And it's coming up against with exactly what we said was going to happen. They're going to go and do this thing, and then they're going to realize it changes nothing about the actual debate that's being had, and that the Earth still measures and observes flat, has no curvature. So they'll realize that actually I'm going to continue coping in the flat Earth channels for years to come, because this isn't going to change anyone's mind, except maybe a few globers who look into the flat Earth and realize Earth isn't a globe from this, which is the only thing that's going to happen. More flat earthers. So good job. I can see why you're insecure and manic.
This is what I've been posting for years, literally years, on globalist servers. It's a new day, but there's nothing new under the sun. The life of the anti-flat Earth globalist is simply an endless spiraling. No change. Nothing changes that. They will try to debunk the flat Earth, and they will think they have done so. But they'll come back tomorrow and do it all over again. Day in, day out. They think they have debunked a topic. They can't even say what it is. And this has been...
They can't...
Oh, go ahead, Cyclone.
No, I was just going to say, they can't even control themselves enough to pretend like they think they've proven this. Because the way they talk and the way they're acting just shows it's the same thing as before. It's an attempt to bully. It's an attempt to insult. And it's speaking at 1,000 miles an hour, putting out ultimatums. Like, it's the same behavior, and it's insecure. It's scared.
They get one affirming the consequent that they could actually observe in reality, and they think they own the place. I mean, like this whole thing reeked of desperation, right? This whole thing reeked of desperation. They were on the losing. They were already on, like they're still on the losing side. They were on the losing side. They had nothing. They had to grasp at. This was an attempt to reach at straws, right? This is the last straw. I've got nothing else to hold on to. Oh yes, we got something. At least we've got hope, you know.
T-Dub, get this. You know what this also blows wide open? The very fact that these people are caught in a religious belief created by the Jesuits, which is all about sun worship. Literally, you see what spirit is being driven here. They are sun worshippers. It's literally the very foundational essence of where this paradigm and cult comes from. It is all about worshipping the sun. And they don't even realize that. But hello, they are worshipping the sun in this very moment. It is sun worship. It is the whole essence of this religion. This is where it comes from. This is where it originates from. It's a Jesuit cult belief system.
I like the added irony that now the Globe Earth cult leader is a mega church pastor who's been investigated for fraud.
That is a sweet part.
Yeah, it's a religion, man. It's a religion. It's
the one principle that you would have thought the Globers would be consistent with, their hatred of anything religious. And yet here they are, kissing the ass of this mega church pastor fraudster. He's the guy who go to NASA. $60 million a day to NASA couldn't do it, but this mega church pastor, he really delivered for you guys. Well done. I guess you guys are going to be signing up to the flock now.
It's George Lemaitre all over again, right?
And he's a young Earth creationist too. He thinks the Earth is like 5,000, 6,000 years old. And he's given sermons about the value of telling lies.
Yeah, sounds like
who is this
an ideal candidate?
McDuffie.
The Globe leader? The guy who Matt Nuclear's currently putting posters up in his room on?
The head of the globalist cult. The new head. He got elected head of the cultist.
So now these guys are going to have to run their church They're going to have to run their claims through the mega church pastor before they bring them here.
Mega church.
The McDuffie.
But my fellow people in here, I just want to emphasize. Sorry if I'm repeating myself, but do you guys realize how crazy this is? In 2024, the same way the Greek philosophers have looked at the sun. And these Jesuits that furthermore pushed it then later on down the line, they're sun worshippers. And it's all about Helios, the sun god. And what is it in 2024? The best way they can prove their sun worshipping religion is by using what? And you see the fruits thereof. The sun. This is, I mean,
they don't get
what
irony.
the heck?
They don't get irony, Clay. You're wasting your time. They don't understand irony.
Just for me, the spiritual confirmation is just wonderful. It just is an alignment that these people are deceived. Not saying that I find it quite good that it is that way. I find it horrible that these people are deceived under this religion, under this cult, right? But it just gives fruit thereof, right? The fruit is still they worship the sun. It's all about that.
So,
heaven above.
If these guys are serious and they're like, great, it's all sorted, it's all proven, there'd be no reason for them to stop by in this channel ever again. But they will every single day, day after day. And every day they log in to do their usual cope is just another confirmation that they know they didn't prove the globe. And they're still here trying to prove it to themselves. So every time they join, that's just another proof that what they're claiming is untrue.
I don't know about that, Cyclone. Wouldn't it be the same as saying if you thought you were the best soccer player or on the best soccer team that's ever existed, why are you still playing soccer? Like,
no.
It seems equivalent to me.
The equivalent would be. Hold on, my mic's going to change. All right, you got me?
We've got your correspondent from Scotland.
Yeah. Now, the equivalent would be like if there was a channel of people who were saying grass is purple, not green. And you were like, nah, I don't believe that, but I'm going to argue with them about it for a year. And then you do some final conclusive proof that grass is green, and you knew it all along. So why would you continue arguing in the grass is purple channel? You would just move on secure in your knowledge that grass is green. But see, these guys aren't secure in their knowledge that the Earth is a globe, so they have to come back clutching their pearls and professing their belief day in and day out, because they're trying to convince themselves that they believe it.
Because the point isn't to reinforce our belief in the grass being green, but to make fun of people thinking the grass is purple being retarded, because this is what you would think if this actually existed
It can't
in
be
the real
that,
world.
Embo. It can't be that, Embo, because then you're just outing yourself as a depraved maniac who would say things like, all right, I'm going to go to the mental asylum and I'm going to ask to come in so that I can make fun of them all. Like, that just makes you look like a psycho, a sociopath, and a weirdo. So if you're now saying, no, we don't care about the topic, we just want to make fun of people that we think are stupid, I mean, that makes you look like a piece of shit anyway. So whichever way you go with that, not very good, Embo.
I'm not agreeing with what he just said there.
What a
what I would like
lowlife.
to point out is if it were the case that someone was absolutely certain that it was not a globe, they have no reason to come in and discuss it either, right?
No, they do, because there's a massive, I mean, the mainstream indoctrination is geared towards the globe side. So yeah, there's always going to be this minority of people who are saying, no, that's not actually true, what they're brainwashing all the children with.
I mean,
so no, it's not like it's one way or the other. There's something to be pushed back on from our side. The globe side is already the mainstream. Everyone already believes it. Like, the only thing you do by professing your belief in it is to try and soothe yourself and convince yourself of it. No one else.
I mean, this is a very biased point. I think it doesn't really make a lot of sense just because something is a mainstream side of a subject to say that then you can take on that subject in a different talk, like it doesn't really make a lot of sense to me when already most of the people believe that it's a globe. It doesn't really. I think it's a better balance.
It doesn't make sense to you guys, because I presume that you guys haven't been in the discussion for the years that we have. This is what the psychology is. I mean, we know it better than you, I'm afraid, because we're in it. And we've been in it for years. We've been dealing with these people for years. And we know that it's not from a place of truth or evidence that they're coming from. It's basically just rhetoric, belief, and an attempt to prop up the mainstream existing idea.
Right. But here's an analogy for you, Cyclone. If the mainstream position and the majority of people believe that Christ is king and Christianity is true, they don't have a reason to come on and they through their personal revelation, they are absolutely certain they don't have a reason to come on and debate it. But Satanists have a justification because they are less in number and are going against this.
I mean, this isn't like a religious debate. This isn't like a religious debate because we're talking about physical reality, not the metaphysical.
Well, I'm sure someone who believes in religion would say that is also talking about reality, but nonetheless.
Well, we're talking about the physical surface beneath our feet, not your belief in an afterlife and all this stuff. So no, patently not the same. But anyway, that's a non sequitur really to the topic that we're talking about. But it's just nice to get a
fair point. Still counts. Like, doesn't matter what we're talking about.
It's a really bad analogy. If you really think Christ is king, it's literally your duty to tell.
So we're not doing the religious discussion. The topic is the Earth. Does anyone have any evidence that Earth is a spinning ball?
No.
No?
Yes, fallacious reasoning does apply across all subjects. But yeah, go ahead. Where's this globe evidence?
I look up at the sky, so therefore the Earth is a ball.
It's good to me. Let's go. We're done. Pack it up.
Yep, sounds all right. I'll grab a carton. I'm coming to your house, T-Dub.
It's a based argument because it haven't been refuted properly yet. Like in other globe arguments, like why ships disappear below the horizon, there were at least attempts of explaining it alternatively. But here you simply run away from the topic, as if running away from it was a response.
Explanation is not required, but you have been given multiple explanations.
Explanations of what? What's he talking about?
An explanation of how the 24-hour sun works if the Earth is flat.
Oh,
It's
right.
not required.
Well, the Earth is already flat, so consequently,
Exactly. There's no need. There's no need for a replacement story. You can, I don't know, ask ChatGPT to give you a replacement story. We don't need to. We don't have the burden. That is your problem. If you have a problem that there's something in this world that you need a replacement story or story for, so you can conceptualize it in your brain, then that is your problem. I don't need it. I don't need some concept in my brain that tells me, oh, this is how it might work, even though it's still a concept because I can't physically prove it. I don't need that. If that is your problem, then this is your problem. Really is.
Right. You have
Don't
an,
ask
you
us
have
for
an
it.
explanation. You have an explanation, right? Now you need to validate that explanation is correct. Way of direct measurement of the geometry of the surface.
Yeah, first thing you guys gotta really do and emphasize on is prove that bendy surface that bends 360 degrees in every direction from your position to form a ball with a certain diameter or radius.
You're still stuck at hypothesis stage. Still there. You think that just because you went and observed the 24-hour sun, that you've tested your hypothesis. No, that's the observation, right? Now you have to got a hypothesis, right? Well, I think that's happening because the Earth is a sphere, right? There's your hypothesis. Now you've got to test it.
Or you could just keep your head in the clouds, not worry about it.
What do you guys consider a direct measurement? What kind of device would you qualify as a direct measurement?
A pendulum. A pendulum is a measurement device.
There's another glober asking us to provide their standard for them. Like,
okay, so that's fine. We can go down that path, and I can provide a measurement, but you will tell me it's not a direct measurement. Probably, I just need to make sure we don't waste our time. It's like a surveyor, right, using an EDM, bouncing light off a reflector, measuring distance. Is that a direct measurement of distance? Or is that indirect?
Well, one second. Is this, in other terms, a question of can you guys prove to me that Earth is anything else but what it is presented to everybody equally? Is this your question, essentially? So if I, Clay, go outside, I see a horizontal horizon and flat level sea level water, right? And you have in your mind this conceptual idea of you actually, you know what, that isn't actually sea level and that isn't actually horizontal. And the Earth is bending 360 degrees. Now let's ask the person who accepts what reality presents itself to be, right? Who is the flat earther, quote unquote, for how my concept in my brain might be true. Is that your question? What the heck?
No. Because I've presented evidence to this group and others before. And ultimately, it gets rejected because it's not a direct measurement. And I just need to understand what kind of things you might conceive a direct measurement of the surface would be.
What do you need to understand? Is what is there to understand about how Earth presents itself? So what is complicated about understanding sea level is true sea level, and
so
planar surfaces are truly planar.
Computer games, right? I've seen you play your computer games, and
so
clearly, you know,
I want to talk about reality.
Of you changing, right?
I want to talk about reality.
Yeah. So we know that our perspective of the world changes as we change our position, right? So we can walk around our towns, walk around the desert, go to the beach. We get one view. We go up higher, we get another view. Things change depending on our perspective, and we know that things are shifting. And so you need to ask yourself, what happens at the extreme? What would happen if I could see more of the Earth, right?
No. See, this is where you're fundamentally mistaken. You think that by shifting certain things, you will get to the conclusion that what you already have seen presently is the complete opposite of what is being seen presently. This is your paradigm, right? The globe, spinning, wobbling, tilted, spaceball, flying from every expanding void of darkness paradigm is in complete opposite and inversion of observable, measurable, repeatable reality.
No.
It is. It is. Dude, if I go outside and or if I make experiments with the natural behavior of water, and then I invoke to say, actually water on a scale that you can't perceive is behaving the complete opposite, I prove the globe. What the heck? What is that type of thinking? That isn't rational thinking.
So water's a really good example, right? That if you look at water with a small, narrow perspective, like locally, a bathtub, a small lake even, right? That is not the perspective anywhere near the size of the Earth, right? You need to have a perspective that encompasses, something as big as the continental United States. And have a look at something. How would your perspective of that change? If you could see
So
the whole
30 or 40 miles across a lake wouldn't count with a laser and no deviation from it.
Yeah, well, the laser's an interesting
How
one,
many
right?
black swans do we need?
Yeah.
How many?
Yeah.
Is it like a globe with many flat spots? What is it? Tell me.
Yeah. But we know with the black swan that
It's a globe made up of plates, bro.
Right?
Tectonic plates.
So it's a Roblox globe or something, like low poly, right? Rendered in low poly. That's why you have many flat spots.
The black swan, though, is interesting because it shows a particular view of a reasonably long distance, 15 or 20 miles or whatever it was. But it doesn't show that all the time, right? We know that it varies. So there's something else going on other than the geometry of the Earth. Otherwise, it would be the same all the time. So we can take that with a grain of salt. You could reverse the burden there, or not reverse the burden, but you could reverse the scenario and say,
Hold on a minute. So you're saying we can take with a grain of salt the fact that it's not there all the time. So if it's not there all the time, what is it then, Daz?
Yeah, well, that is the question. What is it?
Well, I'll give you two options.
It is not.
Number one, it's a ball with a radius of about 280,000 miles, or number two, it's flat. Which one would you like?
Well, it doesn't really. We can't measure it as flat from that, right? The black swan doesn't indicate flatness, right? We don't know what the black swan indicates about the shape of the Earth.
The black swan debunks the alleged radius of 3959 miles. That's what it does.
No,
yes.
All it does is show us that the geometric horizon is not where it's predicted on a.
So if it's not where it's predicted, it debunks the alleged radius of 3959 miles. Thank you for admitting that.
It debunks the concept that the geometric horizon is likely to be observable.
So it debunks the geometric horizon's geometric. So it's flat then.
No, that's not the only option, right?
He hasn't realised he's buried himself.
Affirming the consequent, because you got your result, you said it's flat. You didn't actually measure it as being flat from the black swan, right? The black swan just simply shows that the geometric.
The black swan, and I'll repeat it again, debunks your alleged ball-tard radius of 3959 miles. That's what it does. Debunks it. Picks it up, kicks it out the door. Yes. That's what it does.
Geometric horizon as a visible.
We've got multiple black swans, Dazza, not just one.
Yeah, okay. A little while ago in another forum, Jenna posted a picture from an X-15 from 350,000 feet, I think she said. The horizon there, right? That would not vary. You could measure the angle to the horizon at any time from 350,000 feet, and it would be the same. So how does the black swan come into that scenario? It's the same radius we're dealing with, right?
And your claim is what? So you picked the story up, moved it to an aeroplane, and now you expect some different claim. What are you claiming?
Yeah, because on the surface of the Earth, we have more than the physical geometry to deal with. We have a bunch of atmospheric optical effects, right? And you can't deny that there's no optical effect happening on the surface of the Earth, right?
Yeah, we all agree to that. That's why we use infrared technology to punch through it.
Yeah, now, infrared technology, what's the difference in refraction in infrared compared to visible
lowers
light? By how much?
It reduces it. It doesn't matter. It reduces it. So when it reduces and we see further, we know that refraction is not the cause of us seeing further, as claimed by the Baltardians. So we're using infrared, we're seeing further, and it's debunking your claim of seeing further because of refraction.
Infrared has a slightly lower amount of curvature due to refraction, right?
Therefore reducing it.
Most of it's because of the longer wavelengths get scattered less, so you get a clearer image. But the actual change in refraction is relatively quite small because the refraction
it still reduces it. It's a known fact. It reduces it. You can't sidestep that. Yeah. So the question put forward to you now, if it reduces it, why do we see further? Which is the complete polar opposite of your ball claim of we see further because of refraction. We've got the technology. We can pick it up. You, me, anyone. We can go out there and prove this. Physically prove it.
Do we see as far as we would see if the Earth was flat?
Do we see as far as we would see if the Earth was flat? Can you rephrase that? Because it really didn't sound that intelligent.
Okay. Yeah, so the infrared visibility increases, it does two things. It increases the physical distance we can see because it's scattered less, right? And it is refracted less, as you've said. So if we look at one of those classic scenes of the mountains in infrared, 200 miles or whatever it was, are we seeing far enough for a flat Earth? If the Earth was flat, could we be able to see further?
At 1 foot, we only have to see the horizon beyond 1.22 miles. That's it.
Yeah, but 1 foot's a pretty weak example to measure the
Why is that?
of the Earth, right?
If you're living on a ball, the mathematics would be consistent. It doesn't matter what elevation. At 1 foot, 1.22. At 6 foot, 3. It's consistent.
So do you have
There's a formula to work it out. Surely you've been around long enough to know that.
Do you have a 1 foot high view of a from infrared? Have you got any 1 foot infrared images?
When I'm rich and famous, that's the first thing I'm doing is going to the States to reproduce a black swan in IR.
Okay, that's cool. But so we know we've got optical things to deal with. When you want to say you can't say it proves anything flat, right? All it says is that the curvature is not what you expect.
It debunks your curvature. So here's the issue: if it's not curved, what is it?
It's curved, right?
If it's not curved, you've just admitted it's not curved. If it's not curved, what is it? Come on, Dazza, you can do it. I know it hurts.
I didn't admit it's not curved. I said the curvature doesn't appear as we would expect it to appear in those images.
It doesn't appear to be what it is. So what is it then?
Oh, it's curved still.
So what's the radius then?
The radius is the well-known radius.
3959 miles, which we've quite comfortably debunked. Again.
No.
This is why the term oblate spheroid came around, by the way.
Yeah. So my and people that know me will know my weapon
actually know. It's oblate.
Yeah, my weapon of choice in measurement is GPS, which is why I asked my initial
ground positioning system. Awesome. So you're using ground towers to position things, and in the later years they've got mechanical devices flying up in the sky, pinging signals back to everything. That's awesome. And this proves ground curvature. No, it doesn't. It proves that someone can send a signal from point A to point B. It doesn't change the shape of the ground. It doesn't prove the shape of the ground.
So, Matrix, can you just...
So your weapon of choice is sort of not really good.
Can you explain in 2 sentences to me how a GPS receiver works out where you are?
Personally, I don't give a fuck because you used it as a sidestep to get away from the fact that the black swan rips your asshole a new one.
No, look, here's the thing.
Yeah, so how about we stay back on that? I want you to prove curvature. And you've failed to do it. You've tried to use all these excuses to sidestep the black swan. Can't do it, mate. No one has done it yet. You've made it. All of you have come in here. Oh, the crane's bendy. Oh, it does this. Oh, it's refraction. Oh, and it's just excuse after excuse after excuse. Why don't you blame the 24-hour sun?
Okay.
And say, oh, look, it's causing shadowing's gone wrong or something in the photo. Just pick another excuse, mate. You've got to learn to deal with it. You live on a fucking planar realm or whatever you want to call it.
Is there refraction in the black swan image?
Is there refraction in the black swan image? It doesn't matter. Because the amount of refraction you need to invoke is beyond probability.
So is the black swan image showing a flat Earth or a concave Earth or a convex Earth?
It's showing the falsification of a radius of 3,959 miles.
By how much?
100x
Well,
at least.
we know it's at least, was it 9.41 miles? So the radius horizon should be at 1.22.
Could it be showing convexity? Sorry, concavity? Could it be making the Earth appear to be concave?
Oh, don't tell me you're going to go too far now. He's going to skip flat Earth and go the opposite way.
No. I'm legitimately asking, could that image be indicating that the Earth is concave? Could that horizon line be above horizontal?
Why would it be above horizontal?
Because of refraction. If it's making the light look like, if it's lifting things up to make it look higher, could it be lifting it beyond the point where it is actually flat?
So why wouldn't it be lifting the oil rigs also? And everything
Well, it could
would
be in the
going
front.
up in comparison.
We have no measurement. No, we have
Therefore,
no point of reference.
not
in that image, right? We don't.
concave.
So when you get rich and you go and take that photo, do it
So
with a
Dazza,
light.
if there's a claimant of refraction, it would be lifting everything evenly. So not
There's a lot
concave.
There's a lot of uneven lifting in that image, right? There's a bit of distortion and stuff. So there's some very strong optical effects.
Dazza, we don't care.
It's a
The
video,
oil rigs
bro.
are there for demarcation only. All that we give a shit about is the fact the horizon is not where it should be. If we're on a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles, it should be cleanly in front of those oil rigs. By a long shot, not just one. I'll give you an example, mate. Let's say it's out by 400 metres. I'd go, you know what? You've got a pretty solid argument. It's pretty close. It could go either way. But when you're out by a factor of 10, yeah.
Yeah, so that's fair enough, right? I agree that the black swan cause you to ask some questions. And so you need to ask those questions honestly, right? What is going on there? What would it look like on flat Earth? What would it look like on a globe? Which one is closest? Can we deduce anything from the black swan about the actual shape of the Earth? And I don't think we can, to be honest. I don't think it's a black swan for the globe. I think it's a red flag for refraction. And that's
I'm sorry. Daza, you keep misunderstanding this, brother. You keep saying that, so refraction, optical effects. So what you're saying is you agree that the horizon is not something we should be using to determine whether or not we're living on a sphere?
It's tricky, right? Yeah, we know that it's good enough to do celestial navigation and stuff, right?
Why?
Well, we use the horizon in celestial navigation, so we know that if we
what do we use it for? What do we use it for?
What do we use the horizon for in celestial navigation?
Yeah.
It's so we can get a horizontal reference.
So we got to use the deck as horizontal. Perfect.
Yeah. So we have the dip correction and stuff like that. So the sextant measures from the apparent horizon up to our star. We get that angle in between, and we need to work out what the elevation angle is relative to the local horizontal, right?
Local? I thought it was all horizontal. I haven't seen any curvature anywhere.
That's the question. That's what we're discussing. Is it all local or not?
Right.
And that's what Clay was saying. Clay is saying that local represents.
Can I ask a quick question about the black swan picture? Why can't we actually see the bottom of the oil platforms? Why is it only the top that we see in the picture? Why
would you expect to see the bottoms of the oil rigs?
Because we're above them. We're looking down onto them, aren't we? If we're standing above sea level and the water's flat, we'd be looking right down to where they touch the water.
No, not the top of it, Dazza. The young fellows, who was it, Hawaii, I think it was. Why would you expect to see the bottoms of the oil rigs, as in underneath the platform? I just want to clarify it a bit.
What do you mean underneath? What do you mean underneath? Is the bottom? Is it not like a? Okay, so let's say it was a crane or something. I don't know, or anything, any other object. Wouldn't you be able to see the bottom if it's flat? I'm confused.
No, you would actually be able to see the bottom if it was curving away from you and slanted.
Correct. See, I've just put the picture up there for you. This is what we're trying to understand, what you mean by the bottom, as in the flat base of it, not the legs, but the underside of it. You have to understand that the closest one is 6.21 miles away.
And you see already the bottom part of that orig, the part that is touching the surface of the water. You won't see more than that because it is covered by water. It is underwater. The legs are underwater, so you won't see that. You see what is outside the surface of water. Like that little boat, there is a part hidden from those oil rigs. The boat will be hidden too.
Okay. Never mind. Yeah, I wasn't looking at a picture when I was thinking of that. Sorry, that makes sense.
Does anybody know what looming is? I've heard somebody made some argument about looming with the black swan.
Looming is like an extreme refraction, like refraction to the extreme, essentially.
Yeah, where the refraction, where the rays are curving down extremely, which makes the image appear to lift upwards. So it makes the Earth look flatter. Or it could even make the Earth look concave if the looming is intense enough.
So it's just another word for refraction.
Yeah. It's just a particular scenario, a refraction scenario, where it can happen where the images aren't particularly distorted, so it can be quite uniform. Looming can occur with a relatively consistent temperature gradient, so you get a consistent lift and things look normal, but they're just quite high. Sometimes you get a bit of stretching and magnification as well, but it lifts it. Now, the other one that's the converse of that is thinking refraction, where things look lower than they are. And that's the, I guess that's the black swan of flat Earth, right? You go down to take a picture of platform Hill House, and it's below the horizon. And I'm guessing that refraction
below the horizon or below the swell.
Well, below the horizon, actually, because
below the horizon, Dazza, or below the swell, because the second photograph, which everyone goes, oh, look, you can't see far on this one, was taken a couple of days later with a 4-foot swell.
4-foot swell. So if I've got a 4-foot swell and I'm 6 foot above the water, then the local swell.
No, you're not 6 foot above the water. You're 1 foot from.
Why would you do that? Why would you go 1 foot
to
above
prove
the
clowns
water?
like you wrong?
Yeah. So if going back to the original, what if you had other evidence about the shape of the Earth that was contradicting what you were seeing?
So you've got other evidence about the shape of the Earth?
Yeah. So if you had another measurement that wasn't optical, how would you correlate that with the black swan? Would you look at the black swan and say, okay, I have this other set of data and measurements that I've made that show that the Earth is curved. Why does the black swan look like it does?
Well, the issue is we've got laser tests that go beyond the black swan's distance.
Yeah, so what if they were also contradicted by this other information? Well,
so
they don't really show flat.
So you're making a claim that there's contradictions there. What's contradictive about someone getting a laser, pointing the fucking thing out in the middle of nowhere, and then going, oh, look, there is supposed to be X amount of curvature, and we found none? What's so contradictive about that?
It's no different to any other optical observation, right?
So you've got to remember, Dazza, when we're going out there doing these laser tests, they're not going out there looking for flatness. They're looking for curvature. That's what they're looking for. They're looking for a specific rate of curvature, as we've all been taught at school. and they're not finding it, mate.
Why aren't they trying to measure flatness?
How can you measure flatness? Oh, look.
Yeah, well,
it's flat.
Right.
That's it.
Tough, isn't it?
They're looking
it's
for
at least as tough
curvature.
as measuring curvature.
They're looking for curvature. The alleged curvature that's supposed to be there. That's what they're looking for, and they're not finding it.
So the same deal applies to the laser experiment. If you had data that wasn't derived optically, showing that laser path was actually curved, how would you deal with that?
So if it wasn't derived optically, showing that it wasn't curved.
Yeah, so no, you've got data showing that the path is curved, and the data wasn't derived optically.
No, I don't have data showing it's curved. We've got data or the claim. We've got the claim that it's a radius of 3959 miles. We go out, set up lasers to check for this alleged curvature, and it's not there. That's all they're doing. So you get on and type in Earth Curve Calculator. I'm pretty sure you've done it at least once in your life, or since you've been in here. And just type in, your claim is you're 6 foot tall. I'll accept that. I've got no problem with disputing it. You may well be. Punch in 6 foot, see how far you're supposed to hit the horizon at.
Yeah.
And when that doesn't happen, you question it. Oh, shit, it didn't happen as predicted. Why not?
Yeah. Well, that's right. Good. And that's exactly the question we need to ask. Right? Why didn't the horizon appear where it is? Whereas where I live in Tassie, right, I'm about to go down the beach for Christmas, and I could guarantee I could go and get a theodolite out, and I could measure the angle to the horizon and photograph the things that are blocked by the horizon, because we've got a couple of islands in the distance, and day in, day out, there's overall variation, right? It's very consistent. We don't get any of those kind of black swan scenarios. We did get looming one day. We could see some islands that were 140 or 180 k's in the distance. They came up. They were quite tall. They're 1,100 meters or something. They came up out of the ocean one morning, and we literally watched them come up out of the ocean as the looming refraction kicked in. But normally we can't see them. On a very clear day, we might be able to see the very tip of one of the mountains just above the horizon, but normally we can't.
Have you ever sat there and done multiple shots over the full day to get like a time lapse?
Yeah, I haven't done one like the Skunk Bay one. But the thing I like about the Skunk Bay one, right, if you look at those trees in the top right, and if you get the original that's not cropped so tightly, there's actually some stuff in the near foreground in the top right part of that video that doesn't move, right? It's very stable. You can equally measure the shape of the Earth from those elevated positions as you can from the surface.
The reason I say that is because every single one of those frames there is different. Yeah? Throughout the time lapse. We can see that. So if you go out and take one singular shot, hey, look at me, I've got my PX1 million and I'm going to take a photo, click, which one's correct? Your photo, the next photo, the next one. So how can you justify your photo and say mine is correct because of X, my reason? How can you justify that?
Yeah,
when there's so much variation.
And that is my argument with the black swan, right? The black swan doesn't represent
but the problem is, have a look at the water level. You're claiming that it's... How much refraction do you want? See, look at the land in that one. Does the land look like it's getting closer or further away? It looks like it's going up and down, not closer and further away. Your issue with the black swan is you're claiming that the horizon is going closer and further away. The horizon's not getting further and closer away in that. It's going up and down. So your horizon is still behind the oil rigs. The horizon should be in front of the oil rigs. This is what we're trying to tell you. You guys keep barking refraction day in and day out, and refraction is not helping you at all.
Yeah, I don't know about the range, the distance to comparisons there and the angles and stuff. So, and we haven't got an animated time sequence of the Hill House rigs, which would be useful.
We've actually got video footage of it. That's a video, you know that, don't you? The Black Swan is actual video footage. You do know that.
Do we have a time lapse though, like Skunk Bay?
No, not a time lapse.
That'd be cool. That'd be something else you can do when you get there. But what I was saying, if you look at that top line on the
It just moved.
Because do you agree that if we wanted to measure the drop due to curvature,
Dazza, what I want you to do is look at that time lapse. There's a tree pretty much in the middle of it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, I've seen them go up and down, and I've seen them shrink. But I like the trees in the top right that don't really move at all. And if you look at the uncropped version of that video, there are trees in sight that essentially do not move. They go up and down maybe 1 pixel. And that those points in space are equally valid, right?
Dazza, you've heard the term whistle past the graveyard. Up and down means nothing. Forward and back is your problem. Is that tree up the back jumping in front of the water line? Is that tree up the back? You can see the bottom line. There's 2 lines, white lines on the screen. Is that tree up the back jumping in front of that bottom line? Yes or no? Because that's what you need to happen. You need that tree to get up and move its shit all the way in front of that line. That's how much refraction you need in order to debunk the black swan.
I would consider the trees behind that central tree to be the back horizon in the black swan video. See those moving up and down relative to the tree in the foreground.
And you're still talking about up and down. Dazza, right? You need the horizon to move forwards, depth, forwards and backwards. I understand you keep talking about elevation, up, down. Elevation, not totally irrelevant. You need the horizon to pick its ass up and come to you. That's what you need.
So I think we're kind of violently agreeing that it's really hard to measure anything from a photograph and make a definitive decision.
And another sidestep from Dazza will not concede the black swan debunks the radius of 3959 miles.
No,
that's all it does. It falsifies the 3959 miles. That's all it does. I'm not making it does anything else. It doesn't do anything else magical. It falsifies the claimed radius of 3,959 miles. That's it.
It falsifies the claim that we should see the horizon at the calculated point for the geometric radius.
Which means, therefore, falsifying the claimed radius of 3959 miles. Thank you again for your admission.
It's just the falsification of the fact that we should be able to see it.
So it falsifies the fact you should be able to see it. So, therefore, falsifying the 3959 miles. Again, Dave.
No, it doesn't.
Yes,
no,
that's all it does. It falsifies the 3959 miles. So if we go positive refraction...
because it didn't measure anything. Right?
And it moves everything to 8 miles, or negative refraction, it moves everything to 50 miles, you're still fucked. Either way, mate.
And this is why this is the very question I asked at the beginning, right? Is what do you accept as a direct measurement of the shape of the Earth? Because I know that you don't like optical stuff, and I came in here initially when somebody asked about what was going on. I came in here and I was going to ask what kind of technique could I use to directly measure the shape? How can I legitimately measure a distance? How can I legitimately measure whatever other property of the Earth? But yeah, and the black swan, yeah, it's a important image. We need to understand it. And because the same thing that impacts the black swan impacts your laser test, it impacts every observation we make of the surface of the Earth.
If that's the case, then Dazza, there's nothing optical you can do that can prove the shape of the Earth. So, no 24-hour suns, no tape measures, no lasers, no photographs. That means every test now you've got to close your eyes and either do by smell, by taste, by touch, or you've got to hear it. Because all optics have been removed from the equation.
Well, there might be some optical properties we can trust, like distance.
Oh, no, backpedaling already. You just realised how retarded your claim was.
Optical angles and stuff. But you know, there might be some optical things we can trust, like distance might be one that we can trust. Yeah,
you mean like distance to the horizon, doesn't it? Like distance to the horizon?
No, like a surveyor's...
That's actually beneficial to you guys, right? If we cannot use optics, then Dazza loses. You guys win by default because flat Earth is the default position. So it's like a walkover, right? You guys win by default. You should take that. You should take that. Disallow optics, and you guys win. Globe is dead. The globe is the extraordinary claim, right? So it needs optical evidence. You guys don't. You're the default position. He just handed you a win accidentally.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thanks, Peter.
Yeah.
My only problem with the black swan would be, even on a globe Earth, he would still technically. I mean, it would be maybe like a 2 or 3% chance at most of a super mirage causing you to see the oil rigs, but it could still happen because this kind of mirages always happen. Whenever they do happen, they mostly happen over water, first of all, and water has to. Yeah, that's what refraction does. That's what it's called. That's what looming is. What you were asking about before. Looming is just a.
You'd have to confirm it was that though.
Well, that's the only.
Right.
That's the only possible explanation. A super mirage. There's nothing else that causes that big of an extreme refraction. In that case, in that photo.
You'd have to prove it though.
Yeah, that's right. So you have to take it. You'd have to take the photo through something like a theodolite or a dumpy level, or auto level. So you had some reference as to whether the horizon was above.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, because even if the chances are low, it could still happen on a globe Earth, and we still only have one example. There's nothing else. There's no other black swans.
No, multiple examples. That's the thing. Multiple.
What's an example of another black swan type?
There's multiple examples of this.
Yeah, it happens a lot there.
I'm asking, what's an example of another black swan that is this extreme? Isn't this the most extreme one? Isn't this why it's being given all the time?
It's because it's the easiest one to hand. We've got multiple more.
Same distances or shorter?
Longer distances. Changing the spectrum. Using infrared optics, we can see further.
Okay, what is another one? What is another one that's a longer distance and using infrared?
Cool. Well, I'll get you the non-visible one outside the infrared first, then we go to that one later. Give me a second, I'll find it for you.
Sure.
That argument only holds for the assumption of the lack of refraction, which is, I think, kind of the point that was missed in this discussion. And this assumption obviously isn't correct, because firstly, it's directly confirmed by the observation of the Oryx bending. You can say that it isn't relevant to the argument because you deleted the Oryx from the argument, but you cannot manipulate physical reality with what you select for the argument, because if you're looking at the same direction towards the horizon, towards the Oryx, and you see the Oryx being affected by refraction, that also has to mean that the horizon is also affected by refraction, unless it magically turns off for the objects, even though you're looking at the same direction and for the same medium to see them. And it's also proven by the predictions from pure theoretical physics, because if you have a gradient of density, then you're going to have refraction.
That's lovely.
Right.
Chris,
So
can you ask
you agree?
Why? So, just joking aside, Embo, for Christmas, can you ask Father Christmas for a new microphone? And in the side chat, my friend, as an observation of wind farms, the Grampian wind farms off of the south coast of England, at a distance of just over 11 miles.
Okay,
I would like 2+1 Jedi's petition for the new microphone, please.
Please.
Maybe we could do a crowdsourcing thing.
Okay, but this is another one over the first. Yeah, the distances are similar. It is a little bit further away, but they're similar. And it's another one over water, which coincidentally, the globe people claim over water you can get the biggest possible, most extreme refractions, because the temperature and air conditions are perfect for an extreme mirage.
Okay, so do you want overland now?
I mean, yeah, I'm just looking at every single one of them, to be honest.
It's going to be difficult to give you the horizon over land, but I can give you laser tests that have been done over land, mitigating for the refraction that you're just going to start claiming. Distances 25 to 35 miles. Do you want those?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, give me 2 minutes.
You mentioned that the globe people claim that refraction can do the things that they're claiming it can do. Have they given you any proof of that?
Say again?
So you said that the globe people or the globe proponents claim that refraction can do the things over water, right? They're making a claim. What evidence have they given you to support that
no
claim?
people. It's not actual people that I spoke to. It's just the general information they can find in refraction. It's
Right.
just
What I'm asking you is, just because they claim it, have they given you any evidence of this, or are they just claiming it retroactively, almost like affirming the consequent, but maybe not quite? Have they given you any evidence?
not really, but the claim is that
So if they claim something, but it doesn't really exist, it's kind of like me claiming that I saw a unicorn yesterday, right?
we can in reality we can observe mirages that happen, and a lot of them happen over water because. So if a lot of them happen over water, it means it's true that the water conditions over water, the conditions are perfect for a mirage to happen.
Great. So you have now a mirage. What kind of mirage is it? There are many. What kind of mirage are they claiming?
Well, he's new. He doesn't know about Skunk Bay.
What's
Skunk Bay? Showing Skunk Bay, right? Skunk Bay is the evidence this guy is asking you. Like, have you seen proof of refraction? And he has a GIF called Skunk Bay.
Anyway, I'm asking you what kind of evidence they gave you to support the claim that refraction can do the things that they're claiming refraction can do, or are you just following along with the claim without any evidence?
Oh, yeah, I guess I'm just following along, but are you denying that mirages exist or?
That's non sequitur. I'm not even talking about mirages. I'm saying, of course, mirages exist. We all experience them. It's an optical effect. The type of mirage that they're claiming, you had never seen a mirage before?
No.
So you've never driven down a long highway?
Maybe, but I haven't seen any mirages for sure. Never.
So does it look like the cars out in front of you, depending on how hot it is that day, almost seem like they're melting into the highway? They begin to distort?
Yeah, that never happens in England, to be honest, so no.
No, it must not get very hot. Okay.
Not at all.
You need to go to the beach, dude.
Yeah, the beach in England is still, the weather doesn't magically change, unfortunately, just because it's a beach. It's still rainy and cloudy.
What, in the summer? I mean, obviously I live in England, dude. What the fuck?
In the summer,
it's interesting. Sorry, it's interesting.
That's 1 weekend.
This is a phenomena. Hold on. It's interesting that this is a phenomena that you've never seen, but you're going to say that this is what's happening in this image. Interesting.
No, but I'm saying because that's why I asked you, are you denying that they exist? And you confirmed you've seen one yourself. So even though I haven't seen one myself, one would be...
What type of mirage are you talking about? Because there's lots of different refractive effects, right? Looming, stooping, sinking.
Those are just, you can think of them kind of like...
Okay. Did these move the horizon backwards, or do they move things up and down?
I'm not sure, but it doesn't matter what the names are. Whatever. You can just think of the severity of the refraction. That's what the names are for. So it's just you could also call them medium, extreme. Same thing.
It's clear. So to be clear, these refractive effects make things move up and down, not backwards.
I don't think backwards. No.
No. So we're talking about the horizon, and that's moved backwards.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Move backwards or up, Jedi?
No, backwards. There's a backwards distance from 1.2 miles to plus 10 miles. That's backwards.
From my perspective,
Azza, shut up. I'm talking to Azza, I'm talking to this man, not you. So refractive effects make things move up and down, not backwards or forwards. You must understand that, right?
Okay.
Cool. So we're talking about the horizon, which has changed its location. It's not moved up, it's not moved down, it's moved backwards by a distance of 10 miles.
Hang on. Okay, you were asking about the proof and the proof. It's just real world examples, which I can't account for because indeed I haven't seen any myself. But like you said, you've seen some or whoever did. The point is that the most extreme mirages in real world examples happen over water. So that we can't deny that refraction and mirages exist. So if we can observe them in the real world, that the most extreme ones ever happen over water.
We can mitigate for them, though. We can mitigate for them, so we can change the spectrum of light that we're viewing. This is why I brought up infrared. Infrared doesn't refract as much as visible light.
No, of course, but the pictures we're looking at, they're not infrared pictures. So we're not taking that into account.
You need to be.
If you've got pictures that are taken with infrared technology, sure, we can look at those, but
cool. Give me a minute. I'll find them
normal pictures, right?
I'll find them for you. Give me a moment.
So then you would agree also that the horizon, since there's all this optical effect, this refraction, is not going to be used to determine whether or not you're on a ball, right?
I'm not sure.
Well, you're saying if there's always refraction and it has this effect, then we can't use it because it's unreliable. We can't get a geometric location of any kind of Earth curve hump that we'd be presupposing in this scenario because the horizon is not the curve of the Earth. It's just an optical effect. Isn't that what you're saying?
First of all, I don't believe we live on a ball necessarily. I'm just looking at all the arguments, but what you're saying kind of makes sense. So essentially, you're saying that you would never be able to take accurate measurements because mirage or some sort would always happen. But I'm not sure. Yeah. I can't really tell you for sure if that's true or not because I don't know if it always happens. So I don't know.
If there's always air, and there's always temperature, and there's always fluctuations in that, and there's humidity, and so on and so forth, then the only day that you could measure a geometric horizon would be on the day where there's no air. But we don't have those days.
Well, no, but that's the thing. So these extreme ones only happen in extreme conditions like over water. But if you take one in something that's not if you take a picture in a medium that's not such, that's not as extreme. There's probably still going to be.
And we have evidence. Sorry to butt in. We've got evidence that it's not extreme conditions. At 19 minutes past the hour, I posted the surf report for the day that Black Swan was taken from about 1 foot off the ground, and there's about 2.5 degrees Fahrenheit temperature differential between the water and the air. Really nothing. So I would not expect any extreme refraction conditions to be present. Would you?
Wait, which one am I looking at? What do you mean 19 minutes past the hour?
Surf report. Big and white. Can't miss it.
Oh, 19. I thought you said 90. Sorry. Okay.
Right. So we come with data too, you know?
And wait, sorry, what is this again?
This is supporting our claim that extreme refraction conditions were not present on the day that the Black Swan image was taken of the oil rigs from 1 foot off the ground, where the horizon was moved backwards, as Jedi explained, by about, 9 to 10 miles?
But if you look at the air and water temperature, they're saying extreme mirages or refractions happen when the air temperature is higher than well, not necessarily the water temperature, but the air below it. So the temperature caused by the water is lower than the one caused by the air. So it does qualify. It does match what they're saying.
To what degree?
I mean, yeah, I'm not sure if 3 degrees is enough for it to qualify as extreme, but I couldn't tell you, to be honest. I just see that it's higher. The air temperature is higher than the water temperature.
What if it was a cold day over a frozen lake? Or if it was a cold day over frozen land? See, we've got all of these types of observations as well. Cold days, frozen lake, still see too far. Actual fact, when it's clear and crisp, we see much further. That's a problem because the atmosphere doesn't contain the conditions for extreme refraction. You need a lot of moisture and a lot of temperature to cause extreme refraction. But on very cold, crisp days, where it's dry in the atmosphere, we see further.
Well, I'm just looking at all these things they've sent.
Yeah, no worries.
Why's my discourse stuck now? What the hell? They don't want me to look at this. Okay, there we go. Let me look at this Florida one quickly. Okay, this is a 23-minute video. I'm not going to watch the whole thing now. So let me save it.
Yeah, some of those videos are quite long, but that's because they contain a lot of detail. So in your own time, buddy, don't expect you to watch them now at all.
I'm just saving the link quickly. I don't know, man. I think the only final thing that the only possible thing would just be to literally shoot something into space and just no fisheye, no nothing, and just observe the Earth, because nobody's ever gonna. Both sides are always gonna have rebuttals for literally everything. So I don't think anyone's actually gonna get convinced through debates or whatever. But
nobody needs to be convinced of what reality is. There's no need for convincing. The only thing you need is your God-given senses. You go outside, you see a flat horizontal horizon, you see sea level water, that's it. It's just a matter of accepting it, right? It's the same as you looking yourself into a mirror and understanding who you are, right? It's just a matter of, do you accept who you are, or you just have some imaginative, feeling-spaced idea of what you imagine you to be. It's just all about either you accept what you observe or you don't. That's it. There is no need for
the world is weird.
No one needs to
Sir,
1 second. No one needs to represent the Earth. The Earth speaks for itself. Creation speaks for itself. It gives testimony of the Creator, or whatever you want to invoke as a replacement story, right? I personally believe in a certain creation story, but that's not really the whole purpose of my argumentation. I'm just saying that reality testifies of its specific shape, and it doesn't need me for you to explain to you what you're seeing with your own eyes, except you might be mentally there might be some mental issues, which is understandable. There are human beings in the world that have some problems with their senses. That's okay. Not even trying to make fun of it. But I think if you have all God-given senses, you're capable of accepting and perceiving reality for what it is given. There is actually no need for anybody to present reality to you. You're
watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.
And there's going to be 8-hour increments because they didn't have a way to charge the camera. They're telling us this now.
Yeah, well, you know the cold affects batteries and things anyway. And look, at the end of the
Well,
day...
it doesn't look that cold out.
Yeah.
They're without shirts.
Yeah, I know, because, you know, people can do that for a short time. But what I'm saying is it is cold down there. They do affect batteries. But again, none of this...
They've been outside without their jackets zipped up. I'm from Minnesota. In the United States, which borders Canada, and when it's like, say, we use Fahrenheit, so 0 and 0 I think are similar, or 32 and 0. So like, if it's 32 degrees out, it's, but they say it's colder than that right now. There, if you look on Google. So it's colder than freezing. It's difficult to be in very long, and that's all we see is like no zipped up jackets and shirtless people and stuff. It seems a little warmer than freezing.
Well, again,
no breath. The whole time we're not seeing breath come out of their mouth. They claim it's like.
You know about. Help the body.
Let me look on Google right now and find out the temperature they claim it is in Antarctica.
Okay.
I'll report back here in a moment.
We're just going to have a little talk with Sirloin and Skyflare. What's up, fellas? You wanted to have a chat? You're able to unmute yourselves and chat? Oh, they've gone shy.
Come on, lads. We ain't going to bite you. You've got plenty of questions. It's easy just to ask them than it is to type them.
Well, we won't.
Hey, everyone.
Hey, Sylvan.
Is my mic going through?
Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah, well, on the topic of Antarctica, I'll share with you a story I heard the other day from someone who used to work in the Australian Navy.
Okay.
And she was saying there was some yachts doing a racing competition, and they were trying to go quite down towards the Antarctic because the jet streams in the sky, but the roaring 50s, I think they're called, or roaring 40s, they're around the lower parts of the south. And so these yachts were trying to get towards the Antarctica, and then one of the French people who was doing the competition, his boat capsized or something, so the Australian military were called out to do a rescue service, and she was on it, so that's why she knows the story. And apparently the Australian military spent about $10 million on that rescue mission just to save that one guy, and she was saying that if there's anyone who is in trouble in the waters around Australia, and even if they're not from Australia, the Australian military Navy is there to help them. So I thought that's a bit interesting compared to some of the pre-notions we can sometimes have about the Antarctic Treaty. So
yeah, that's a good day.
Food for thought.
Thanks for that.
I have this to report from Google. According to Google, right now it is negative 30 degrees Celsius in Antarctica. Not t-shirt weather, I promise.
Wow.
As of right now in Antarctica, it is negative 30 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, you've heard of Wim Hof, the cold techniques. For a short time, I think it's quite good.
Well, it's right now they say it's negative 30. That's the official story.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they weren't like that for the whole day. They were like that for a photograph, and then obviously put clothes back on. So
I'm just saying what Google said about the temperature right now. We would see their breath.
I used to walk into a freezer at like minus 25 with just shorts and trousers on for a short time to get food out and things. So it's not too bad.
They would have their faces everything would be zipped shut and they wouldn't have exposed skin. Like fingers and stuff would be. Yeah,
it's
you
minus 50
mentioned
that you get problems. Because I've seen a documentary on the coldest place on the planet, and if you actually look, you can minus 50 is the Celsius is the issue.
No, negative 20 degrees is cold. I've lived in it. That's Fahrenheit. Their claim is negative 30 Celsius, but negative 22 is what I can reference in my life. And I promise I would be uncomfortable. I'd be shivering. You would see my breath. There would be any hair on my face would be getting ice on the hair by my nose and my lips.
So where do you think they are taking that picture, or what do you think? You think it's a green screen?
It's not negative 30 degrees Celsius. It's not that. It's not that. It's nowhere near that. In fact, it's probably 5 degrees or 10.
So
I would say about 5 to 10 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, Lumpy, you just too much speculation. I wouldn't propose.
No, these are objective facts. You wouldn't be able to be out there without shivering.
You were for a moment, for a photograph.
A moment? For a breath. You wouldn't be able to breathe without seeing the ice crystals that the breath come out. Like,
how do you know if they're shivering if it's a photograph?
Well, no, they filmed over time and talked, and there's not breath when they're talking, and they're outside and they're not shivering and they're not zipped up, and they don't have mittens on, and they don't have eye visors on, and they don't have like a face thing to cover their nose, because it would be painful to be outside for like a half hour in negative 30 degrees.
Are you calling a wizard a shill?
Well, I'm telling you, he's not exhibiting anything that would cause me to think that he came from California, a warm temperature where it'd be freezing outside right now for him. I guarantee he'd be wearing a jacket, not without a t-shirt. He'd be outside right now, and nobody's out here without a t-shirt on, and it's no snow. Yeah. It's probably about the temperature. I don't know what's going on. I just know it's not negative 30 degrees Celsius.
That's the best thing to say, It's okay to not know.
No. I don't know the details of what he's claiming and but I do know that it's not 30 degrees Celsius.
You'll have to go there one day yourself and then let us know.
No, I wouldn't share. It wouldn't change my opinion.
Lumpy, you're in total cope mode with this Antarctic thing.
Oh, I don't know. I'm finding it funny that people would that are flat earthers are going with, I should trust this or that guy because he's this or that personality.
It's just a data point. It's just information.
No. That I should trust the information that it hasn't been manipulated. Information's fine if there's any way to validate it. And they're claiming they have a demonstration that so far it's trust me, bro. Again, from people who are already validated, they shouldn't be trusted when they went on TV and made asses of everybody who says knows the earth is flat. That same crowd of people, it's almost like if you had gang members, if they're in the gang neighborhood and they're wearing the gang colors, assume that maybe they're involved with the gang as well, right? That'd be reasonable, wouldn't it? So if they hang out together and they've already showed hard on others,
is completely compromised. He's being paid or something. He's not where he says he is, or if he is there, he's lying about what he's actually seen. This is
You're saying he's in a film studio, a green screen. It's too far, bro. You can't.
No, it's just not negative 30 degrees. It's not that.
That's you can't claim
it's not that. Yes, I can. I have living tests. I just know how the physical body responds to this type of temperature.
Let's just do this step by step, Lumpy.
Okay, sure.
You claimed earlier that they would you'd be able to see their breath when they're filming. You do realise Antarctica is allegedly the driest of all the continents.
Yeah, but the breath, your own body produces the condensation because you're wet inside of you.
Not much moisture comes out if none's going in.
No. It's part of our.
I understand what you're saying, but I don't think you understand how dry
we're losing water. No. The water, we're wet inside of us. The water's coming from in us. In us, not it. We don't necessarily. In fact, that contrast will cause it to be more visible.
That probably comes from the humidity of the air.
No. We're wet inside of us. We have water in us. We're wet in there, and when we exhale, some of that wetness is going out of us.
Yeah, that has actually been filmed, though, Lumpy.
No, but we are wet inside of us.
Yeah, Witsit has actually been filmed, and you can see his breath.
No, but I see Duffy not have breath.
Yeah,
for a while. And then I've also seen some green screen stuff. Now, why would there be any weird shadows and weird stuff and like flickering and stuff going on edges and things disappearing and stuff? Like,
That's
why would that
something
happen?
needs to be validated at a later point in time. It's got no proof of curvature of the Earth. So
yeah, you're right. Yep, we always got to go back to, they're basically trying to use the sky as proof of the ground again, which is nonsense.
Right, we're going to have a little talk with Sirloin and Skyflare. They've just got here, and they got some questions.
Okay, good. I'll be quiet. Quiet. No problem. Yep.
Sirloin, Skyflare, are you there, lad?
I got to mute here. Take me a second. Sorry.
No worries.
Right there. Could be.
They've been waiting patiently. Are you there, lads? Sirloin? Skyflare?
just so you know, Sirloin and Sky Flare, the purpose of the VC check-in was to verify you so that you could speak in this channel. So if you've got any questions, please feel free to step up and ask them. You can unlock your own microphones. You've been given that permission. I don't think they want to play, mate. Oh well.
He's gone shy again, I think.
Here, I'll say one thing. If it's -5 or -10 Celsius, it doesn't matter, dry or cold, you're going to see your breath. So I saw the videos. I think I saw the breath a little bit, tiny bit, but yeah, it's like I said, I'm not going to use it as evidence.
We get it. It's just angles and sunlight and things like that.
Yeah, it's green screen.
Yeah, like I said, it's not that's for sure. It's just suspicious. It's one of the red flags.
But let me help. They're saying right now, as of right now, Antarctica is -30, not -5. Do you think you'd see your breath then?
We get
every breath or not? Okay.
Sirloin, you there? Unmute. Yeah, ask a question, Sirloin. Skyflare, either of you. Hey. Well, you unmuted, but you didn't say anything.
Hi.
Hey. What did you want to ask?
How does gravity work on a globe?
Anybody want to help him?
That was funny.
Why the necessity to cover your mouth when you were saying it? What, you're trying not to laugh? You don't want us to hear your voice?
Oh, how does gravity work on a globe? I mean, it's a little bit non sequitur, really.
Well, that's a you problem because you're the one that believes you live on a globe. I don't think it worries us. Any flat earthers concerned about how gravity works on a globe?
Not at all.
How about your model?
All I heard was something model. You're a little bit muffled there, mate.
The mass of the globe affects the material that's around it, and I guess in gravity that material would be space and time. So it warps it, it bends it.
Warping Time Space by Albert Einstein? No.
What?
Albert Einstein? Time and Space?
Well, yeah, why are you just... Yeah, okay.
Yeah, why don't you close your mouth when you're eating?
Ripple in space time.
Give me a minute.
There is no space time at all.
There's no space? There's no time? What do you...
How would you quantify either? So we can have in a variable that based in a measurement or some reality, quantifiable, determinable. Can you quantify space or time? Are they physical? Is space-time even a thing? Measure something's time within its space or whatever.
Well, they're both... time is an abstraction.
Oh, yeah. Well, there you go. Bing, bing, bing. Finally, a Glover got something right. Well, it's not actually...
Time is an abstraction? Yeah,
Okay. It's a concept.
We all came from the beginning of time.
Well, I mean, but to quantify it for variable, that it would have a physical, that time is going to have some effect on physicality. Like, that's like saying you're going to put the water on the stove and you're going to wait without turning on the stove, right?
Okay. Can I say something? If space-time doesn't exist, how do you explain these real-world effects that are tested every day? Dismissing it without evidence doesn't change the fact that space-time has been proven through multiple experiments.
So
okay,
step back. What things that are tested every day?
Space-time, property space,
yeah,
right?
What test? Yeah, what test are you referring to?
From the experts.
Okay, so you said tests. Now you're saying experts. So what tests did the experts do?
LOL.
Thank you very much. I'll be here all week.
Math equations?
What? Sirloin. Come on, man.
Math equations.
Go easy on them. These days they only get taught about lesbian dance theory.
Yo. Experts have tested the concept of space-time in several key experiments that prove it works. Like for GPS satellites, scientists and engineers are
stop reading off the internet. Come on, man.
Yeah,
use your own mind.
I will say in a list.
Okay, since you mentioned GPS, can you give us the actual direct measurement that they used as a reference or a standard in order to achieve GPS? Where's the measurement? Do you have that?
Google Maps?
Yeah, Google Maps is a flat Earth map. So when you're at street level, it's all flat.
Have you ever used Google Earth?
Yeah, it's all flat. It's all flat. The whole thing is flat until you zoom out. Then all of a sudden boom, all of a sudden turns into a globe. But when you're down at street level or anything above it, basically you're all flat. It's all flat.
No, nothing is sea level. There's curvature because of the waves.
Waves.
Wow, you guys are flipping around like a freaking halibut.
Yeah, waves would be deviations from a flat geometry.
Yeah, what is wave height measured from?
What would the median of that wave be?
Well, actually, the waves, they're caused to move up and down because of the moon.
Really? What proof do you have of that?
NASA.
Well, because there's a high tide when the
NASA
moon
is the
is
proof.
actually
That's
below
my
the
proof.
ocean on the other side of the Earth, right?
Once again, LOL. He doesn't have an answer for his own statement. Great. Thanks. You're making this easy.
Wait, sir. You said wave height where wave height measures were from, right?
Yes.
High tide
So,
measures
okay, so
horizontal.
Yeah. Measured from sea level. Now, let me ask you this. Is level curved?
is level curved?
Yeah. Simple question.
Yes.
Okay, so it would be measurable then, right? Once again, no answer.
Who are you asking?
You.
I'm asking Skip Flare or Sky Flare. Pay attention, Sirloin. So simple logic, deductive reasoning. I ask you a simple question based on your own statement. So you said level is curved. So do you have a measurement of this curved level?
Oh my god. Yes, the curve the curvature of the Earth and space are measurable.
Are they?
Yeah, tell us when, where, and how, and what method was used to measure it. And we'll just close the server down.
Well,
looks like I've jumped in at the right time. We can get some Earth curve. Brilliant. I'm getting comfy.
Yeah, you might as well. Yeah, get a comfortable chair because we've been waiting almost 10 years for this Earth curve measurement. But if you can find one, we'd love to see it. The facts, the figures, the data, so we can go over that information ourselves. Once you have that, let us know.
Yeah, I need the measurement, the method, where it happened, how I can do it.
I just Google. I got Eratosthenes.
Oh.
Okay.
Gonna need a flat Earth for that.
Yeah, you're measuring angles, right?
And shadows.
Yeah, shadows and angles. So you're measuring shadows and angles from what reference?
From the ground to the sun.
Yeah, the flat Earth. Thank you very much. And Eratosthenes was a flat earther. Thank you.
Can you show me your model so I can know what you live on?
Pardon me?
Send me a picture of your flat Earth.
Yeah, well, there's no picture of
the whole picture.
There's no picture of the whole Earth from anyone. NASA doesn't even have a whole picture of the Earth.
They have a ball.
No, they don't. Guess what? Even from the ISS, you would only see 3% of the Earth's surface. So tell me how that's the entire Earth.
You see 70% of the water and then 30% of the land.
You never see 70% of the water anywhere. If you did, it would be above a flat Earth. Thank you very much.
You can't see more than 50% of the sphere at any one time, and now you're going to use 70% water. What?
Look, go easy on them. They haven't had proper educations. They've only had progressive Marxist brainwashing.
It's okay. We are going. This is easy.
Yeah, just go easier.
We're going
kindergarten level.
Thanks, Jedi. Good to hear you.
That was Loki.
We all sound the same to that lot, bro.
Fucking racists, I tell you.
Yeah, I know.
Sorry.
Oh, no, here's another one. Dirty British bastard.
That's hilarious. A Brit calling an Aussie racist. Like,
Yeah, but we all sound the same.
Yeah. No,
Nice one, brother.
Matrix, you sound different, and that is racist. Only kidding.
How does gravity work on a flat Earth?
What's gravity?
What did you say, Brandy?
Gravity. How does it work on your flat Earth?
What is gravity?
Yeah, good question.
Mass attract mass.
Oh, no. So that's not scientifically proven. So that's why Einstein came up with another
Yeah,
idea.
it's cause and effect. Mass attract mass. I drop a pen. That's mass attract mass.
I get you. But that was superseded in 1915 by Einstein. You've heard of him, right? Old guy, fluffy hair, bit of a tash. Like to
Yeah, he's Jewish, like me.
Yeah. But he, your Jewish friend, in 1915, came up with the bending and warping of space-time. That was the conceptual mathematical idea for gravity. It's not mass attracting mass, dude. It hasn't been for over 100 years. We just get taught this shit in school, and then later in our later education, they teach us something else. That'd be Einstein. So that was superseded over 100 years ago, dude. It's not mass attracting mass.
What about Newton laws?
That's with regards to mass attracting mass. Newton's laws were also debunked by Einstein in 1915. Quantum mechanics solved that fucking problem.
We need mass defined.
Yeah, what's mass?
We're all mass.
What's mass?
We are all mass. It's matter.
It's matter. So matter then.
Yeah, matter.
Matter.
Like anything, everything is made out of matter.
Let's do this simply. Do you think that mass attracts mass? Do you honestly think that?
Yeah.
Okay. Does gas have mass? I'll ask again. Does gas have mass?
They're Googling.
I can smell my fart when I fart. So I think that can teach us a lot.
Okay.
I have a question. So if you're saying the Earth is flat, then explain this to me. How the hell do satellites work?
Hold on. Let's deal with the previous question. We don't want to go too fast for you.
Let's get back to gas, yeah.
Yeah, cool. So we understand that gas doesn't attract gas. Gas expands, doesn't it, indefinitely?
It can combine if there's two different chemicals, then yes.
Yeah, so we're just talking about gas expanding. We understand within the laws of, the ideal gas laws, like PV equals nRT, Boyle's law, Gay-Lussac's law, second law of thermodynamics, that gas expands indefinitely. So gas doesn't attract gas.
Radius and time.
How about this? Do you think you could keep a space inside of a car tire from having gas in it? Like by waving your hands or something? Would the gas not fill all the space inside the tire? You could make a little vacuum in there.
If it has a hole, then yeah.
What?
Then it's not contained. So it's my point is it's obvious gas fills space, right? I'm sorry.
Can't apologise, mate. I'm still waiting for the answer too.
It's okay to say you don't know things, lads. That's fine. That's what you're here for.
We would prefer you to say, I don't know, as opposed to spinning bullshit.
Hello, anyone there?
Yeah, we're talking to you.
Oh, I thought you were talking to Sky. Sorry, I was just waiting.
Oh, right. We're asking about gas. Any answer?
Any evidence that gas does not fill space?
Actually, there's a lot. I just asked ChatGPT. Fans, air conditioners, and heaters.
Yeah, so those would be man-made contraptions that alter the state of how gas behaves with temperature and containment. We're asking, without the containment, does the gas attract the gas to each other so it doesn't disperse? Or after the containment is removed, does the gas expand?
I contend that you're breathing and talking and holding your breath so you can,
I'm
complete
under
this.
my covers, by the way.
It should be testimony to what the answer is. I really think that your breath itself should be able to testify to what we're trying to get at here. I really do. I feel that way. Like there's a certain amount of volume in your lungs, right? Now, how does the air get in there?
Because I breathe in.
We've been taught it's a vacuum generated by a diaphragm, right? Right. So we got pressure, right? And
okay, I got the answer. Gravity holds the gas here. If it didn't work, we are all be dead. Enter the store. That's it.
Gas go down, go boom boom.
So yeah, that's a bit of a misnomer. Gravity doesn't affect the entropy of any system. Second law of thermodynamics is unequivocal. It happens in all systems, open and closed. That means that if the system is open, the gas will fill the available volume. Gravity doesn't attract gas back down to the floor. Gravity doesn't affect any gas behavior. So I appreciate that you just Googled it or used ChatGPT. And yeah, within the paradigm, gravity holds gas to the ball. Because if there wasn't gravity, then the gas would fill the available vacuum of space. The problem, gravity hasn't been scientifically proven, and gravity, even when we give it to you, observably in every day. Well, you're laughing now. Okay. That's funny.
I have a little bit of an abstract question in regard to this. How much cubic volume do you think 10 to the negative 17 torr would take for the volume of the air to fill? Like in comparison, like if we were to equalize Earth's claimed volume of air, that would be around a ball, which is nonsense, right? However, I think there'd be a way to form an equation if we just use the geometry they've given us and the amount of volume and pressure and how much space it would take to fill up to equalize with how much volume it would take per 10 to the negative 16.
They barely know what a square and triangle is. They're kindergartners mentally. You're going way too fast for them.
Way too advanced, right?
This wouldn't be that much 15 years in the future for them. Don't go there.
Do you think it would be like 5 Bunsen burners or 6? I'm just kidding. It wouldn't be that much volume to equalize. Not millions of cubic light years or whatever the hell. That's so dumb. It's such a dumb lie, you guys. Why would anybody believe that air wouldn't fill that space?
They don't understand what a vacuum is. They don't know what pressure is. They don't know what gas is. They don't know anything. Do you think they teach them anything at school these days?
No, they don't. They don't.
This is why they're coming here, and they need to learn all these basics.
Okay, gravity pulls literally everything towards the center, not just down. And it's proven. Just look at the damn satellites. Step to 9 facts.
Okay. All right. So you're saying that gravity pulls everything to the center of a ball, right? Yes?
Excuse me? Yes.
You're saying that gravity pulls everything to the center of a ball. Okay, no problem. What happens when water evaporates and turns to gas? Where does the gas go? Does it go up or does it go down? Which way does it go? Boiled a kettle before? Have you seen a puddle disappear over time?
Up.
Yeah, awesome stuff. So up. That's not down, is it? Up is not down. So not everything is pulled downwards to the center of a ball. because gas expands up into the available space. Up. That's what gas does. Gas expands. Gas is primarily produced on the surface of the Earth. For example, oxygen is produced by phytoplankton in the sea. And when it's produced, it goes up. Not down, up. Gas expands, my friend.
What about the fan?
What about what?
The fan.
The fan?
It produces air, so it pushes the gas out.
Okay, that's good. And the gas expands. Yep.
No, but the gas there remains subtle until it's pushed.
Okay. Do you know what the definition of gas pressure is?
I'm going to ask ChatGPT. Give me a minute.
God dear me, these people who just have to ask a computer. My word.
Hello.
Hello.
I have a question.
Okay.
Okay. So on the globe Earth, the idea of gas pressure on Earth, from the perspective of those who believe the Earth is a sphere, relates to how gravity holds the atmosphere in place. Gas pressure exists at sea level due to the weight of the air above it, and gravity pulls these gases towards the Earth's surfaces.
Not what I asked you. I asked you what the definition of gas pressure was.
Oh, okay, my bad. Okay, this is a force exerted by gas molecules when they collide with the walls of their container in an open atmosphere. The pressure is due to the weight of the air molecules pressing down due to gravity.
Okay. So the first bit was correct, the second bit isn't. So gas pressure is defined, as in PV equals nRT, as the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container, like the tyre on your car or bike or a football. Like the gas inside is pressing against the walls of its container. By consequent of this containment, the gas is under pressure. What happens when you remove the container to the gas? What happens?
Some gas go and some gas stay.
Yeah, the gas equalizes with the outside pressure, right? So the high pressure moves to the lower pressure environment and equalizes. This means that if the Earth was an open system, we've got two problems. One, the definition of gas pressure requires a container. If there's no container, then we're not going to have pressure. That's the gas pressing upon the limitation of its environment. Two, if there's no container, the gas will continue to disperse into the available volume, which means that we wouldn't be breathing right now, we'd all be dead.
What would happen to the liquid water on Earth if it was in a vacuum?
Oh,
I think it would point, right?
But wouldn't turn to gas.
Under weak vacuum, it will triple point.
So just to quash this gravitational idea, you can do all the research that you want, my friend. You'll find that gravity has never actually been proven. There's no scientific experiment that proves gravity. That's why they moved away from the mass attracting mass in 1915 for Einstein and his bending and warping of space-time. This isn't a scientific experiment. It's a mathematical conception. A reification
but his thing is just a theory. Anyone can believe in it and not believe in it. So I believe in Newton law, mass attract mass. Fuck that other guy.
Okay, that's absolutely fine. But you'd be believing it You wouldn't have an experiment to prove it.
Did you know that it's official that Newton ascribed anybody who agreed with and believed in his Principia was unable to facilitate thought, incapable of thinking.
Yeah. So you might believe Newton's idea. Newton didn't even believe his own idea.
And he made fun of anybody who would believe in it, officially. Yeah, I mean, is there any evidence of, spontaneity between a body that isn't tethered?
No, but if the Earth is flat, why isn't there a gigantic, big, very big ice wall at the edge of Taurus?
So I have a genuine question, right? Because I've never talked with any flat earthers. So the way that I've been taught is like on a spherical Earth, right? The planet's tilted on its axis, everything like that. So how would you explain like the midnight sun, the polar night at the North Pole, stuff like that, where the angle would have to be on a spherical level at which the sunlight hits?
Sorry, what do you mean it has to be on a spherical level sunlight?
Well, because the sphere shape, right? And this is just what I've been taught, so I could be wrong, right? So the sunlight hits at different regions when the Earth orbits the sun. Would that still not have to be a sphere?
No, it's just due to it's trying to explain an angle to you. So, for example, you've got a light on, and as you move away from that light is hitting the surface at different angles, right?
Yeah.
Directly underneath the light source, that's 90 degrees. Move away from the light source, is hitting the surface at a different angle. Doesn't need to be a curved surface to hit it at a different angle, dude.
Yeah, but when you account for like geography and everything like that, on a flat Earth, do you think it would be able to reach that extreme variation of an angle?
Well, just real quick, interject. All the maps are flat, so when you say geography, and the charts are flat, and all the measurements validate a flat plane for sure, like 100%. And we're talking about the surface of Earth in regard to knowledge of top, geometric form. All them three are kind of insurmountable. I'm just trying to point out that there's like a question beyond that is kind of surplus.
Yeah, no, I completely understand what you're saying. Okay. Can you let the other person go in depth on what they were saying again?
Okay.
I kind of finished what I was saying, dude. There wasn't anything else to add on to that, unless you had another question.
Yeah, no, I'm just confused on how it would reach that extreme variation for like a period on where there's like 20. Yeah, because it isn't really as simple as just a normal angle, right? Because it's 24 hours of sunlight, where if you go just a few hours, maybe up north, or not up north, it would actually be east. There's sunlight there.
Yeah,
and if you go a few hours to the south, sunlight's there. Well, there's no sunlight in the North Pole. So
that's due to proximity of the sun throughout the year. Right, so, for example, in the north, say in the Arctic, we see a 24-hour sun in the summertime.
Yeah.
Now, that's due to the proximity of the sun to that location. Same thing as the south, proximity of the sun to that location. Sun's moving across the surface of the Earth, right? Throughout the year. This is how we get things like seasons.
Yeah.
So the sun moves from different locations throughout the year, changing from one tropic to the equator to another tropic, and it's due to the proximity of the sun to location. Doesn't need to be a curved surface, it's just the sun that's moving.
Yeah, the only reason in my mind that that I see it as a curved surface is because, once again, I said the proximity, right? The way that it's hitting. If you just go a few hours to the east, there's no sunlight. If you go a few hours to the west, there is sunlight, even if it's polar night or polar sun.
Yeah. That's just due to proximity of you to the light source. So the light source doesn't illuminate the entire portion of the Earth at any one time. It's a local light source, right? So it only illuminates a certain portion at any one time. That's all it is, dude.
That was the only question I had. I mean,
okay, I'd like to include for your thinking something that had been brought up earlier, and I think it's worth getting out again into the airwaves. They claim that the temperature they're in right now, if you look on Google, is negative 30 degrees Celsius, and I don't see any evidence that that's what they're experiencing when we see the film. We don't see any breath come out of their mouth. We don't see the physiological, response to that type of temperature, being in that environment. Like you would have stuff zipped up and you'd be cold and it'd be uncomfortable. You'd probably want to be in the tent after about a half hour of it. It's pretty miserable to just be in for hours at a time. It's really tough. Like if you're ice fishing, you would want a fish house in that temperature with some heat. It'd be hard not to have heat. Like just using a phone and stuff, you wouldn't have no gloves on and near negative 30. And so far we have film footage of them being comfortable without even the jacket being zipped up or gloves on. You can't even hunt in 25 degrees Fahrenheit without everything zipped up and shut. It's miserable. Too cold. They're acting like it's more like 55 degrees Fahrenheit. I don't know what that is in Celsius, but you would see the breath for sure, 100%. Humidity out.
And once again, I'm not denying the claim, right? Because I don't exactly know what you're talking about entirely. But if it's cold and breath's not coming out, right?
You can't see the
condensation versus sublimation. Fuck, I can't talk. Sublimation, yes.
Well, you would see something at negative 30 Celsius, not hours of nothing. And
can it just be like dry air?
Well, that and the snow they're walking on is too wet for that temperature. Snow acts different in that temperature, and what we're seeing isn't what that is. It's more like it's a 45 to 55 degree with a snowpack that's melting slowly.
So let me get this straight with this conversation, guys. One of you is saying that their breath proves flat Earth, and the other one is saying that the sun proves curvature. Wow.
No, hold on. No, I'm trying to call into question the evidence of, they're claiming this film footage.
We already spoke about this earlier, mate.
Yeah, but if it's debunked
not yet, but we already spoke about this earlier, mate.
Jedi, I have no problem with you. I know it doesn't prove Earth one way or the other. Oh, you're not Jedi?
No, I'm not
Fucking hell, mate.
I can't believe you can confuse myself and Jedi. Wow.
Sorry, buddy. Matrix? Okay, well, whatever. Sorry, but I just say, I've lived in these temperatures.
I get where you're coming from, but
I'm 50 years
these
old.
Are discussions, Lumpy.
Okay.
I get where you're coming from, mate. These are discussions on the shape of the Earth, not whether someone's breath leaves fog or not. We don't care.
Hold on. If it's a new individual and they wanted to say that this film footage is proof of this or that, right? I would.
On footage.
Things they're talking a midnight sun in Antarctica. Wouldn't as a new person wouldn't it be fair to say, hey,
I wasn't really talking about any video footage concerning the North Pole.
It wasn't.
It was just a general question about the North Pole and angles.
I apologize. I thought you were talking about Antarctica. You're talking North Pole? I'm totally out of it. Okay, apologize, I'm wrong.
Hey. Awesome stuff. Any other questions, my friend?
Yeah, what would be the benefit? Like, what's the benefit from them lying about, the Earth being a sphere?
It's like any lie, right? It's usually for some kind of control or hiding of knowledge or something. I've not gone up to whoever these people are and asked them, mate. You can ask any flat earther this and they'll give you 10, 20 different answers, my friend. But the only reason why anybody lies to you, I guess, for whatever reason they have, I don't know why.
Fair enough. All right.
There's an old maxim, cui bono, look to whom benefits. So start with that. Anything else? Anybody?
There was some guy earlier trying to ask a question about satellites, but I don't know if he's still here. Sky Flare or whatever his name is.
Yeah, he said satellites proved gravity or something, didn't he?
He wanted to know how satellites worked, I think, but he can ask his question if he comes back.
You with us,
guys?
Flare?
I think so, yeah. But yeah, guys, if anyone's got any questions or so on, then please unmute yourself and ask a question. No problem at all to get an answer. You might not like the answer, and we might just turn around to you and say we don't know, but we'll give you an answer if we can.
My fingertip, you got any questions?
So if the Earth is flat, what would the edge of the Earth look like?
No idea, because not being there. This would be, again, another speculatory question, right? I don't have first-hand experience of this. No one in the channel has first-hand experience of this, so honestly, I wouldn't be able to tell you.
I'll give you something. It'll look something like a lake shore. If you've ever seen a riverbed where the water and the earth, where the water is contained by the earth, or a lake shore, it'll look something like that, and then extending out. But beyond... Yeah, right there is what you need to pay attention to. It's just containing the water within it.
I think the containing bit's good. If you're talking about a limitation to the environment, there must be some kind of limitation to the environment because we have gas pressure. So whatever is containing our reality, whatever that looks like, I don't know. It'd be speculative. But yes, if the Earth was a finite system, there would be some kind of limitary bounds. But I couldn't honestly tell you what that was. Not been there, not experienced it. I know it's probably not the answer that you wanted, but it's an honest one.
Okay, so if there's a limitation, you don't think anyone that might hypothetically be on the edge of the Earth would record it or...
Potentially. 100% potentially if somebody had been there. But if we're talking about the people who have been there or have the ability to go there, we're talking about government agencies, we're talking about scientific agencies, people who would want us to believe the Earth is a ball, so are not going to turn around to us and say, look, we found the limitation of the Earth. So maybe somebody has, but they haven't turned around to us and told us what it is, because they're telling us we're on a ball, right?
I'll go with this. Is there has been video that they used to post. I don't know if they still do, but the Wayback Machine would hopefully have it. But that's bases in Antarctica. That's going to be the boundary that you're talking on. But yeah, they didn't show a 24-hour sun on that, and there was edits, and there could only be 12-hour uploads and stuff like that. So they do claim to have had cameras running, but they didn't show what they were saying. I don't know how it could change.
Any other question?
Yeah. So if the Earth was flat, are we living on one side of it?
Pardon?
So what, like a coin?
Yeah.
Don't think anybody thinks the Earth's a coin in this server.
But you're saying the Earth is flat.
Yes, that's a surface description. Yep.
So if you don't think it looks like a coin, what does it look like?
No idea. You see, when you say coin, that's a claim to a shape. No flat earther in this channel is going to give you a shape of the Earth. We just described the surface, the bounds of the Earth, like we discussed earlier about the limitations of the environment, are unknown to us. So we couldn't tell you the shape.
You don't know the shape, but you know that it's flat.
Yes, because we measure the surface of water. So water is the primary surface of the Earth. We're told 73% of it is water, the oceans and so on. Water is measured as a horizontal reference frame. All waters of the Earth, when at rest, are measured to lay horizontal. That means that the Earth can't be a curving surface because the water would have to curve over distance, not horizontal, a rate of change of slope. But the waters of the Earth are measured and utilised as a horizontal reference, mean sea level, for example. So yeah, we know that the Earth is flat because that's how we measure the water that lies on the Earth. The shape of the Earth, that's a different question, and I don't think anybody could answer that for you.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Again, guys, if anyone's got any questions, don't be shy. Unmute yourselves. It's not a problem. Like I said earlier, you might not like the answers because some of them are going to be I don't know, but they'll be honest answers. Matrix, you still there, buddy?
Yeah, mate.
How's it been over the last 24 hours, man? Every time I go into channels and servers and stuff, it's all kicking off. It's hilarious. I've noticed quite a lot of people have come out from underneath the woodwork and rejoined servers that I haven't seen for a long, long time. It's like, wow, what's going on?
Yeah, it's like someone's kicked a rock and all the bugs have crawled out. It's beautiful.
It's been entertaining, that's for sure. Did you join it?
Oh, sorry.
No, go on. What's up?
I was just going to say, I was just sort of thinking about this Antarctic trip and how much of a wasted opportunity it's been. If we were super smart about it, we would have had people set up right across the world doing compass readings, if they had sextants, elevation checks of the sun whilst the guys are down in the Antarctic and videoing and doing whatever they're doing, just to show what sort of weird anomalies, I can't even say it, weird shit going on that there is with the sun. Oh, man. But yeah, I do feel that it is a wasted opportunity. We could have had quite a few people involved and all taking measurements all at the same time from all different places, US, UK, Australia, just to show how bent and twisted this really is. Like myself, I watch the sunset and we're told that it's east to west and I'm below the Tropic of Capricorn. Now, technically, the sun for me should never go below 270 degrees. But yet, here I am with my compass, checking that and seeing it's doing it. I've got the readings. I list them all whenever I do it. But yet, somebody who's on the other side of Australia will still look up and see the sun directly above them. So why is it that I see the sun offset, but yet we know it's not because it's directly above someone else who's in the same on the same line? It's crazy stuff. But yeah, I do feel that this is a massive, massive wasted opportunity. Instead of just a handful of people going down, we should have all got together and went, right, let's get this shit sorted and do some checking out of it. But yeah, that's just me, I suppose.
Well, you just spoke on the problem itself, if you ask me. You're saying that it can appear to be at a location and then be validated to not be what the one person would claim to be the apparent location or what it could be measured to be, right? But the ground position for another individual, it could be a contradictory measurement. In regard to, see, we don't really have a z height on these lights, and we work within a convention. But even the convention in Genesis would require a horizontal. I mean, but it's still a convention. You spoke on documenting that and knowing that for yourself, right? You just spoke on it, right? Am I getting at what I think is worthwhile to discuss in regard to this? Where the sun appears to be and what I think it's worth getting into a little bit. It's kind of complicated, but it really hones in on that word apparent is what I'm trying to do, where it appears to be, and actual and apparent in the right.
So if to one person it appears at point A and to someone else it appears at point B, who's correct?
Yeah, that's really, yeah, good. Because you just spoke on it. You said that it's 270, which is impossible. But that it could be a zenith for another individual. You literally, and it's measured. You say that you've documented it and posted it. So you just spoke on it. I think it's really, yeah. And it might have something to do with the angle that you're perceiving from, or how your convergence, the limits that we have in relation to convergence before the sky appears, before the pinch point happens or whatever limit we have. But we don't have any, wherever the sun appears to be touching the horizon, it's not actually. So, you know what I mean? It's going to be a zenith somewhere at that moment.
But I suppose
right? It's
my thing, I would like to know, why does it appear to bend so far? Why sideways?
No,
like the same thing with gravity, that people go, why down? Why not to the left? Or why not to the right? Why does the sun appear to hook so hard when we've got people that are further down the line that are saying, no, it's directly above my head?
Right.
If I get a compass reading to the next person, it'll show 280 degrees.
Right.
Because they're so many miles away, but yet the sun is south of that from my perspective. That's what I don't understand, the why.
Well, it kind of goes back to what we're limited to know and what intangible means. I was trying to speak on that a minute ago. But to claim knowledge and give a location to this thing is when you can measure a contradiction and know it. You say that you're doing this regularly, right? I'm not saying triangulation as a practice isn't a verifiable thing. I'm not saying that. Or that you couldn't use a sextant to gain knowledge of location. That's not what I'm getting at. But what I am getting at is that we have people out here measuring the sun, and it can be validated as an apparent location, right? And when we use the sextant, we're using it within a paradigm as well. It's within a convention that we've made, 6 nautical mile per degree, and it works within the convention, and it kind of needs a grid with it to work within as well. It needs it. That we already have these zeniths charted, right? Because if that the zeniths be tied to a location gives us the convention. But they might not be. Yeah, what you're just speaking on having measured though, based on the apparent and not having a zenith convention to work within, right? It's a bizarre thing using the light. That's why we need to always stay to the ground. Jedi, whoever, yep, it's always the ground. Never let this argument go into the sky. It's not work. It's not. It doesn't have fruit.
Yeah, I get that. I'm just somewhat curious and interested in it because it does leave probably more questions than answers. We all get that. Oh, we got some new people here. Hey, Josh C, how's it going, man?
Hey, Tony.
Bro, so.
What's up? Matrix, you're our host.
Oh, what? I'm just the comic relief.
You've been promoted to the Master of Ceremonies.
Oh, wow. Who we got down the bottom? Tony's unmiked. How's it going, Tony?
Hey, Tony.
Oh no, he spoke to me. Oh, run away.
Oh my god, Matrix, you're such a fucking bully.
Oh man, don't be like that.
What are you doing going around speaking to people, you fucking weirdo?
Oh wow. Alright, we'll go back to Josh C. How's it going, Josh C? What brings you to this?
I spoke to him and he didn't run away, so it's got to be you.
This server. Please don't run away. I'm not gonna jump out of the screen and bite you.
Oh man. I'm good.
So, what's your position, Josh? Are you a flat earther, or are you a ball believer?
No, I'm flat. I just haven't got my rolls. But yeah.
You're flat.
I need to get them. I'm flat.
Yeah, mad. So, what's your best flat earth proof that you want to flat smack people with? A ball has just come in, and it's like I'm going to line him up and flat smack him. What are you going to hit him with?
Probably like Black Swan.
The Black Swan.
Honestly.
Hey, yeah. Yeah, that's
but
pretty
I'm trying to do
solid.
Yeah. I'm trying to do a 32-mile observation. The weather's been pretty bad, so yeah. I'll go
What are
around.
you trying to aim for? 32 miles.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, the weather hasn't been the best, but maybe if it clears up.
Cool. Best of luck with it, mate. It's nice to hear when people are out doing stuff. It's awesome.
Yeah, I want to make a video on it eventually, but yeah, we'll see.
Now, one of the biggest complaints we get from a lot of people is to do with the videography of the long-distance observations and testing. We'll go out there and do the laser pointers and long-range observations, but it's the filming of it. They're always shit quality, done on mobile phones, and I think that a lot of the reason for that is we're too busy being interested in what we're actually doing as opposed to filming it. And all of a sudden, people go right at the last minute, oh shit, we should film this and make it so other people can see it. And the filming just becomes a secondary thing. There is a group of flat earther guys who were going to up north somewhere to some very cold, icy, nasty place, and their goal was to actually do a better production of the filming of a long-range laser test. So I haven't heard from them in a while, but yeah, they were spending a ridiculous amount of money on doing this little expedition, I suppose. And yeah, I'd love to see how they come back with it. But yeah, all the best to you, mate. If you're out there checking shit out for yourself, no, that's good. That's what we want people to do. We don't want people to sit back and go, oh, Matrix said XYZ, therefore it must be true. No, go and check it for yourself. So yeah, good on you, man.
Exactly.
That's awesome.
Yep. Yeah.
No, people that can think critically, that is mad. Who else have we got in here? Yeah, that's true, TKD. That's probably about 99.9% of the problem. Like, I got a really old camera, a 20D, which is only an 8 megapixel camera. Back in the day, it was weapons grade. Now it's just like there's mobile phones that can do a better job. And it was a digital SLR, so it cost me a min. No, it's actually nice to see a few people back in here. Dust the shelves off, see what's going on here, Logie.
Yeah, what's happening? What's all these people turning up for?
Oh, I don't know. Wouldn't have anything to do with our little Antarctic friends, would it?
Something's rustled there, Jimmy's. Well, now you scared them all off.
Oh, thank you. So tell us, Josh, what was it that got you into the whole FE thing in the first place? You just woke up one Sunday morning and went, that's it, I'm flatty, let's go.
Probably an accumulation of realizing someone's lying to me throughout 2020 with all that. I won't go into that. But I think I landed on initially the wrong side of flat Earth, and kind of I went to see Dave Weiss speak, and obviously like it's kind of limited. I mean, he's good, but like I wanted to kind of go further, and eventually kind of realized going to Nathan Oakley, his channel.
Yep.
That was great. So it's finding like the reality of it. So yeah.
Were you in there the other day when McToon dropped in and had a meltdown?
No, I don't know. I missed that. Wow.
Oh, man. That was crazy funny.
That would have been spectacular.
It was, man. I was laughing. That's so hard.
Is that recorded?
Oh yeah, he'll actually. I dare say he'll post that up with his normal videos and stuff that he does. So yeah, it's only a matter of time until she comes out. He'll probably probably clip that one and make a short version of it.
Yeah.
No, it was funny because I was in the panel and I'm sitting there having a listen. Next thing, McToon pops up and I'm thinking to myself, oh yeah, it's got to be fake. McToon's down at in Antarctica. The internet's not exactly great down there. And I'm sitting there thinking to myself, is it the real one? Is it a fake one? And as soon as he spoke, it's like, wow, it's actually him. He's actually stupid enough to come in here and start. Oh man, there's a cracker.
Yeah.
So it's only been over the last couple of years that you've been into the flat Earth stuff, or?
Yeah. Honestly, not even, probably about a year.
Oh
max.
man.
Yeah.
Yep. Nah, cool. Good on you, man.
Yeah. What about yourself?
For me, actively researching and stuff, probably about a year and a bit. But the first time I heard of it was back in 2007, 2008, somewhere around there. So I only wish that I'd have looked more into it back then.
Yeah.
But life, things happen, you spend a lot of time at work.
Yeah.
Eat, sleep, work, rinse, repeat. Yeah. And didn't really have much time, and it's only been in the last couple of years where, for some reason, I've seemed to have a lot of time. Mm-hmm. Probably similar reasons to yourself, and I've had a lot of opportunity to go looking things up, doing some research. I've actually bought myself a light meter so I can take light intensity readings. So yeah, that's my thing. And that was my short story, but yeah, it's
I've got a question.
Yep.
Why would Antarctica have such garbage internet if there's thousands of satellites orbiting above?
That's an excellent question, and is a acceptable answer. I don't know.
The acceptable answer I will accept is none. I will accept zero excuses, not from you, but from anybody
from the other side.
who's down there portraying that they're actually doing something. I won't accept any of their excuses. So pretty much you're just telling me that Starlink is garbage and it sucks? That's what you're telling me?
Well, I'm going to have to not say Starlink sucks because my parents use Starlink and it's freaking brilliant, but they don't live in Antarctica.
So your parents live somewhere where there's probably ground towers, most likely, and balloons.
Nearest ground tower is 7 miles away from their property.
Bingo!
But they've got no phone service there. Without Starlink, phone service, gone. But that's another story. So, which is really odd, actually. But
you think Starlink is anti-po to you?
I didn't get that.
Well, is it on the other side of a ball? Would you have to look down to see it right now or not? If you can see through Earth and you look down, might you see Starlink by looking down?
more dirt.
Probably not, right?
I don't think I live on a ball, so yeah. I don't know what you're trying to get to.
What am I trying to get to? I'm just saying that regardless, they're not under us. And yeah, Starlink isn't that bad, you're saying, right? Why would it be that bad in Antarctica if it's not that bad for your parents? Isn't it the same Starlink or not?
That's the problem. There's supposed to be satellites buzzing around above us, so why wouldn't it just work the same everywhere?
Bum, bum, bum. That's the question.
Yeah. Sorry, I went into that other stuff, but I wanted to point out any reasonable person how silly it is.
So shouldn't they just come out and say before this fake bullshit and be like, we will not be presenting a 24 to 72 hour live stream because the internet is garbage.
They wouldn't let us bring equipment, and it don't matter what we've already claimed we were going to do. All kinds of problems.
It doesn't matter that we claimed we're going to present a 24-hour, 72-hour live stream, but we already knew before that we couldn't do it.
Our investigation into what we could or couldn't do was so terrible that we just really had no idea, but we were going to promise not to do what we are doing, which is offering clips and not live streams and excuses for nonsense.
Yeah, so we'll just go on vacation, sleep in tents, and take topless photos.
And according to Google, Antarctica is negative 30 degrees Celsius. Not no shirt weather. Not even for 15 minutes, no shirt, no gloves would be painful.
Yeah, like I said, these guys, I don't know, maybe it's Colorado. Will Duffy's from Colorado, but I don't think it gets as cold as where I live. So I think they're just uneducated on how to fake videos because they think that if it's minus 20 or minus 10, that it's going to look like this because maybe they've never lived there or they just didn't think of the logistics.
Hey, whoever Northern Rebellion, would you say the snow that they're walking on is wrong for the temperature that Google says it is? Like the way the snow is, like kind of soppy snow, or would it have to be like crisp snow? I mean, I know the answer to that. They
When I saw the temperatures, they would range from 0 Celsius to minus 20 or minus 30. So, like when it's 0, then the snow can get softer, obviously. But
I just looked at the temperature an hour ago, and it was negative 30 in Antarctica. That's the official story from Google. Now, I would say that the snow wouldn't be choppy if that was the temperature. Now, supposedly we're going to get, well, we've already got them not having condensed breath. Right?
How come when I go to my iPhone weather app and I type in Antarctica, nothing comes up?
Well, what happens?
I go to my weather app on my iPhone and I type in Antarctica and nothing comes up.
Oh, well, try Safari. Just a search engine. Try Bing or something.
Oh, yeah. That's where I looked before.
Type in temperature Antarctica, and that's what I did. So I have this number available. I wouldn't just make it up. I mean, I wouldn't. That would be dumb.
I know, but the weird thing is,
their story usually undoes them anyway.
The weird thing is, these guys have iPhones, and they showed Antarctica on their iPhone weather app, but I can't get it on my weather app.
That's crazy. Wow, that is wild. They have a hijacking. Oh, God. Well, then it's just an iPhone box. It's a screen they're showing you. That's all it is. It's not even an iPhone or something. Or they're that evil that they have like Steve Jobs, direct line to him.
I'll post a screenshot of what I get when I type in Antarctica into my iPhone weather app.
Yeah. I'm looking here. Live stream voice text. Yeah, looking.
Yeah. It says Antarctica, Dubai, United Arab Emirates, and that's the only thing that pops up. Yet somehow Witsit and these other guys are able to get it pulled up on their iPhone thing. And when they pull it up on their iPhone app, weather app, it says Antarctica, and then in parentheses it says general for some reason. And I've never seen that. When you have a city, it doesn't have parentheses general.
Antarctica says it's negative 22 Fahrenheit right now, which is really cold in Celsius. It's more negative in Celsius. Right now, that's the claim, according to Google.
Yeah, but you have to get the exact temperature for Union Glacier and not like the middle or the other side or whatever.
Hold on, but wouldn't they be in at a latitude? Wouldn't the temperature be almost kind of uniform more or not?
It should be, but they're gonna have they're gonna have excuses and be like, "Well, it's 100 kilometers away, so it's that much warmer. It can be minus 20 there, but plus 2 here." Like they got all the excuses.
Yeah, they do, but I don't know, man. I mean, how many square miles is that? Like, do we witness that ever? How large of an expanse are they claiming would be the? What? They can make it up to be whatever because it isn't what they're saying anyway. So, yeah, asking them actually relative to reality questions is silly. I'm just going to go with Union Glacier, huh? I'm going to look it up.
I'm gonna type in current Antarctica temperatures. I guess time and date. It's the only one. It's minus 29 Celsius at the South Pole, which is you'd be frozen solid at minus 29 plus the wind. But then it does say it's 5 degrees Celsius at San Martin Base. So there's a 50 degree difference in Antarctica Celsius.
Their stories are always weird.
And like at McMurdo, it's -4 Celsius, but at Vostok, it's -40.
Yeah, it's always stupid. But let's try the latitude that they claim they're at, right? Isn't it 87 or something like that? Or what is it, 71? Or is there anything that Vostok or whatever, what latitude is it at? And what's the other ones? Is it 65 or something? Is it lower latitude?
Is go to like Google Earth and then put the distance marker at Vostok to McMurdo, and it'll say probably 200 or 300 kilometers. And then you have to be logical and be like, can the temperature be 50 degrees difference in 200 kilometers? And in my experience, it's not. When I'm here at -35, it's usually like -40, 10 degrees or 13 degrees colder north and 10 degrees colder. Like, so yeah, nothing adds up.
No, it doesn't make sense. You would get all the way down to Minnesota when you're at. Well, no, Minnesota's quite a distance, but they're claiming even less distance. So I've never seen an example of that except for right at a high pressure, low pressure line. There might be but the weather's pretty gentle right now where they're at. For it to be a high pressure, low pressure line, there would be some turbulence.
I'm on Google Earth going to Antarctica, and I'm gonna see if I can find Vostok.
What did they claim latitude that they're at? I've heard people say it. Does anybody remember right now?
Yeah, but I would rather go by kilometers distance than latitudes.
Okay.
Go Vostok. Well, maybe it is longer. Maybe it is further away. Vostok. Let's see. I gotta go to maps. I'm trying to get the distances here, but I guess I'll have to Google it since distance.
What sort of man stands like that, eh? A very mentally deranged one, that's what.
I mean, he's full of estrogen, looks like.
That'll explain the haircut.
Yeah, it says Vostok, 1,300 kilometers from the fake South Pole. So obviously it's more than 200 or 500 kilometers, supposedly. So technically, there could be that much temperature difference in 1,000 or 2,000 kilometers, I guess.
What's up, Sunflower?
Evening.
Hey. How's things?